Welcome to the Lodge live stream. My name's Slick Rick, along with my good friend, Iron Mike Brady from the Pacific Northwest. Mike, you ready to go?
In the shirt.
Oh, I am. What's up, everybody? I hope you are as half as excited as me for this high-stakes heads-up action.
I could never do that again.
Let's go over some of the players here first. First, here's the tweet that started it all. On the 24th of this month, just a few days ago, Doug issued a challenge to the world. 100K to come. Iron Mike Brady from the Pacific Northwest. A couple people already tweeted and said, I want in.
What's up, everybody? I hope you are as half as excited as me for this high-stakes heads-up action.
I could never do that again.
Let's go over some of the players here first. First, here's the tweet that started it all. On the 24th of this month, just a few days ago, bear with us on the audio here. We're tweaking some things to come. Iron Mike Brady from the Pacific Northwest. A couple people already tweeted and said, I want in.
What's up, everybody? I hope you are as half as excited as me for this high-stakes heads-up action.
I could never do that again.
Let's go over some of the players here. There we go. All right. I think we fixed some of what was, we were just getting a little feedback here. So let's go over the players. First, let's introduce the challenger, Scott Ball, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, president of Endgame Talent, and 2021 World Series No Limit Poker Player of the Year. He's facing Lodge partner, Upswing founder, Doug Polk. And we're going to try to bring in Mike Brady in a minute.
That'd be great, thank you. Do you want anything else?
Working on some technical issues.
Too, actually, that'd be great. Cool. Thank you. Can we just like say it's safe to say if someone throws out a 1K chip, it's a raise?
Fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Scott pairs on the river here. He's going to take it down. Each player.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have.
Bought in for 100,000.
Limps in general when people come play here. Like, oh, I'd love to come down to Austin and limp some buttons. Seems kind of unlikely to me.
Both players.
I'll be honest, I looked at some stuff and someone was like, "Do you want the limp stuff?" And I was like, "No." Why would I want to complicate my life this much? It's already hard enough, man. It's already hard enough.
Scott with the jacks.
Yeah, the game's already.
I've already misclicked. That was good.
That's good. That's a good spot for it, you know, at the start.
Yeah, you're right.
Pink chips 5,000, yellow chips are 1,000, purple chips 500, and the black chips are 100. Doug with the kings here, checks. Doug's going to put some money in now, and he will take it down. Doug played Bill Perkins on Sunday for 6 hours.
How many more matches do you have lined up already?
Over 350 hands were played, including the largest pot in the Lodge history.
Thank you.
461,000.
I don't know. Like, I don't know how many people like. It's like varying degrees of seriousness, right? Like, but I mean, a lot of people wanted to play. Like, I think there's something like 12 or 15
Really?
people that have messaged me. Yeah, that are between like mildly serious and like want to directly play. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna find out, I guess.
Thank you for the super chat. New Jersey betting guru.
Awesome. I was actually kind of surprised. Like, I didn't know if I was going to get almost any action, really. And then it's like 2 opponents in week 1.
And the first 2 people that say let's play are me and Bill Perkins.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
So Bill on Sunday ended up winning 29,000, I believe, was his total when he left.
That's all right. You get the real killers out of the way first, you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing here. Then finally it'll soften up with people from Eastern Europe.
Both players hit a pair on the flop.
6.
I also have a 6. I'm out kicked. Okay. Some really good players hit me up too, so I'm sure there'll be some like matches that, or what's going to be pretty try-hardy at some point.
That's cool though.
1,000.
And then a couple people wanted to do some half and half, no limit PLO.
I saw you were talking to Phil about that.
Yeah, I was like, all right, Phil, you know what? This is probably a really bad decision, but if you want to play some half and half, like, fuck it, just come down. Well, I'll play you. Why not?
Scott with the open-ender, Doug with the pair.
Check. Check.
Scott nails his straight.
Two bets, 4,000.
Doug lays it down. Once again, this was the tweet that Doug sent out on the 24th. I'm issuing a $100,000 buy-in heads-up challenge to the world.
I played a little bit of heads up PLO online, but not very much.
It's like the only heads up PLO I played online was like heads up. There's like no limit. Omaha heads up a
3,800.
little bit, and it was crazy.
Doug makes it 3,800 with Jack 10
I
suited.
played like a
Gonna
little
take
bit
it
of
down.
like just Omaha heads up with like no limit though.
Oh,
It was
that
crazy.
That seems a lot worse.
It was really bad. This was a long time ago.
The thing about Omaha, it's like the pot limit is pretty important because it's just so much easier to have the nuts.
Of course.
1,000.
Oh.
King 8-4, pair for Scott here. Doug's going to make the call. Doug needs a 6.
Like most of the poker I've played, which I haven't hard played at all this year, I played maybe 10 or 12 times, has been like half-half games. And I had played no PLO at all prior to playing half-half games. And it is so much fun, but it's crazy.
Yeah, so the nice thing about PLO is it feels kind of freeing in a way where like no limit feels like you just played so much. I don't know.
No, I agree with that.
It's like, you just feel like there's endless possibilities, but there's really not.
I think that's what gets everybody, is they feel all the possibilities they think that are there.
3,800.
Scott with the 10s. Gotten some hands early on. 11 hands in. We're still working on the audio to get Mike Brady. Thought we had it all fixed, but then you turn everything on. Not the best flop for Scott. Doug bets 1,700, and Scott comes along with his 10s. Goes check, check. We'll see a river. Another check mark for Scott. Let's see what Doug does here. $7,000 it looks like from Scott. Three-quarter size bet there.
tens.
Doug makes the call. Scott, both players bought in for 100,000, so you can easily see before we get to any graphics that Scott is up 18,000.
Still a loss.
18,800. We're playing at the Lodge Mahal in Austin, Texas. Coming on Friday, Spring Madness, $100,000 guaranteed, $300 buy-in, March 31st through April 2nd. That's just 48 hours away, folks. Get to the Lodge. Lots coming on down the pike with our Lodge Championship Series. We'll talk a lot about that throughout the day. Pair for Doug here. Goes check, check.
Check. Two checks. Check.
Doug will take that one down.
Do you live out here full time?
Yeah, I live here.
Nice.
Maybe a little traveling and stuff, but I'm mainly in town.
Cool.
Where are you at these days? You still in Vegas? Or
I'm in
where-
Vegas, Minnesota, and San Diego. I kind of split my time up
Okay.
pretty reasonable. You know, at least 6 months in a day in Vegas and everywhere else. I think I'm actually, as of right now, I'm planning on skipping the whole World Series this year even. I think I'm going to go to Triton, and then I want to
Triton, like they were in
Cyprus?
Cyprus? Okay, yeah.
I
Saw
wanna,
that was going on.
I want to
1,000.
spend time fishing, just hanging out at a lake and being healthy. I think last time I played with you actually was at the series years ago, and it was right before you were like kind of retired, took your hiatus,
Yeah.
and
What did we play? I don't remember that.
it was some random MTT at the series.
Okay.
And I remember you sitting down and just like you clearly weren't like ultra excited to be playing poker.
Yeah, the last series I played, I was done. I had like no equity that series. I was just like, please, I hope I lose so I can go home.
And I kind of feel
Not a good place to be.
I feel like that with like a lot of, for me right now with poker too, I'm like
Yeah.
it has to be something like this that's just different and really fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to play out. There's other things I'd rather be doing right now.
I totally understand that.
Check.
Open ender for Doug here.
Check.
There it is, the check mark. And that's straight.
1,000. 700.
Quick fold.
What'd you do to lose all the weight? Just like diet and exercise. How many trainers did you have?
I just counted my calories and I lifted a lot, but I also worked in a good amount of cardio, and I just made sure my protein intake was pretty high and calories were low.
Yeah.
It's like most days were like 1,900 calories and 160 grams of protein.
Do you have someone helping you with the food?
Yeah, I had like a chef that like prepped meals and stuff, and then deliver it so you don't have to think about it.
Makes such a big difference.
Yeah, it does.
Jacks for Scott here. Doug will lay it down.
That really slid.
Yeah, that had a good slide on it.
We got about 350 hands
I guess
in.
when all the meals were there, and you just had
Who
to warm
knows how
up,
many
you
will
know.
get in today?
Yeah,
Yes.
I've got one at home now too that does 5 nights a week fresh dinners and it makes
Players
the next
bought
day.
in for $100,000 each and have
So much better.
a couple
That's-
hundred
that's
thousand
honestly,
available
like,
to them should they need it.
DoorDash and Uber Eats made it so easy to just get ridiculously fat. And
Definitely.
I was spending so much money on them anyways that, yeah, chef costs more, but at the end of the day,
Check.
it's just a huge difference for lifestyle and happiness.
Especially during COVID.
Yeah.
Open ender for Scott and a pair for Doug. My goodness. Scott hitting some hands early. King high straight.
Well, that's kind of weird.
Doug makes the lay down.
Were you living out here during COVID?
I moved here 2 years ago.
Okay.
So like, it's still going on and stuff, but not like the start.
Yeah. Not on like lockdown and craziness.
Yeah.
Scott connecting with a lot of flops early. 19 hands in. There's a good look at the studio under the lights. Mickey is our game host. Fireplace going.
A little more people can choose how to live their lives.
Yeah.
Not to get all
I
political
haven't
on
been
the
to
stream,
Texas
but
a lot. I haven't been to Texas a lot, but I know it's a very free place.
Yeah. There's a good comedian bit. I forget where I saw this, but I wish I remember the comedian. But they're like, yeah, there's a state in the Northeast that's like, I think it's New Hampshire, and New Hampshire's state motto is "Live free or die," and Texas's state motto is "Friendship." I'm like, wow, you would not expect that.
True story.
Oh yeah, I think of friendship when I think of Texas. You know, just a lot of real friendly people that just easygoing.
To be fair, since I flew in last night, everyone's been so
people-
unbelievably
people
nice.
are
Granted, I'm
nice.
also at nice places, but like everyone's been freaking awesome.
Yeah, that's good. No, I mean people aren't. I'm not trying to shit talk people here. I'm just saying
No,
like
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
the like persona of Texas 3800 is people are gun loving and ready to battle about lots of different subjects and
No, for sure.
Skull Mike is in chat. How you doing, Skull? Jack 10 again for Doug. He hits the 10 on the flop.
come back.
Huge meetup game
To be
coming
fair, from what I
April
watched, the little bit I've
25th.
watched of your last match, you like won every single hand until they were huge. Right now, it's like
Yeah,
I'm winning a bunch of the hands, but none of them have been big yet, so nothing matters.
There's cumulative winnings. Scott up about
Yeah.
15,000.
I mean the big hands are just so much more important. It's
April 25th, Brad O and Andrew Nemi, Doug
I ran a really
Polk.
spewy bluff.
will
when I
be
was a
here
kid.
for
the
meetup
big pawn I
game.
lost, I think actually it was pretty good, but I ran a really spewy other bluff that I got
Leading
stacked in.
into our Lodge Championship Series. We'll talk more about that throughout the day.
I didn't even get to watch the whole thing. It's hard to actually
I mean, it's a lot
watch
of
6
hours.
hours of,
Yeah.
of poker.
It's a lot of hours.
Prepare for Doug on this flop.
Check.
You've been creating content for a long time, but it's pretty crazy to think about how many people sit there and like, you release an hour-and-a-half video, how many people watch the whole hour and a half? Or,
I
like,
mean,
I'm
you-
sure your interview yesterday is going to get infinite.
Yeah, I think so you see all the stats, right? And I think on the Garrett thing, I think it was like the average person that clicked it
Yeah.
watched like 36 minutes.
That's insane.
The average person.
What's the Super Bowl? I think it's
The
like
Super Bowl?
16 minutes or 15 minutes in the Super Bowl.
I'm not actually sure about that.
You
That's a
should
good
look that
question.
up. I think it's like 15 or 16 minutes. I could be way off though, but I remember like when I was at Twitch, there was some stat like that that everyone talked about a lot.
The thing is, as viewership gets more casual, it basically always ends up being
Doug hits his
Lower watch
queen.
Yeah, for sure.
just really consistent.
And also just massive numbers. Like,
Scott looking for a jack or a 9. Scott comes along. There's the jack. The straight, another straight for Scott. My goodness. Here comes the raise from Scott, 7,500. It's going to be really tough for Doug. Get away from this. 2 pair.
All right.
Makes the call.
Sounds good.
$20,000 pot goes Scott's way.
10's good.
2,200 and growing. Watching already. Folks, let's do a little roll call. Let us know where you're watching all around the world. Type it in. We'll try to give you a shout out. There's your cumulative winnings. Scott now up 24,000 early on. 23 hands in. Horseshoe Phil and Anastasia, the pride of Ukraine, dealing our first two dealers for 2.5 hours. We'll get two more in about a couple hours. Kansas City, New York, Utah, Toronto, Perth, Western Australia, our good friend Paul Edwards, the Cayman Islands, all over the world. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Ace, King, 6, rainbow flop, pair of aces for Scott. Gene Gray checking in from Los Angeles. Has off today, so is watching a little poker. Edmonton, Canada, was the home of
Pretty
Wayne
wild
Gretzky,
week on the
99.
poker media streets.
Dude, it's so crazy. I actually deleted all of my social for like 2 years.
Oh, wow.
And
1,000.
just kind of like refocused on a lot of life stuff that I had going on, kind of reevaluated myself a lot. And it was really healthy for me.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm really happy I did it.
Check. 2,000.
And then I obviously get them back and you don't have the old accounts or whatever and you start all over again. It's like, dang. Like there was much there before, but it was.
Thank you all for tuning in. Somebody wanted to see the tweet again. That was the tweet that was done on the 24th, just a few days ago. Already got several people wanting to play Doug.
It's-
One match in the
I just
books,
really
Bill
don't like when
Perkins,
people
and this
say
one
that things about
underway.
people online. That's not cool, man. Come on, like there's a time and a place, you know.
Yeah. Especially when they have like huge platforms and a lot of people.
That's
listen
just
to
it's just uncalled for.
1,000.
I don't know. No one's ever done that to me, buddy.
Must be nice.
I think that was definitely my favorite
Check.
part of my personal Twitter in the last 24 hours.
Queen of clubs, 9 of spades.
As soon as you posted who, I got a bunch of like,
7 ones.
I'm sure.
9 of spades. Yeah, I got it.
I'm sure.
I think they're ready for us to come scrap, buddy.
I can't believe that. You remember that event in Seattle we went to?
Yeah,
In Control?
yeah.
I
Oh,
still
dude,
can't believe
horrible.
he died. Like,
Yeah, that was horrible. You know, I worked for EG for like a number of years too.
I didn't know
before
that, no.
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Thank you.
that
he
was super
He
sad.
was a really fun, nice guy. It's sad.
No, he was great, brilliant. Yeah, so sudden, man. Life's so precious.
Agreed.
He worked very hard in something that's like
1,000.
really hard to do a lot in.
44 total.
Did you play Warcraft 3 a lot?
Yeah.
That's where your name came from, right?
Yeah.
online handle?
Basically, yeah.
So you understand how hard it was to be like,
To be good at those games?
yeah,
Yeah, it's
stupid
difficult.
hard. Warcraft 3 was actually one of my favorite games ever. I was so freaking bad at it though, like really bad.
Warcraft 3 is it's a very micro-based game.
Yeah.
It's like way less macro and stuff like that compared
Yeah,
to
of
like
course.
the 3800. 3800.
3,800 is the bet. Jack 8 suited from Doug. Imagine with ace 8 suited,
Endgame.
Scott's going to come along.
Basically no poker players, but we do a lot of stuff in poker. So all influencers. And it's really fun. Like, I don't work with any of the influencers directly. My brother manages that team. But to see,
Scott hits his ace.
look at the sheet of who's doing what this month and see like Grubby and games like that on there is like so cool.
Scrubby's a good guy.
Yeah.
I've talked with him a little bit.
Man, when him and Moon were like, and Todd. Moon and Todd were like just legends. Like when I was a
Yeah,
kid.
for a good number of years, Scrubby was just #1, and Moon was always like kind of in the conversation, but the Chinese scene really took off. Like,
Recently-ish, kind of, right? Last
I
few
mean,
years
kind of
almost,
recent-ish, like 10 years or something in that vicinity. Jack eye.
Scott's going to win another one here. He's going to go up about 35,000 in the match.
It's a 1. What do we got over here? Like, oh god, this looks really not good. I need to win some pots here. I'm going to have to add on.
I like the current flow of things, I'm not going to lie.
I'm less of a fan.
Fair.
What do you think of the studio?
Dude, it's really cool. It's really cool.
Thank you.
1,000.
Sorry about that.
I'm very impressed with everything.
Big slick suited for Scott.
Did someone say that you guys don't take wires or something? Was that a thing?
Berkey went on his podcast and said we don't take wires.
Yesterday I tweeted that, out of nowhere, I just said I can confirm the Lodge takes
I
wires.
saw you do that, yeah. Well, the thing about it was he didn't even like ask. He just went on his podcast and was like, "Yeah, they don't take wires." I'm like, "Oh, here we go." They need like a secure box room. Like we have one. I know they take crypto. We don't. Just like, wow, can we get anything right, or is that like not all right?
A lot of people don't. I learned the hard way on both sides where I made this mistake in the past and then had it happen to me too. And people say things and they have big platforms and they have no idea what they're talking about and they just say stuff.
Is there something you're referencing in particular?
About me?
No, I'm just saying in general.
No, like that, for example. Like
Yeah, okay.
like they don't do this stuff. Like it's pretty damaging when you just say things. that
Wait,
just
you
aren't
said
true.
big platform.
Big platform, like yeah.
I'm just making fun of her. It's okay.
Oh, making fun of Berkey. Okay, fair.
Yeah, I see.
That's fair.
Yeah. Sorry, I won't make fun of Burke anymore. Is that why we're stopped? Okay. Oh, okay, good. Okay. That's a relief.
One of,
favorite part of the video is when you clicked on like super famous people on his page and then there's like no content.
Yeah, that was good.
Like that's a troll.
Well, I like Jesse Sylvia and Russell Thomas a lot.
they're awesome.
Yeah. But it was kind of weird that they didn't have content of those guys.
Scott flops trips here.
One day there was something said on one
Doug
of
with the diamond draw. This could get exciting.
So I want to fueling fires that like really upset me a lot. And one of my best friends, you know Anthony Zeno?
Yeah.
Yeah, Anthony is like a brother to me.
400.
He, I call him, it's like morning time, he hasn't really woke up yet, he's waking up, he's like, what? Out of it, he was like, they said what on that cute little podcast? And I was like,
No diamond
little
here.
podcast? I feel better about it now, thank you.
Doug's going to go for it here. And then Scott with the trips makes it 12,000. There's the raise. Quick fold. Made it 30,000. Doug.
All right, I'm adding 50.
Doug will be the first person to add on. He's going to add 50. So he's in for
Good
150.
flop for the old ace-6.
It's a good flop. It was not a good board for the old 7-4 diamonds. The 7-4 diamonds was not cooking on that one.
No, it wasn't.
Early on, 39 hands through. Scott up 51,000.
Rebate.
Coming just around the corner. The Lodge Championship Series. April 26th through May the 16th. One of the events, 300K guarantee, $400 buy-in.
It's not fun.
Come on, why not just a diamond?
April 27th through the 30th.
Oh, did you
Check
a riverboat?
I had no boat.
LodgePokerClub.com's
Yeah, just the ace.
website
Ace was.
for all information, or you can also check it out on Poker Atlas.
I see.
Kick it off with the meetup game with Brad, Andrew, and Doug on April 25th. And then several weeks of the Lodge Championship Series, culminating in the main event, May 10th through the 16th. $3,000 buy-in, $2 million guarantee.
Total 25,000.
Scott's going to 5-bet, 25,000 with 5-6.
How's Ryan doing?
Fees?
Yep.
I don't talk with him too much these days, but
really? Yeah.
I think he's doing good. He's always kind of traveling around between mainly New York and Miami, but he's in LA a bit, I think, as well.
Cool.
But
Just want to let you know, we had planned to have Mike Brady on helping commentate remotely. He's
I met up with him in LA.
lives up in the
last
Pacific
year.
Northwest, unable to
had, like,
make it
weird
work
machine in
today.
the
We
back.
had some echo issues.
What the hell is this? He's like, oh, it's a
Scott with
pickleball,
the
man. You gotta
aces.
drill. You gotta drill.
My
Drill? He's
goodness.
like, yeah, if you're not drilling, you're just into it, but you gotta drill. I'm like, oh, all right, man. Some serious pickleball going on here.
Have you played much?
I mean, I've played like a couple of times, but like,
Same here, but I've like really had fun, and I keep telling myself I'm gonna play more, and then I just don't make the time to do it.
3,800.
Doug with King Jack here. Makes
Yeah,
it
it's a fun game. I
3,800.
just don't really see the total obsession that some people seem to have with pickleball. You know what I'm talking about, right? Everyone knows like that one guy that's
That's like madly
drilling.
obsessed with it for sure. No, 100%. You know what I think's fun about it is like it's just a new sport, so like no one's really that good at it yet.
yeah.
Like
But I mean, it's been around.
I've never
for
watched
a little bit
professionals, but
now.
like I imagine the best pro now is gonna be like, if he doesn't somehow maintain some crazy curve, there'll be people 4 years from now that are like just so freaking good.
Yeah, probably.
Kind
yeah.
of like MMA, right? Like
Yeah, I mean, MMA is because originally it was just like the.
ace.
I have a king. Yeah, you win. Originally, it was just like the Brazilian jiu-jitsu guys just killed everybody.
Yeah.
And there's like some karate guy in a gi, and he's just getting wrecked, right? And then it was like everyone's like, oh, you have to have Brazilian jiu-jitsu, or
Dude.
you're just toast.
We're going to do
MMA
our
has
best
evolved
to, just
so
like we did on
freaking
Sunday,
much
to
over
get
the years. It's insane.
as much table talk as we can.
Yeah,
Like,
people are just really well-rounded now.
there's people that were like unstoppable years ago that would just not. They couldn't fight someone in the top 15 and win right now. Everyone's so run out. Guys like John Jones are just so unbelievably good. Like,
Poker's like that, honestly.
yeah,
Like poker today, I mean, anyone that was good, 15 years ago, they would be toast in any game today.
yeah,
Just in competitive things, the bar is just always rising,
yeah. But especially when it's new, it happens even faster, and you get to witness like so many, like almost evolutions, like in real time.
Yeah.
Isn't like the new thing that's kind of happened is like these teams are starting to figure out in like sports that like the math behind some of the stuff they were doing just like stupid. Isn't that how like?
Yeah, I mean, basketball is one of the best examples of that. Like, people used to think you had to have like a mid-range shot, right? Like, you had to have like a good mid-range jumper, and like, oh, you should just never do that, basically. You really need like dunks, layups, and threes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're wide open, you're a really good shooter, a mid-range can be reasonable, but it was just everyone's game had mid-range jumpers. It just didn't really make sense to do that. So we're going to run it twice today and once tomorrow is the plan, right?
For sure.
I think that's good. Little less chance of someone getting buried
tied.
today, and I have 10.
Yeah, I think it's good. And it's also fun. Like everyone wants to see violence, Like
True.
I'm with it. I know what everyone wants to see.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to see all the captains of Doug Polk taking all of my money and making me
I think
broke.
there's a safe number of people rooting against me.
You think so?
I can think of some people.
You know what? Yeah, I'll tell you what. I can think of some people that don't know who to root for.
That's true. That's definitely true.
They're just really, really torn right now.
It's like, well,
Who do we dislike more, buddy?
at least somebody loses.
Scott, an early
something will happen,
$66,000
everyone
lead in
going
this
nuts.
match. And it wakes up with Big Slick. It just keeps coming. 49 hands in. Hits his ace. Doug hits his 8. We are going to have Jake the Llama Abdallah, who was with me on Sunday. He's going to be joining me in the bunker in a little bit. We wanted to have Mike Brady, who's a wizard and so good on the commentary. Had him for about 15 seconds. Found out there was some echoing issues going along, so we're going to do our best to get in the future. Certainly Mike involved in commentary. He does such a great job.
700.
How many of you in chat has seen
Fun if it was a little bit different.
the video
Like
about
one
Marnie, the
Like,
It wouldn't have gotten that fun.
lady who came in
Would've been
on
pretty quick.
Saturday's live stream and
Could have been pretty quick. I
ran her $1,000 buy-in,
spicy.
spun it up to about 13,000 before getting stacked by Doug when she had pocket jacks versus chip 10s on the board for Doug. It's a great video. Already tons of people have seen it. My goodness, Scott hitting everything. River Jack gives him the check mark.
Jack.
Doug at this point is going, what in the world can I do to get a winning hand?
Too bad there's no way to bet that, because that'd be fun. Like, make a list of like the 5 people that we don't know who they would be like rooting for, and like then find out who that was. Like bet on it.
There's a good number of people that would have to make a choice. Yeah. Have you played the Triton stuff before?
I went to last Cyprus,
Okay,
and I skipped Vietnam.
gotcha. My parents got married in Cyprus, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. It was
A little tidbit about me. Or I guess about my parents.
It was a really interesting experience. The invitational was incredible. The like where you start off with like half businessmen, half pros. And the pros
Oh,
being
yeah,
invited.
I remember that.
That was really cool. I'll say that like certain people were like so awesome and welcoming to like someone new coming and like firing off all this stuff, because I didn't just play invitational, I played everything
Okay,
when I was there. And like there was other people that like I kind of felt like
Doug makes the bet, takes it down with 10 high, and welcoming into the bunker, the llama.
So basically, there's clicks.
Jacob
Hello.
Dalla, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Rick.
In that they're like very friendly in like other
Last
environments. Like,
minute
Steelers, for
commentary.
example, are-
Yeah, we appreciate you stepping in. Had some challenges with Brady.
people I didn't even say
And
hello
just
to.
to bring you up to speed,
they just
Scott Ball,
not even
about
know.
50 hands in, up about 68,000.
68, wow.
Games too, so it's not just tournaments. But
Yeah.
I do feel like in tournaments and a lot of stops, especially amongst like some of the pros, it's kind of awkward. And like, I mean, the reality is like a lot of the people on those circuits are just like not great people to be around.
Probably fair. They probably live very high stress lives, right?
Yeah, that's true. But there's just a lot of high stakes guys that are not fun people. They're just like, this is their job, and you're essentially,
Yeah.
they're here for
and
money.
it is a
and
very
it's-
high stakes thing, so it's like
Yeah, no, and I
the
get,
most important thing of the year.
yeah, I mean, I get that aspect of it as well.
2 pair here
Yeah,
for,
that makes sense.
for Scott.
The people that made it fun and the staff, though, and like the people that everyone that was very receptive.
Doug
it was a
hits
great
his king.
experience overall. Like I'm excited to go back.
Scott
Well, let's go
has the
down here.
deuce of diamonds in his hand. Doug's going to fire out.
Scott defending the 3-2 offsuit, notably.
The dirty diaper.
Check.
Doug reaching for chips,
I
2,500.
played a hand in 100K that was not an invitational. That was like one of the just wildest hands of poker I've ever.
Was it on TV or no?
No. I think that, but when you're there, they have an amazing app that like they have someone reporting every hand that happens
Okay,
on the
gotcha.
app, so you could like open a table and
So
like
you can see the hand history, basically.
every hand history, yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
and it's awesome. The app's great.
Triton does a really good job in general of just putting
Yeah.
events together. Like you can tell from their production set, like it's super
It's
high
amazing,
end.
yeah.
Yeah.
The hand, I don't remember the specifics, but it was like very early in something. King. It was like very early like 150 big blinds effective, 120 to 150. Like I opened standard size with like 8s in early position, and this gentleman made it like just 20 big blinds on the button, and the flop just came like 8. It was like.
So this was crazy on
8-6
one
deuce.
side.
Yeah, it was like 8-6 deuce.
Okay.
And like I just checked, and he just like jams for everything, like all of it. And I call, and he says 9.
Doug hits a 10 here.
7 on the turn, and sends me right back to around 100K. And it was like,
Broadway hopes for Scott.
Man.
and the best part was when it happened. It
It's
was
his
like,
jack.
The look I got was like, of course it happened. That's the expectation. Like, that's just the way it's gonna work.
That is crazy.
Scott talking a lot.
So I think
The conversation is flowing even when he makes the bet.
We're gonna have some overbetting today, huh?
I heard it's a thing sometimes.
I've heard that too.
You've done that before?
I have in my day. All right, I followed you.
So that aspect of it was like, it was really cool.
Yeah.
This is some more information about
They're getting owned by
Scott
10
Ball,
Is that
two-time
correct? No.
WSOP bracelet winner, president of
I
the
went there and
Endgame
I'm
Talent,
Like, cool, I've only played 100K
And
because there's not a lot of them to play. Right?
WSOP No Limit
Yeah,
Player of
there's
the
like a
Year in
pretty specific
2021.
circuit.
Yeah,
There's a lot of ones you wouldn't want to play. I'll tell you that much. 3,800.
for sure. So I'm like excited because I've never played a 200K and I've never played, you know, I've only played 100K and every buy in there is just like 50K or bigger.
They're usually a 250.
Yeah,
They're usually 100 and then it's 250.
yeah. They did 200K for the Invitational, I think.
Okay, I see.
I know it was 200.
They're going to make the bet and take down that money, win himself 3,800.
So where's there
Yay, winning a
a
pot.
huge pot earlier? Or?
Not
Great night,
really.
everyone.
It's just been a lot
thank
of
you.
Scott hitting
Okay.
the flops.
Slow me down.
Not really a big pot yet. I think 20,000 was the biggest pot when Doug had Queen Jack versus 10-9 from Scott, and Scott hit a straight. I think that might have been the biggest pot of the day so far.
1,000.
Remember on Sunday, the biggest pot of the day was the biggest pot ever on the Lodge live stream, 461,000.
That was an exciting one.
When Bill had pocket queens against the ace-10 bluff of Doug.
An otherwise very good session for Doug. He only ended down less than 30,000
I
after
still can't
losing the
believe
biggest
it's
pot in
been
history.
90
So
tables.
Yeah, somebody described it in a football terminology that he outgained Bill by about 400 yards, but had the one key turnover.
It's a really,
You
really
know,
good
and that's in heads up.
Yeah.
We've never filled
It could
every
just be
table,
one-
but we've gotten close.
75, you said.
Yeah.
The kid with the $10 super chat.
Our peak.
shout out to the kid.
During the series, sometimes it's popped.
Kid.
3,800.
Top two, I'll take it.
Hey, you did a fine job on Sunday, and we're glad you. Anytime you can come in, the bunker.
We have our big series coming up in a few weeks here, and it'll be a packed house.
That's so cool. Do you play all that stuff? Like the 300s and stuff?
No, I don't really know. I played a couple here and there, but I just don't. I've played smaller 6 cash here and stuff, but I just don't like getting locked into having to play for
Yeah,
a certain
100%.
period of time, and especially when it goes late. I'd rather play cash and be able to sit in and out when I want, you know?
Yeah, we were talking about it last night.
Yeah.
Like having a healthy sleep schedule is like such a game changer.
Dude, it really is. Like tomorrow, I'm like, oh, maybe we'll start a little earlier, you know?
Yeah,
Just why not?
I'm down.
Yeah.
How many times in your younger years were you asking to do something earlier? Like
I
literally
know, it
never?
is.
0?
1,000.
Something happened in my late 20s, and I stopped being able to sleep in. Like I get up at 7 or 8, no matter what. Just doesn't. Yeah, I know. I know. Gross is correct.
A premium 3-2 this time.
This would have been a great flop last hand when both players had clubs in their hand. Scott hits the river duck for trips.
There's small bet.
700.
1/3 pot. Doug blocks the 3-2 offsuit, so. Makes the fold.
3,100 watching. If you could, do us a favor. If you like what you see, the content you
Toss 'em
see,
in the muck, you know?
subscribe to our channel, hit the thumbs up. Helps us a
Known for my
lot.
Folds. That's kind of my. Nothing like a nice riveting fold. Get your day going.
I think a long time ago I was talking to this guy back in the day, and he told me that when you play heads up, you gotta like fight to the death to win every hand until you know you can't win the hand anymore, basically.
Yeah.
I wonder who that guy was. I wonder who that guy was.
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with him anymore.
He died a long time ago.
Died a long time ago.
Skull Mike with super chat
I
saying
think
the
the
kid
funniest
is
conversation we
banned
had
from
back in the day
further
about poker
streams.
Was like,
Bad news for the kid.
I played a hand somewhere, and you were being really nice and trying to help me learn, and you're like trying to explain.
That's
this
not true,
simple
kid.
concept. Like,
You're
draw a
invited.
wave.
Yeah.
You're on probation.
after, like,
Extreme probation for
10
the kid.
minutes of you trying to explain this wave thing, you were like,
Pair for both players here.
it's pretty simple.
I don't even remember this.
I do. It's pretty simple. I'm gonna slow down a little bit. I was like, all right, I get it. I get it now. You're right. It wasn't that hard.
1,500.
Doug's going to quickly call. Sees the bad news. Scott
the
is
wave,
up
though.
61,800.
Because the wave was like a go-to,
Yeah.
a go-to thing I used to do, but
Yeah, it was a really good explanation too at the time.
Cody
It was
says,
like so simple.
since joining in like December, I've watched every live stream 8
Yeah,
months
I mean,
back.
It definitely has it's like an oversimplification, but
Fantastic, Cody.
there's a lot of really good wisdom in that.
You
3,800.
binged watched the live stream. We appreciate it. Doug will take that one down.
I remember when all you guys started streaming at first. Ryan just playing like 1020 PLO
Yeah.
on Bovada or something, just playing like 30K pots, and everyone on Twitch losing their mind because no one had done that before.
Yeah, Fees would just like not play for like 8 months, and then he would just show up and win like 300K playing like 1020 PLO. I'd be like, oh, 300K this month. I'm like, what? What games are you winning that much money in? I don't even understand how that's possible.
1,400.
I remember he would like jump out of his chair almost too when he won a big pot. It was like so
Yeah,
high.
he was an
Oh, my
an excitable-
goodness.
an excitable guy.
Scott just hitting everything.
2,500.
Doug has 5 of the same color. In this game, that's not any good. Still worse than a pair, but
Makes the bet, though.
it
Why not
will
supposed to be painful?
work.
Yeah, folding hurts.
It
Takes
will
it
work.
down.
Hey man, that was me an hour ago, but I'm used to it now.
The Lodge. So we told you about Spring Madness. We told
Get
you about the
over it eventually.
300K guarantee in the Lodge
Bill
Championship
Perkins.
Series. How about the 500K guarantee? May
can't believe Bill
4th
called
through
me
the
in every
7th.
hand.
$800 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed in that one.
It's like
Oh,
Get to the Lodge April 26th through
3,800.
May the 16th.
If he had a spade, I'd be like, nice call, Bill. Yeah. But he just gave me the super, like, he basically gave me the
Doug
fuck
trying
you.
to
Like, I'm
make some moves right now.
I just think you're bluffing too much for this much money. Oh. I love that YouTube comment. Someone's like, yeah, maybe don't bluff the millionaire. I'm like, oh, that's a really, really smart move. Thank you, YouTube comment section. You guys really know what's going on here. I got it. No, that's fair. I've actually played a good amount of hands versus Bill at this point.
yeah.
Yeah, we played a chunk online when he had a heads-up challenge and he was prepping for it.
Okay.
And so we played like a chunk of, I think 200, 400, yeah.
What happened with that challenge? Did they play for like a day or something?
They played for, it was a few sessions, but they basically the other guy forfeit because he was laying Bill way too many big blinds.
Yeah, I
behind
remember.
there.
I remember
Yeah.
when it happened that it was like it seemed really insane.
It was insane. It was a total waste of time in my opinion, but what are you gonna do?
There's a dangerous river. Doug with the almost not low will bluff.
Oh, my goodness. Another straight for Scott. Thanks, Surf Profit. Those yellow chips are 1,000, folks.
That was a weird hand, but I have 5 high, so I'm gonna lay it down. I'm gonna lay it down.
I had a good river.
Ooh, ooh.
It's a
That
good
is a
thing
good
Doug
river.
didn't have an 8 in his bluffing hand, or he might have been tempted to do
5 high
something
was probably one
crazy.
of the best rivers, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, that's true.
Cumulative winnings. Doug up a cool, Scott up a cool 60,000. Right now, there's
When I see people say, like,
250,000 on the table.
hours
Doug
of heads up,
bought in
and
for an
someone's
extra
like-
50. rebot.
plus 160, and like people are looking for like 180 on these matches, like odds.
Oh, you're talking about Berkey and Airball?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So the line is the line plus 160.
People are getting action at 160.
Wow, that seems.
Insane, right?
Yeah, I think I'd take some Airball at plus 160.
Yeah.
I might take some Airball at less than that, to be honest with you.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this could end up being
I
a.
think typically people underestimate edge and heads up, but
Oh, a ton.
but how many sessions are they actually playing?
I don't know. I didn't pay much attention.
Looks like Doug's gonna win this pot with the nothing, maybe. Oh,
3,000 Polk.
It can't be that many. I think it's like.
I think we missed a river there.
For a
Yeah,
month or
there was a
something
river
like that.
5 of hearts.
River 5, okay.
I guess single dealer
So
too.
much.
Graphics are taking a little while to catch up.
Do you think anyone that's played a reasonable amount of poker could actually have like a plus, let's say plus 180? Edge versus someone heads up, really?
But you have to be winning at a really good clip, obviously. So why is the line that much in favor of Berkey?
I have no idea.
All right, well, if anyone's looking for some Berkey, I will take the big free airball side. Take a little big free airball.
There you go.
That sentence doesn't feel good though. I'll take airball big free. I don't know. What was that? What happened?
They're trying to get some graphic situation situated.
It was a
Five of hearts?
5, yeah.
It was a 5 of hearts. Lodge Championship Series main event coming May 10th through the 16th. $3,000 buy-in, $2 million guarantee. In addition to those events we just said, we're going to have some high roller events, a $25,000 buy-in
King for king. 5. King for king.
as they're
thought there was
going over the last hand and try to get the graphics correct.
There'll also be a 3K, a 3K 10 game rotation that I'll be playing.
Nice. 10-game rotation.
It's not dealer's choice, so
we're
we can't
back.
make up games as we sometimes do in the cash game here.
You have some great games.
You gotta start somewhere. Start with the base 10, I like to call them.
I love the game that you call where the third best hand wins.
Third best or second best, yeah.
That's crazy.
Second best hold'em is a great game. Some people don't agree with me.
All right, we got it all situated. King Jack for Scott.
So, Mickey, normally this room goes too hot, too cold. You know the drill. Can we ask them to go too hot today? If I can pick, would that be acceptable? Yeah, because
We can go a little warmer, that's fine.
unless you
I like it cold, but it's definitely cold. So we can go up a few degrees from here for sure.
you have to pick. It's either too hot or too cold are your options.
Well, let's make it too hot, and then we can cool it off again if we want to.
Okay, we're gonna go too hot.
And we'll check. What's it at right now? Is it 72 right now?
So it's a big room, and so we're gonna have to eventually figure out a way to get like a reasonable room temperature.
So we actually tried to get them to put in multiple ACs, because right now in production, we don't have any AC.
Okay, I see.
Skull Mike looking for a.
So what you're saying is you
Looking
guys
for
are
a bet?
prioritizing yourselves over me. No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about me.
I don't know what bet he's looking for,
I'm just teasing.
but I'm here for it.
Freezing in here. No. Whatever you got, whatever we gotta do, we can do. 700.
700.
If we have to, we have
Scott
to.
with middle pair here. A 6 would be interesting here.
All 700.
Case 6.
That's fine, in 5 minutes, we'll turn up more.
Okay.
Check. Check.
Jesus.
72. Take the under.
Nick Airball and Chad. How you doing, Nick?
2,800.
Dude, heads up is so fun. We just always have like a pair. It's It's so much fun.
It is until you start. Is it 9-6?
Yeah.
I had pocket sixes.
Drake
really?
Coleman,
Yeah.
Damn.
the super chat.
Diamond though, so I didn't really want to call river. I keep running into all these river spots where I have a
That's
hand
funny,
I could
Drake.
call, but like, there's some shitty stuff going on that makes you not want to call. So I just like keep
Scott up
folding.
55-5 early into
strategy.
this match.
What are you gonna do?
The first of a series was on Sunday, where Bill Perkins walked out of here with, we believe, between 29 and 30,000. Winner.
Beep boop. Say that like I know what beep boop means. Beep boop. Like, oh yeah, classic beep boop. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one.
Open ender here for Doug.
Beep boop.
Scott is content to see
I
lots
do
of
this thing with
flops.
Otis where like I'll
Not
I'm holding
phased
him,
by the
I'll,
jack
like,
deuce.
like tap his nose and I'll like go like make like noises and it's like a game of musical noise like boop 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 and he's like and now he like doesn't giggle but he like smiles when I do it. It's like unbelievably cute. Musical nose.
1,000. Call.
Card stuck to my finger. I almost just exposed one of my two cards. That would have been a bad start to the hand. Good check. Just look over, one of my cards is face up. Like, Doug, is there anything going on here?
1,000. Fold.
Doug trying to claw back.
Nice little protection bet.
53-5 is the advantage
Would love to.
for Scott.
All right, chat, you heard that.
Dead.
For all the lady in the chat. No, I'm just kidding. No, we have a few girls that watch the stream. 3,800.
A few girls will watch the stream, huh?
I've seen the numbers. They're in the mix.
They're using their wife's YouTube account.
That's actually.
Is it just on YouTube or is it on Twitch too? Or
We're on. Well, no, we don't do Twitch.
okay.
We do
YouTube and what?
We do everything other than Twitch, basically, all the big platforms.
Cool. What are the other big platforms?
Just like Facebook,
Okay.
Instagram.
Okay.
We do TikTok stuff.
Cool.
Like all the major stuff. Are we on other things? I think that's it. Should probably know.
Twitter, but not streaming.
We are actually, and this is going to be pretty crazy to say, but we are actually bigger on Facebook than we are on YouTube in terms of viewership.
Really?
Yeah. That is pretty nuts, but it is the truth.
Shout out to Facebook. We got a bottom set against a turned open ender. We might see some chips go in the pot. I like this large wager from Scott here. Good hand to do it with.
Calls 4,000.
Finally called an overbet.
I expect Scott will likely
Two.
put another big one in,
No.
and that
No, I
will
will
win.
not call two.
Fold. 2 ones.
Thank you, NJ Betting, for the super chat. Folks, got a lot happening at the Lodge. The Lodge has 3 tournaments every single day at least, but during the Lodge Championship Series and our Mayhem events throughout the year, it could even
Monthly
expand
sample
upon
is
that.
actually bigger on Facebook, which is
Lodge has
crazy.
access to up to 90
Audiences are so
tables
different,
in
too.
all of
Like,
our
the
rooms,
Facebook
so
audience is like all older
got
people
plenty
that
of
are
room
just
for a
like,
lot of
"Oh, yeah,
cash
we do
games
this
and a lot of
and that."
tournament
Like, okay, this is
tables.
different
A
crowd
lot
here
of
on
poker.
Facebook.
That makes sense.
YouTube's a little more savvy. Although I hate to say that about YouTube commenters, but they are a little more savvy.
Shout out to
like a
YouTube
little active.
commenters.
I don't
Savvy
I don't
as
pay
ever.
attention to much of it, but wasn't there a window where YouTube was like cracking down like crazy on a bunch of poker content or something and making it difficult?
Yeah, they did that for a little bit.
Have they done doing that now?
I haven't heard as much of that lately. It seemed like there was a little bit of just like a period of time where that happened, but
Yeah.
1,000.
I don't think it's happening as much these days.
That's good. Competition in a bunch of platforms is like always great for everybody. So.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Check. 700. Fold.
I don't even know how
Yen
Twitch is
said
doing,
no world.
honestly.
One floor only poker room. But it's still good. Believe it or
There's about
not.
400 people. So that's a pretty big bummer.
It's a pretty good.
No
indicator, I
elevators
think.
at the lodge.
When I was there, I think that there was a window where we laid off like
Yet.
like
Flush draw for Doug here.
or something, maybe 40,
Let's see.
and it
Check.
was like
Could
crushing.
call a raise some of
Yeah.
the time.
Everyone there is so close.
Yeah.
Boat for Scott.
Doug will is going to bluff with this combo, and Scott has a pretty appealing bluff catcher here, given that
You're good.
he has that pair.
You bet 4,000, I call, 2 wins.
It seems like Twitch poker has not done well over the last few years.
So if you go and watch it, we do a lot of work with ACR, and you'll see a lot of really big non-poker creators creating a lot of content, and certain people I think are doing really well, and it's awesome because they've been around for a long time. But it's definitely like, when I left, they didn't like rehire someone to focus specifically on poker.
Yeah.
It became like just lumped in with a bunch of other stuff, and when I was there, it was like, this is, for a while, it wasn't like that at the end, but for a while, that was like my little project. It was like all I did was try to grow poker on the platform. And
Yeah.
when you have an employee, for better or for worse, putting energy into it, it's going to get more traction, you know?
Check, check.
Yeah, that's understandable. I just feel like so much has shifted towards YouTube, and YouTube as a whole is just, it's such a bigger platform than Twitch is, where there's just a lot more upside for creators compared to Twitch. Twitch is also just so winner take all. I was never really a big fan of Twitch compared to YouTube.
Well, you loved your partnerships, guy.
No comment.
Hey, we're good now. That's all that matters, right?
Things are good now.
No, I meant what I said yesterday, by the way. That was very sincere.
No, I appreciate that.
And Skull Mike is on red-black on each flop from now to hand 100.
For me, when I was doing that,
He has red.
Wow.
I got into poker when StarCraft 2 was out, and I was helping run a team called Quantic Gaming, and we had a team house in Oceanside, California, and I would like do their BD and marketing stuff, and then I would finish up work, and the players in the house would finish practicing for the day, and we would literally watch like Poker After Dark or something like that, and we would play for like chips and stuff, like literal like Lay's potato chips and things for fun.
Nine.
And I hadn't like,
Scott wins another one, up
when I
67,000.
started doing that at Twitch, it was like, you're gonna go everywhere, you're gonna play everything, you're gonna meet everyone, and I was not remotely in like a place in life mentally where I was mature enough for any of that. It was so stressful and so much, and like just trying to, so political, you know?
Yeah, I understand.
1,000.
It was really tough, actually.
Two
Open
black
in
flops
his-
in a row.
Opening a straight draw for Scott here.
800.
Will we see? Check call. Spade turn could make things interesting.
Check. Check.
He makes the straight.
Scott, it's like his fifth straight today. 82 hands in.
1,400.
Scott making a lot of hands. No
So there's some info about Doug.
Yeah, it was a weird time. I mean, Twitch Poker was brand new, and Twitch was still pretty new,
Yeah.
and it was
You know, poker was the first thing they actually ever like. It was the first non-endemic vertical.
it was the first what?
Non-endemic vertical. The first thing that wasn't just like gaming after Justin TV, like a traditional video game.
Right. Yeah.
And it was the first thing they ever hired someone for to like just build this category. And the way it worked was they had me do it as like a contractor for like, it was supposed to be 90 days.
Thank you,
and
NJ
they gave
Betting,
me some,
again
like,
for a super chat.
metrics of, like, if you
Very
get this
generous,
many
and we
minutes
appreciate it.
watched at this cadence, it'll do it. And it was a 90-day thing. And like 2 weeks in, we had met the 90 days minutes watched.
3,400
Okay,
and
we'll just
growing.
See how big this thing is.
Watching this
Right, yeah.
Wednesday special stream, the Doug Polk Heads Up Challenge, of which
Hold it a face card
there'll be
ever.
more.
I think that there's two
Folks who
problems
come
with Twitch Poker
to
that I
this
just don't see how you
lodge.
overcome. And the first problem, this is kind of just with poker streaming in general, but the first problem is that there's no way around the delay, and that's just a huge issue, because then everything's happening on this delay, and you can't interact with viewers really, in like an in the moment kind of way.
Yeah, it's
That's
way
a
harder.
huge problem.
Huge, yeah.
And then the other 3,800. The other big issue is
Is there a trash can in here? I'm gonna stretch my legs anyways. That's good. Or is there one over here? Or? Perfect. What's the other problem?
the other problem is that poker streaming isn't like video
Thank
game
you,
streaming.
Guru.
It's like it's for money, so you have to have a lot of focus on what you're playing, right? And I just feel like it's just too grueling to play poker at a high level and stream. I think that really takes its toll on people. I'm sure turnover is high in most of the other games too, but I think particularly in poker streaming, I feel like that's especially the case.
I think that
Thank you, Stenad Racing. As Scott 3-bets to 4,400.
I'm trying to pick words well, and it's hard sometimes. I think that it's almost impossible to be a big poker streamer and a top like 20 player in the world.
Yeah, I agree with that. Or top, I mean, really top 100, top. almost
Yeah, I think it's
anything.
very hard. And like guys like Kevin Martin works so freaking hard at studying and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think at the end of the day, like when you make that decision, you're kind of deciding like I am a content creator first
Agreed.
and a poker player second. And I could still be really good at poker, but
Yeah, I
being
mean,
the best would be tough.
I think that's tough with Twitch, but I think with YouTube you can kind of do both because you can just post at a much lower frequency and still be okay. Twitch is a volume game.
Yeah.
You're not going to make it without volume.
Scott continues his assault.
We have a lot
Now
of
up 72,400.
from like other games in stream. They just, to like non-poker audience, they do the like just cover your cards and stream on no delay and interact with chat and hang out. And
Yeah, I
like,
mean-
it goes well for them, but
Slick Rick and the Llama. Jacob Dalla in the bunker.
someone like you know, people, that would never work because everyone wants to know what you have. 'Cause you have a poker
I
audience.
actually, when I first started streaming, I didn't show cards.
Yeah, I remember that.
Then it just got to a point where it was like, I'm hurting my viewership by so much by doing this.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's just like tough to make a good decision.
Doug with the check mark here. Goes check, check. He'll take this one down.
Yeah, no, it's definitely tough. Like,
There you see Scott up 71,000. Who's going to be able to make it to the Lodge Championship Series?
I think that a lot of the sites like treat a lot of these
April
guys, like,
26th
pretty reasonably well though, and they get their entries into a lot of
through
stuff, and
May the 16th. Come on the 25th to the meetup game. Brad, Andrew, and Doug first. And Doug flops the flush.
And other good news, Skull corrected me that we are only betting on monotone flops. This happens to be one of those. Always nice to punish Skull, Mike.
sad days out of 5. Ugh.
Was not the result Doug was hoping
Sadder
for
for me.
the flush. With the 5 folding, perhaps the bet size was too large.
1,000. Call. Check. 700.
Oh, there were 2 pair on the board. Never mind. He got the nut low to fold.
Call 700. Check. Check.
King high is good enough for the check mark for Scott here. What's he going to do? Going to reach for chips.
He may have had better luck checking.
This feels very bluffy to me, but my hand is just so shitty. There's like nothing I can really do about it. I mean, I guess I could. This is just. I really this feels so bluffy, but I just have nothing. So what am I gonna do? I guess I could just raise. That'd be pretty.
Doug was right.
Very good raising. It would just be like out of line. I guess you can get out of line if you really believe it. You know, go with your heart.
You could say with that comment, Doug is on the ball.
Very good. Very good. Lama wasn't even expecting to come into the bunker and
Oh.
coming out with the spitting fire, as the kids say.
They pulled me out of my pun writing brainstorm session, but
Your Wednesday afternoon pun writing
yeah, doesn't everyone do that?
class. I love it. It's right next door to the Color by Numbers store next door to us. 6 on the river. Check mark for Doug with the ace. He'll take it down.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Subscribe to our channel. We've got heads-up matches. We've got new cash games most of the time, but with the Lodge Championship Series around the corner, we'll be doing some tournament poker streams.
I'm like, get me in there.
So a good variety right here. We promise to bring it strong every show.
That's got to be a good game, I'm sure. A lot of gambling going on.
We're scheduled to be back tomorrow for another heads-up match between these two, and then Friday and Saturday, cash games back with the table full.
The one time I don't post the 2, of course, I just get to muck it.
That was karma, man.
God.
Protein shakes coming out. That's what happens when you're down 70,000. You need a little liquid strength.
It wasn't even a huge hand. It was just a lot of little hands.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Check. 700.
How do we feel about a 4 of clubs turn for the fans?
Call 700.
There's a club.
Oh, interesting. Scott improves to an open ender. Doug with the flush draw.
Looking for a duck or a club is Doug, or a good bet here.
5,500.
A little over bet here. Coming along, Scott with the open ender. All right, let's see what happens here. Both players whiff.
I think Doug is going to fire because of just how low his hand is, but it is tempting to give up with clubs since you don't block your opponent having more clubs.
He's going for it.
He's
10
gonna
grand.
bet the low clubs.
Good bet from Doug.
Successfully gets 7 high to fold.
The kid with the super chat says, how about another pun joke,
No.
llama?
Um,
Kid.
We'll see.
go to
I
some
got some brewing. At least one. But it's contingent on the action going my way.
Of course, it takes, you know,
Some spicy
it's
rivers.
got to be, it's much better when it's just spontaneous. Just
Yeah.
Now I'm pissed. I lost a big chip.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I can't
Devastated
imagine what
right
it's
now.
like.
Scott up
Can you imagine
64,000.
If I do this like heads up challenge thing, I just get steamrolled all year. Like I just lose like 1.5 million, and it's just like time to watch Doug lose another $100,000 today. Tune in now. How long will the pain go on for? Sorry, guys. Please. I don't want to see that. I'll tell you that.
Oh, sorry.
Skull
Kid
Mike
unbanned.
from his deathbed, Skull Mike.
Cost $10 to ban the kid and only $2 to let him back. I'm learning a lot.
Skull Mike really reaching for that super chat button. $1.99.
Damn it! This was a nice hand. We'll see the Broadway action.
A little 7-3 off there.
So folks who wanted to know how many
Just a little
hands you can get in an hour
the
with
old
two
7-3.
dealers,
Sometimes
we're
it
about an
works out.
hour into this, folks, and we're on hand number 100 next. It's a lot of hands in an hour.
It's always a real shitberg hand, you know? Oh, the old 9-4. It's like, oh yeah, the old 9-4.
Man. Just gonna have to-
The two-dealer method is great.
Skull Mike.
Protein shake and
Vegas must have been tough for you, Skull.
thank you. Yeah, man.
Man of intention.
I'm just imagining a game where you go to the table and there's 5 protein shakes. You just can't sit in that game.
No, never. Literally never.
You're gonna be like, I'm sorry, I'm just not willing to do this. Oh wait. The blinds weren't out, so
Yeah, we didn't even put him out.
yeah, I was like confused for a second. I was like, wait, did I mess up? Like, no, we're still playing poker. I have cards.
How many games in America right now are there with 5 protein shakes at the table?
0.
Is it 0?
Doug with 2 pair.
Oh man, I bet you there's
No.
a limit game somewhere where it's possible.
Limit? No, you think that they're what are they? Limit?
Maybe. Yeah. No?
A lot of newspapers in that game, I'll tell you that.
Newspapers.
As a former limit pro, I can confirm that there are not limit games with
I've
5.
actually never played
Protein
a hand
shakes.
of limit poker, only PLO. But never played a hand of limit poker.
You never put, oh, interesting.
Not one hand.
Thank you, Mike, for that sandwich.
Queen.
King. Yeah, limit poker kind of died out in a lot of places. Like, there's 0 limit in Texas.
0?
I think so. I have not heard any limit games. Have you heard of a limit game in Texas? You guys heard of a limit game in Texas?
I've only seen him at home games.
Every now and then the dealers get
At a home
together and
game.
play a little limit game here in Texas, here at the lodge.
Now I'm even more
It's usually the
But, like, weird
dealers.
games, right?
Thank you, Zach, for that.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Like,
mixed games will have
games.
limit.
Yeah.
But you don't see
that's
straight
fair.
limit hold'em.
No.
I guess I
Ever,
kind of assumed
really.
we meant limit hold'em when we were
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah.
this. Like, because I've seen we had a mixed, like a weekly mixed game here. This, I mean, it still goes sometimes, I think, but
Mix doesn't. That's.
it's a little different.
Yeah, I think it's way different.
We had or have, I'm not entirely sure, a mixed game where it was a true dealer's choice. So like not like out of select games, like you can just make some shit up. You heard about this game, right? Jake runs it.
The dealers still play it sometimes.
The dealers love this.
Shout
shit.
out to me.
The dealers love random ass games with weird rules. Like you guys like that stuff. I can already tell.
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
You were the only 2 dealers.
Fighting me all the time, and it just doesn't work out.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right? Yeah.
Some dealers enjoy the variety of a game being made up every orbit. Others, a little traumatizing.
Exactly. Doug's going to win this hand with the sevens. Going to get the call. Yeah, the best table to ever walk up to is
It's funny. When
7
we
dealers
played
and an
that
empty
game,
seat.
dealers would
You know,
just
you
like, wow,
want to
what's going
play
on?
against dealers.
What do we got
Oh, for
going on?
sure.
They always have
There was
hopes
a
and
4-8. Is
dreams
the 4-8
for
next
the
game
river.
on here?
I have
Still?
once or
Okay.
twice played in that dealer game, the
So there's
mixed
a 4-8
4-8,
next
and
game here.
it's
And
yeah.
the
There's a
first
lot
time
of
I
like
saw it
6,
was
7
right
people
after
to
I
every
found this
draw,
place,
to every
and
flop. There's
I was like, oh wait, there's a dealer in that game, huh? And I look like, oh, that's a dealer. Oh, that's a wait. And then I was like, oh my god, it's 8 dealers just like grinding at this table. I'm like, wow, okay.
It's the best.
Yeah. Mountains of blue chips.
I never played any mixed games within PLO either. Actually, I played Deuce 7 single draw one time.
Doug, top here.
1,000.
You know, I know people really like that game, and I know it's like the purest form of poker or whatever. But I played a little bit. And I don't really like it that much. I don't know. I don't know.
I enjoyed it, but I played it for like 45 minutes, and I literally watched someone play and then just played 1K, 2K with a 20K cap.
That's how
off,
you
off to the races, buddy.
that's how you get wrecked. Yeah.
I didn't actually. You know what's funny? I won like $4,000. Like impossible. Like it was literally impossible.
So what you're saying is you're a lifetime customer.
Yes.
1,000.
Doug trying to claw back. Scott up about
I did that with
56,000.
pot limit Badoogie.
Yeah.
I played in like a huge pot limit Badoogie game once, and I'm in there and I'm just like betting 200K on like I don't know what it's still called the river, right? And I'm
Yep.
just like, I probably shouldn't be doing this.
We're gonna find
And then
out.
JRB, on the second draw, we drew second, and then like he tried to show down, and I'm like, there's 3 draws in Badoogie. He's like, no, there's 2. And I'm like, no, there's 3, right? And he's like, 2. And then people's like, it's 3. And then JRB's like, is it 3? And I'm like, how am I, like, I shouldn't be the one arguing here. Like you can't do this to me.
that is a suspicious JRB story,
Maybe he was
given
just
that he's
drunk, I
played
don't know,
lots of
or hungover
Badoogie.
or something, but there's
Perhaps
definitely
he was
3
trying to get a
draws in
read.
Badoogie.
Calls 1,000. Check.
King for Scott here. Now it's trips.
Check. 1,400.
Do we see the raise, or is he reeling him in? The trap is set.
Check.
Doug may be tempted on this card.
3,000.
Fold.
Raise to 15,000. Fold. 2 wins.
Scott balling out of control.
There you go. If you want to play on the Lodge live stream, get in touch with Skull Mike. You can do it a couple ways. Go to the lodgepokerclub.com/livestream, fill out the questionnaire, or go directly to Instagram or Twitter at Skull Mike Poker. Reach out to him, let him know when you're coming out. We are looking for players in the next couple months.
Saturday night.
Think about this. So cash games, I would say average weekday night is probably like 10 or 12, probably something like that on like a Wednesday or Tuesday. And I would say on like on a weekend, what would you say? I feel like you would probably have a better idea than I would.
I'd say, I mean, I'm off weekends now, but I mean, since when I did, I'd say it's roughly anywhere close to the 20 range, you know, depending on the night before and how many people get.
Yeah, that's a lot of tables, man.
Yeah, there is. The nightly
How many other rooms like this are in Austin? Just how many?
None.
None? Okay.
There's one other room that's like smaller but reasonable sized,
Okay.
and then that's it basically. Austin's kind of weird too because it's much smaller than Houston or Dallas. It's like 1/3 or 1/4 the size of those places, and so we're one of the biggest rooms. In size we're the biggest room, but in volume we're like up there or whatever, and we're in a much smaller metro. So
Yeah.
people when they open new rooms, they usually look to do it in places like Houston or Dallas or whatever than in Austin.
Makes
It's like not a really attractive place to compete, I don't think. But you never know. Life is just chock full of surprises.
Commentator's name is Rick.
What's up?
Is the commentator named Rick?
Rick, yeah.
Yeah. He was saying this is like the 11th biggest city in the country or something. I didn't know that.
Austin is in that range. I think it is slightly lower than that, but it is
But
in
still,
that range.
it's like way bigger than I would have thought it was too.
I don't think it's 11th.
I don't think it's
Maybe
11th.
under.
Google it, folks. It's 11th.
Pretty sure it's like
We're gonna Google it.
more like 20th.
It's 11th.
Feel pretty confident about this.
I like Doug's side here.
Off the
I'm
top of my
Googling
head,
it right
it's
now. Haven't looked yet.
Seattle, LA, San Francisco. Those are for sure all bigger. Chicago, Miami, New York, Philly, Boston. Detroit's got it.
Oh,
Okay. And then, have I said Dallas and Houston yet?
good thing we didn't bet.
Dallas and Houston.
Am I right, Llama?
And we're,
You are
there's
correct,
gotta be
sir.
some other ones that are bigger
Okay,
already than that
folks, Slick Rick is right on this one. Austin is the 11th largest city in the United States.
I would assume Tampa or Orlando, at least one of those is bigger. I'd be surprised if they were both.
This question is made extra tricky by it being the 4th largest city in Texas, so one
Yes.
assumes that it's lower on the national scale. But no, we have 4 of the top 11 here in Texas.
Is Austin bigger than Oklahoma City? I don't know. Maybe it is.
Much bigger. Oklahoma City is number 27.
Milwaukee,
Maybe.
Minneapolis. I don't know.
Milwaukee, number
Either way, it's
31.
bigger than I would have thought it was. I thought Austin was
Minneapolis,
small.
number
Austin is very
46.
similar size to Vegas.
Okay.
Very similar to Vegas.
Las Vegas, number
Probably slightly
28.
bigger, I imagine, but very similar. Austin and Vegas are also the fastest growing cities.
That makes sense. This is like becoming a
However, if you do
Yeah.
talk about the metro areas, the rankings change significantly.
when I started Endgame, this is like, I'd never been here before, but I made a list of places that if I was going to have an office, where it would be. And this is one of the ones that I was considering.
That's a good one. Vicky, can you do me a favor? Can you go look up what rank is Austin City in the U.S.?
Population.
You know how funny this is gonna be when Rick is just listing you guys. This dude is so off.
I think he's considerably off. I might even say we're more like 25th, but I think around 20th. I'll say that.
It's good to think that I started a great conversation here.
I'm gonna go 22nd. 22nd.
I didn't say anything about metropolitan
And
area.
I don't see how we could be 11th. You say 18? Okay. All right, you getting in there? You want to guess here too?
I'm going to say 25 based off everything
Look.
you said.
All right, that's fair. Oh, you trying to gamble?
He wants to gamble. I love that.
We're pretty liberal with the gambling at the lodge. I don't know about the dealers getting in on the action. If that's a good precedent we want to set. Maybe if he means downtown, right? Because metro versus city limits is a thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Rick's full surprise.
San Antonio's bigger than Austin, right? I don't know. I think Rick is just.
My favorite part about living in Vegas is you're never further than 30 minutes from anything, really.
Yeah,
It's
and it's a grid, so it's really
Yep.
easy to go from point A to
Very
point
easy. Traffic, you can literally skip, go all the way up Trop, all the way from one city to the other. sort of
Austin is considerably more annoying with that stuff than Vegas is.
Check. $1,500. 2,300. Raised to 12,500.
Every time you check raise me, I'm just bluffing. So it's like there's never a. I mean, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna bluff put it in? I mean, I guess I fold. Nice hand. A lot of check raising going on. I don't know what's going on over there, but there's a lot of check raising.
Well, if you were bluffing, I'm gonna look real stupid now because I was bluffing too, and I shouldn't have been bluffing then.
Oh, I think you probably had me beat then. I had a pair.
You were in trouble.
I was in trouble. Like, you know what? Time to make a sick hero call. You're like, you win. And like, oh, no, sorry, you don't win, actually. You don't win. Sorry, take it back. My bad. You lose. You actually lose. 3,800.
How much are we gonna pay these dealers to stay?
You like them?
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah. They're good dealers. We got a good team. Where is it?
120 hands in. Scott's up 66,000.
LA, then Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, Philly, San Antonio, San Diego, San Jose, and Austin makes it 11.
Is that metro, though, or city limits?
It is 11.
City, but
Yeah.
okay.
And San Jose and Austin only have a 20K difference in people, or else
What-
Austin would have been 10.
What's the metro, though? Can you look up metro?
Grasping at straws. The metro area rankings are quite a bit different. They include.
Limits is like a
It
really
would be
good-
Austin Round Rock. It
I
would
just think
be.
one of the bad is the.
Man, when you asked, I was like so convinced. I was like, I should have just stuck with my new boy Rick here and been
What-
like, he's
Look
gotta
up
be
metro
right.
for a minute. Look at metro. Because like I feel like the city limits argument is like kind of like weird.
Sorry, I betrayed you, Rick.
When you don't get the right answer,
To be
you
fair, he
just
seemed like
change
kind
the
of guy that, like,
parameters.
Exactly.
was
slightly.
right. It's like the one guy would know this. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
Rick would know.
He was going to be the one that was going to know this fact.
But it just seems like it's one of those things where it's because of how you draw the city limits on a map. It's not like because Austin's the 11th biggest city.
Yeah.
Because like some cities get like kind of chopped up and stuff, you know. Like Dallas Fort Worth is technically Dallas and Fort Worth, but the metro is like 8 million people.
Okay.
So you could be like, well, they're two different cities. It's like, well, they're kind of two different cities. It's one metro.
If you've got two international airports, you feel like it's kind of two different cities.
Pretty big city.
Okay, I'm not going to lie, it's getting
Folks, Doug is in for 150,000.
You want to be cold or you want to be hot?
Scott is in for 100, so Scott's up
All
65K.
right, bring on the
Or how about this? How warm today, cold tomorrow?
why would we just change every like 30 minutes or hours?
Deal.
Andrew Kelly says, love the heads-up content, unique and different, much appreciated. We're going to do
gonna
some
go on
different
600
things
now.
on
So how
our
many people were like,
live
can we play
stream.
multiple days?
Of course, the cash
For
games,
this format?
Yeah.
high-limit cash games,
Let me
heads-up,
think
and
about this.
tournaments.
A couple.
We
There
might
were
even
some people
mix
that
in a
just wanted to do
tag
one
team
for the
event.
Bulls, like Perkins.
Oh, really?
And then there were a couple
We
guys like,
did
hey, if I want to come
a couple
out
of
there, I
those,
wanna play a
Jake,
couple
and they
times.
were just so fun.
I remember the tag team stream way back in January of last year or something like that. I was supposed to play with Doug, but I got COVID, so
Right?
that looked
There
like a
might
lot
be
of
one
fun. I
next
was
week, but
watching
we're
it
still-
sick in bed at home, and
Oh, my
it looked like a
goodness.
blast.
It's so much fun. I'm going to have to get Skull Mike and get a tag team event together. Because our tag team events, you could tag out at any point in the hand, even just on the river. It's great stuff. Check mark for Scott here.
I think we might see Doug go for it here with the 4 and the spade.
9,500.
For the normal size bet. Gets it through.
There might be one next week.
Dope.
I'm also a little unsure about how to handle this because like sometimes people they say they want to play and I don't know like who they are that well, and so like we have to have like some protocols, I guess. Maybe like just confirm wires and stuff before. I don't know. That might be the best way to do it. Because if someone's wiring the money and then they're gonna play.
4,400 watching today and growing. We appreciate every one of
We
you.
also don't know if people are just trolling to like get in the mix, you know. All right, where are we at?
Okay. Metro's shady. but
Metro's shady. Metro's legit.
Where they draw the boundaries, Austin is 28.
Okay, so that's really more what I'm talking about. All right. Yeah, when we think about it, really, like I was right. That's definitely good. Thank you, Mickey.
I'm going to go ahead and say that Slick Rick was right on this one.
Thanks for the confidence.
No, but Metro. Okay.
He was going to run it until he was right eventually.
Because metro area was not specified.
Metro is way
Which
more
would
accurate
include
than,
Round Rock
city
and-
limits.
In Vegas, it includes Henderson. At the end of the day, there are a lot of ways to measure the population of a city.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I just show up and play. People will tell me what to do. No, I'm not going to eat. No, I don't want them. I'm just saying, like, I feel like if the rules are going to be the rule, or if it's not, we shouldn't have them. We shouldn't have them here, right? We'll have a staff meeting.
Are you talking about crackers?
I need EFAN here to tell me what's going on. Whenever I play with EFAN, he's like, no, I'll say like how it is. He's like, no, it's actually like this. I'm like, oh, thank you, EFAN. I appreciate you telling me how it is.
EFAN does
But then you're
know.
also like, am I really gonna correct him? Like, obviously, I'm, you know.
Well, like if you brought those bags in today and you were like, Mickey, I really want to eat those, I'd be like, that's fine. Let's just give her medicine before she comes in.
No, I'm not gonna eat nuts with a deal where it's allergic to nuts. That's nuts.
That's nuts. That's good, Doug.
I'm gonna be very selfish. I'm not gonna do that.
Skull Mike, I'm not going to go in there. Doug is a little busy right now.
Almonds are nuts.
There's a difference, though.
Is there?
Yes, you can be allergic to one but not the other.
There's certain kinds of nuts.
Right.
Okay.
That is true. You
Let's see
can have
do we know the
specific
kinds?
nut allergies.
Okay, well maybe we should start with that.
I will have her list them out for you.
Also, the peanut is not a nut.
Interesting.
It's a legume.
Very interesting.
Why is Metro sketch?
Because, like, okay, for instance, New York is a really great example of that. If you look at, like, the map of, like, where city limits are and where Metro is, Metro, like, almost cuts into other parts of, like, Manhattan. Like, almost like,
Yeah, I think Manhattan's part of New York. Isn't that reasonable?
Yeah.
Why is that sketchy? I feel like that's reasonable. I feel like thinking that's not part of New York is kind of unreasonable, frankly.
I apologize, I'm an unreasonable person.
At least you acknowledge it.
44. Calls 44.
All right, do it, pot.
All right. Pre-flop, 8,800. Jack 4-3. Couple clubs.
Scott, an equity favorite. Probably just take it down here.
Doug having a hard time getting something going today.
Had some flops.
Rick, did you know that almonds are the
That was such a good
11th
flop.
largest
I had
nut?
some shenanigans, and it was like not
I
shenanigans.
did not know that. The 11th largest
I
nut.
was so far
But if
away
you
from
group
that
them
flop.
with their neighbors, they're not the 11th largest metro nut area. They're just the almond itself. That's how you
I would
get
have had
to
to
11.
get pretty out of line for there to be a turn. If it's like a close flop flip, maybe I can get on board. But when it's just like you're just like trying to make it happen, you know, like it's like that Doyle Brunson quote where it's like when luck goes out the door, sometimes you got to come through the window or whatever that.
This could get interesting. Both players hit a king on the
I've been
turn.
coming in through like the
That
doggy
was
door.
not a
now,
great
I don't know
turn
what
card
it'd
for
be.
Doug.
Scott with 2 pair.
4,200.
42.
Doug will come along needing some help here. Could counterfeit Scott here. Or hit a 10.
That's not going to do it.
$8,000.
Healthy bet. Doug not thrilled to have a diamond in his hand, not thrilled to have a 10 in his hand, since those are possible bluff candidates. On the other hand, he's got a good top pair, and he doesn't like folding.
Reaching for calling chips. Makes the call. And Scott is going to show him the bad news.
It's funny how like you really should be able to play heads up live like this without posting a blind and just paying when you're done, but it makes the game so much more confusing when there's nothing out there to start.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like we should be able to just like not even put the 2 or 4 out, see if you open to 1,000, see what I do,
Oh,
and then just pay
yeah,
the 4.
we can do that though.
No, it's so confusing though. I've tried to do it a couple times. and
It
just
does
lost.
feel weird when you look at cards and there's no blinds. You're
Yeah,
like, what
it's
the
just
hell is
weird.
going on right now?
It's just so weird.
All right, I'm adding 50 more. This time I'm going to have to do that today.
All right.
I'm okay with it.
Doug is going to add
I'm sure you are,
50,000
Scott.
more, so he's in for 200,000 right now. Scott in for 100,000.
Hey, I'll tell you what. If I lose, I'll leave with just as big of a smile on my face. I promise.
That's good. Love to hear it. It's a lot less likely to happen now, though.
Douglas checking in from Brazil. Says Brazil loves poker.
Bill was winning on Sunday. Or when did we play? Sunday or Saturday?
Thank you,
Sunday.
Douglas.
And Bill was winning, and he lost a couple pots. He's like, I don't know about this place. Like, I don't think that this is on the up. Like, he said something. I want to hear some conspiracy theories. I was like, Bill, if you want to just call this this session rigged, we can go ahead and refund the money. I'm totally okay with that, man. That's totally cool with me. Like, you know what? Cancel it all. Ship the money back. Send it back.
I didn't watch that, but that must have been a crazy swinging game. Like you tell. That must have been wild.
Yeah, we had some.
First of all, when there's 700K on the table in a 200, 400 game.
Well, so Bill decided that we would play like reasonable in the first half. He's like, yeah, and then at halftime, like, I'm just gonna put the rest on the table. I was like, okay, and I was up.
Yeah.
And then I doubled him up, and then I had to, and then it was like, well, do I want to play shallow versus Bill when he's got like 400K? So I'm like, no. So I added the rest on. It was a lot. It was a pretty absurd number of big blinds, frankly.
Doug hits 10 here.
Oh,
Scott is running good today, let me tell you.
Scott is on fire. Puts in the value bet.
This is close. This is very close. All right, I'm going to call half the time. Here we go. I have a 10 and I have a 4.
Randomizing
10 I'm
here.
calling. It was the 4 I'm folding. 10's a call. Ready? Fold.
Won the flip.
Got lucky there, Jake.
All right, I'm happy with the 4. It's a classic. Do that one a good amount around here.
No, you're supposed to ask.
I only do that when the pot's big. Small one, I go for it. I get some yellow. Let me get like a stack.
Pink chips are 5,000, yellow chips 1,000, purple chips are 500, black chips are 100.
Some chips to play with.
The yellow and
Makes
pink
sense.
chips are oversized.
It's good to have chips. $3,800.
Anastasia gives us 984, couple clubs.
Both players with a gutter. Scott with the overs and club. A lot more appealing for him.
Doug needs the 5, 6, or 7. That's
Doug ready to wave the white flag here.
not a club.
Scott, I think is typically going to put some chips in here and take it down. Large wager. More than enough.
The hand I just had, there was a point in my life that if your handle on a site was what I think it was, you beat me in the biggest pot of my life with it.
Sorry, say that again.
The hand that I just had, if your handle on a certain site was what I think it was, you beat me in the biggest
My
pot of my life.
handle
at the
on
time.
a certain
Yeah,
site.
if it was you, if it was you who I think it was.
Which handle?
Sex and Whiskey?
Wasn't me.
Wasn't you?
That's on Party, right?
No. ACR.
Oh, there was a person with Sex and Whiskey.
Oh, really? On Party?
On Party,
I've
too.
actually never put a hand on Party.
That wasn't me.
Okay.
On ACR, I was Rescue Genie from Reno.
44.
One of my good friends had a dog named Genie, and he had to give her up because he had to focus more on his career and stuff, and so he had to, and he gave it to someone in Reno, and so I just made my screen Rescue Genie from Reno.
Makes sense.
You know,
I remember the screen name, but I don't know if I'd ever heard that
I've
story.
always had the same ones. Which is stupid because it's so much more fun to have a different one in other places.
Yeah, you gotta
and
mix it up,
I
yeah.
never did that. Stupid.
well, how is Sex and Whiskey a hand?
No, the player. I said if that was you. If that was you, at one point I played a little bit of heads up with him when I didn't have much. And
Oh, I see.
And it was like
And you
the
played a
biggest
big
pot
pot
of my
versus them.
life. Yeah, big pot
Okay,
versus him.
it was not me.
Yeah.
1,000.
It was the biggest pot of my life and it just owned me. I was like very sad about it for a minute.
Sex and Whiskey is a pretty cool screen name though, but
It is a fire screen name.
it's not me.
Check. Check. Check.
Both players have a little something something on the board now. Once again, Scott with the check mark.
Check.
4.
6.
Scott now up 94,000.
And keep down, we're right back.
Scott playing classic small ball.
Once again, information on Scott Ball, 2-time WSOP bracelet winner, president of Endgame Talent, 2021 World Series of Poker No Limit Player of the Year in 2021. Two dealers today, the first 2 dealers of the day. Horseshoe Phil and Anastasia, the pride of Ukraine.
Check. 2,500. Full.
Llama Yoda asking you a question. With Scott hitting so many hands, can Doug learn much from watching this back?
Okay.
Well, he can learn that it's good to make pairs.
It's good to hit flops. Maybe a river or two.
Yeah.
It's tough when you're not getting anything to work with. Both players hit a 7 here.
I think Yoda's question is probably more directed towards it's harder to learn if you don't kind of see as many bluffs, because it's just all, oh, he has something, he's value betting. So yeah, a little harder to learn from such a session. The good news is he probably wasn't going to watch it back anyway. He's going to come back in tomorrow and keep playing. And here's another thing that's good to do. Make a better kicker with the same pair.
7.
Sees the bad news. Tina says, great interview Doug did with Garrett the other day. Yep. Doug's back, folks. His content, creativity was in peak performance the last couple of weeks. I'm so glad to see the poker hands coming back,
All right, let me get a sack of black, too.
see the interviews coming back.
Here you go.
Good stuff.
Oh, that's good. We have plenty of chips on the table. Hopefully I'll win a few pots eventually, and then I won't be so desperate. What's up?
And these two are playing to play tomorrow, right?
yeah.
Unless Scott decides to take his ball and go home.
Thank you.
The ball's in his court. And 147 goes to Scott.
Has real estate here been like crushing?
Real estate?
Yeah.
Not the last
thing,
not the last year or so.
but the last like 4 or 5 years has been crazy.
Insane,
Yeah.
insane. Everyone that owned a home here has just killed it, basically.
Dope.
I agree, Jimmy. These heads-up matches are going to
Austin and Vegas are kind of similar trajectory in that way. They've both just been
take on flavors of their own.
smashing.
The Perkins match, totally different. Both players were really, really good friends.
Yeah, and in terms of the play, the cards distribution changes the flow of the match as well as the players and the player style. So a lot of ways you can see stark differences as we are so far here.
Doug hits a pair on the turn.
Check. $1,400.
Corey Ars, we appreciate that comment. Appreciate you watching.
AC. AC, right?
I said I was hot. I was the one complaining.
My apologies. I was like the 2 days of long sleeves. Okay, let's see how long this lasts.
At some point, you should be able to differentiate me from the other players. I would hope. One day. The 3-up pods are so much more exciting. It's like,
It is, yeah.
hope I hit one.
I know.
The single race pods are like,
I've loved them so far. They've been great.
oh, great. Great.
I mean, it is a pretty violent format.
Yeah. No.
250 big blinds deep.
Spring Madness coming this week, folks.
It just goes in a lot. Like,
Come to the lodge, $300 buy-in,
If you play
100K
them correctly,
guarantee.
too, there's supposed to be blood.
yeah, no, 100%.
My father-in-law, I took him here to see the room today, and he was trying to get me to explain to him why I would have bluffed Bill in that hand when I was up on the session. I was trying to explain it doesn't work like that. It's like, right, but you were winning. You were up. And I'm like, yes, I know, I was winning. But every hand is its own thing. And he kind of nodded, but I think deep down he's like, I don't get why if you were up $150,000 you would risk that, you know? And like, I can see where he's coming from.
Dude, the amount of time I've had like something cool happen in poker, and my dad called me and be like, now here's what you do. You quit and you bury it in the yard.
Quick and what?
Quit playing and bury it in the yard. Great. Time to call it quits. You won again. They're done. Like that.
There's a real like book the win culture, you know? Just book the win.
You're up in poker lifetime right now? Definitely quit. That's not a thing.
My dad, he played a little on Poker Stars at 1 cent, 2 cent. Played like 2 sessions, and he won like 80 cents. And I've heard about that 80 cents. Like, I don't even know how many times in my life at this point. It's been like 15 years of like, yeah, I'm a lifetime winning player. Like that. I took him here to see the room, and he told that joke a couple of times. So I was like, oh my lord, this joke.
My dad does the same thing, by the way, like the same jokes for life.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's just like a dad thing.
It is.
You in a few years, buddy. You in
am
a
a
few
dad.
years, buddy.
Oh shit. Oh, I had a good one. Could be. Told a lot of bad jokes before, but at least I can blame it on something now, you know? Get a little leeway. Come on! Come on! Oh.
Doug with Big Slick, probably his best starting hand. He's had a couple
line
pocket pairs.
I at least get the 400.
Give him the 400.
All right.
Like, I don't know, that's like a lot of sense.
David's grinding through his session and watching us. Thank you for that
It's kind of
comment.
strange how you guys always deal to the same button, you know? You're just like constantly like, you're my button and you're my big blind.
Doug hits a 10.
Top pair. This is the best hand we've seen
Come on, man.
so
Come
far
on.
today for Doug.
I had a hand that's probably, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to
It's
do.
frustrating once
I
you
give
get
up.
a hand, Jake,
That was the
that
right move there.
your opponent just finds the fold. Can't make contact.
In Scott's defense,
When I'm
he, you
confused, I
know,
like to
when he doesn't
make it a
flop a
bunch
pair,
or
it's
not.
like, I can
Never
finally
do.
fold one, you know?
Yeah.
He's not looking for reasons to
reasonable way of
continue when
looking
he's hitting this many pairs.
Speaking of which, hits a second pair here. Doug looking for a king or a jack.
And if Doug gets a diamond, he might go bananas. That one is not the card. Good fold.
Every spot sucks today. This is like, oh great, more missing shit. Oh, some king highs coming at you. Finally, the draw bricks.
It's got up 96,000. It hasn't been a huge pot played. I think
It's like the
maybe
most
20,000. Maybe I don't know. Was one of the biggest pots.
They could lose in like one session, like
Oh,
that's like 1 6 session.
I mean, in one of these,
Do you think it's like more than 1,000 big blinds in a session?
if I play all the time and people bring a bunch of money, I do think that there's going to be some people that lose like 300 or 400K in a session. That can definitely happen.
Oh, for sure.
I don't think it's going to be above that though.
Scott with the flush draw here.
400
Doug with the kings.
400?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
1,000 big blinds, right?
yeah, but like we're buying in for 250, so it's just a lot more possible basically.
Check.
Scott looking for a club. Does not come. Check mark for Doug.
He does make a pair, so we may see some more money go in.
Bet 4,700.
Reaching for calling chips.
Gets paid off.
Yeah, beat that.
A value bet. Woo!
It's the first one I've seen.
I'm back in it. I'm only down 90,000 now. Yeah. All right. The tides are turning.
Now I'm pissed.
Sorry, man. I had it once. I feel really bad for you. Poker is kind of funny. Like, when you have it a lot and you just win, it's like, this is so easy. Like, I do this all the time. This is great. And then when you're just like constantly dealing with like nothing all over the place, you're just like, I don't know how anyone ever won this game ever.
Ace
Back
for
on the
Scott.
toss, and you're just like, how'd I do that? Like, remember that time when you ran
sorry,
that big bluff?
that was a little
Remember
too
that time
aggressive.
when you ran that big bluff and it like they folded? Like,
Yeah.
it was like,
I mean, I don't personally remember that, but I'm sure it's happened at some point.
Jake, it's interesting. You know, in some of these
Almost all of
matches,
the big pots in my life that
it may
I've
not
played
be-
are like me bluffing and getting stacked.
somebody Doug's always been on
Fancy,
greatest
like-
of terms with. You know, he went into the
I mean, if you look
Negreanu
at my
match,
top
both of
5
them pretty
hands in,
much
like, streams
a
and
2-year
videos,
feud between
I
the
think
two,
that's
and
like
wound
3
up
or
to be
4.
good friends afterwards.
I don't even think
Scott
I've won
Ball
like, any of the biggest pots I've
And
played
Doug
on.
have had some things in the past, and they look like they're getting along just fine today.
It's like, it's just all me.
Yeah, getting along
running
great.
around people and getting stacked.
That's a one I don't remember, the conflict. And do you remember any
More good
specifics?
hands. It's a good strategy.
I don't want to get too into specifics, but I do remember there was just some back and forth jabbing. But yeah, I mean they weren't real good friends, but they seem to be. What I'm saying is the heads up game when you're together and
Yeah.
putting the effort. It seems to
I know, that was a good
lower
one.
the fences down a little bit, and
I folded
The
on
trash
flop
talking
with 10-7 on Jack
seems to
9-8.
stop once you get
Phil-
into
to
the
Phil
arena.
exactly.
And he had Queen 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. That seriously happened. That's a real hand history.
where? What was poker?
It was
and-
on, was it poker? Was it
Don't remember.
poker? High stakes poker? I think high stakes poker.
I just remember like, no, you gotta get it through him. No, it's a fold. I
Yeah.
remember that. That was good.
It's so dangerous to do that on TV though, because if you're wrong, you legitimately never live it down for the rest of your life. Like, seriously, the rest of your life, like, hey, you remember that fold? I'm like, yes, yes, I remember the fold. But the thing is, when you're correct, it's the opposite. Like, I've so many people are like, how did you do that? Like, it's really impressive, whatever.
Yeah, I've never played anything where someone's like, how'd you do that ever?
It was a pretty insane hand though. Like,
That's pretty ridiculous.
the
yeah.
flop action went like, Phil helped me raise, or the hand was like, Phil raised under the gun, button called. I called to the big blind with 10-7. The flop was Jack 9-8. Check. Phil checks. Button bets 2K. I make it 7K. Helmuth rips. 100,000 to go on the flop. And the button folded, and I was just like, this is like unfucking believable right now. Like, he raised under the gun. Yeah, and I laid it down. He had the Queen 10. Oh no, there was some speech play in there too, actually, because I asked him like, "What do you have here, Phil?" And he told me he had the blockers.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, no.
And I was like, "Oh my God, Phil's telling you got the blockers? That is not a good situation for you." When Phil
Ace
says
three
he got
goes to the
blockers,
bluff
that
raise.
is a scary situation. He didn't even say like a hand. It's the blockers. Like, oh man. But to Phil's credit, he gave me a lot of credit after the hand. He's like, "That's the best fold I've seen in a year." And then it was 2 years, and it was 3 years. And he's like, and then he thought about it. He's like, 3 years. And I'm like, all right. So there was a better hand like 3.5 years ago. There was like a hand that was a better fold, you know?
I wonder what that hand was.
I know. It's got to be a good question.
I'm glad I brought up a good memory. Check.
Thanks, Phil. Picking me up when I'm down.
I think Peter asked, have any other heads-up matches been announced yet? None have been officially been announced, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, my best hands are like, I made a big laydown.
Doug
When
has.
have I ever stacked anyone on any show ever? You show me a clip. I've legitimately never stacked a single. I mean, this is turning into a rant, basically, but like.
No, there was that time you played one show and someone had like 2K in front of them in a 25-50 game, and like,
Yeah.
and that person's gonna hear this and they're gonna send you the clip of you stacking them.
You know what? To be fair, I did stack some people when we had our big game on launch week. I did stack. I have to be honest. I stacked some people. Okay. I stand corrected.
Yeah, if I remember
What'd you say?
right, he won 450,000
I
one of
did win a
those
lot
streams
with it. I
on
didn't
launch
stack
week, so I
anyone. There was
imagine
no
he
stacking.
stacked somebody.
Yeah, I remember
I
some
stacked
stacking.
Bedlam with aces. That's a good hand to stack someone with, you know?
Scott, who was up close to 100,000, now 83,000.
There's just like one time, ace, boom, get wrecked kings. I left that game early because I was going to Dallas the next day early, and I get home and I'm getting ready for bed, and I just get a text message, and it's just an image, and it's Airball sent it to me, and it was like Ben Lamb just looking like really solemn because he was just talking. He's just like. He had ace king, and then the picture also has Terrace, and Terrace is like, and he's got aces, and it's just like, and it has like there's like an all-in button on it, you know.
I love Ben.
I sent it to Ben Lamb because I was like, doesn't look like it's going good, man. And then he like zoomed in on his face and sent it back. He's like look at this, and it's like his face like or whatever.
Yeah, that sums up the night right there.
He's the best.
Terrace was down like 500K, and he ended up winning, I think, on the weekend. It was a fucking crazy comeback.
What was the game?
It was 200, 400, 800 basically. 200, 400, 800, and then it became one of the days. Was it? Did it become 1K, 2K? I don't even know. I honestly don't even remember. No, it was 500. It was 501K for sure. Oh, sorry.
I don't think they raised the stakes, but I think they made a mandatory straddle at one point.
One of the 2 days, they decided to get rid of the black chips. So maybe it was 501K. That kind of makes sense.
Here we go.
What did you say?
44.
It can be quite nice. Stakes get big. Yeah, when you lose, it's not so hot. But when you win, pretty good.
It's extra frustrating when it happens and it's like stakes, it gets so big that you just don't get to play those stakes very often. So the
know.
recovery's like, oh.
That happened to me the first month I was here. I lost a bunch of money, and I was like, back to 510.
Back to 510.
Back to 510.
3,000.
Doug with a pocket pair. Second time you've had pocket sixes today.
Now Scott can probably win if he continues, but with the nut no pair, also reasonable to slow things down.
Reaching for chips.
12,000.
And it'll work.
Dude, counting the pot's so hard.
Yeah, it's easier online. It's a lot easier when someone goes It just says a little number.
Yes, Skylar,
Why
the
is
pink
there
chips
not
and the
allowed
yellow
for
chips
dealers
are
allowed to sell
oversized.
pot? Why is that? Where did that come from? 'Cause in Omaha you can, but in Hold'em you can't. Yeah. So.
Probably could spread the pot.
Yeah, I know.
Start with the best of-
Raise 1,000? Oh, 1,000. Check.
Scott continues his assault on flops.
That's 700. And how much? Check. $2,800.
Debated getting a little in there, but
I was excited. I was excited.
can let go of a deuce. Problem with the deuce is, even when you're ahead,
It's just a deuce.
do you have cards over there? Okay, they have outs. Turns out he had cards in that one.
Raised 1,000, and then he raised to 44 and 4%.
Folks, Lodge Championship Series main event, $2 million guarantee, $3,000 buy-in coming May 10th through the 16th during the Lodge Championship Series. On April 25th, come for the meetup game. Doug, Andrew, and Brad
3,800.
3,800, please.
will be playing in the meetup game,
There was like a little sliver of me there that was like, oh, I should do something. Nah, that's
along with a few other folks you might
there.
know. And then the Lodge Championship Series starts the next day, April the 26th
Depends on the price.
through March
Is it
16th.
connectable?
A lot of great big events.
Make me an offer.
That was hilarious, actually. I saw a couple of those
Oh, the
those
negotiations.
clips. Those were great.
I mean, the negotiations were really just Bill negotiating and me like counter negotiating. Because like, I don't know, like my brain just can't work in that way where I always be worried I'd say something that's like really stupid. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
of course.
So like he'll make an offer and then I can negotiate price and stuff. That seems fine.
Yeah.
But me being like, okay, I have no diamonds. Like I don't know about that.
It makes watching like random stuff so much more fun when there's weird things happening.
I actually think that's one of the first streams I watched back.
Yeah. and you
Because I
probably
was
loved
like, I want to see these negotiations with the cards.
Yeah.
And it was really fun.
Yeah,
like,
you guys were
honestly.
actually both, the ones I saw were like very reasonable and honest too. You're like,
Well, if you think someone's gonna lie in the negotiations,
you
the
can't.
game it gets ruined pretty quick.
but it was pretty funny.
Thank you, Parker, for that
At one
comment.
point, Jake was commentating, and he's like, "This is gonna get really weird if Bill just starts angling." Because there was a hand where I 3-bet Bill, and he said I have a blue pre-flop fold, like it's a pure fold basically, and if you make it cheaper, I'll call. I was like, okay, so I made it cheaper, and he called, and I flopped the king high flush, so I was like, okay, you should never have the nut flush, right? And I bet the flop, and he raised, and I was like, okay, well I'm gonna play for every single chip. We have hundreds of big blinds. I'm just gonna play for all of it here. What if he just had like ace jack of diamonds? Like imagine the floor.
That would be horrible.
Like what's the floor ruling there? Like, hey, he said he had a fold and he didn't. Like it's gonna be a really weird spot, you know. The thing is, I know Bill really well, and so I just know he
Yeah,
would never.
well,
But it could get dicey in theory in some of those. No ace, no king. What price can I get? I'm like, I guess a pretty good price.
1,000.
The mid-hand
down.
negotiations
Take it
were definitely interesting.
It was
to
so
watch.
fun.
I believe it.
And then when they started to get rid, do you agree we can get rid
played,
of a card? Each get rid of a card?
NFT a
Yeah,
month ago.
and Bill upgraded to
One-handed,
pocket
it was
nines. That was nice.
Me, Sean Perry, Kerry Katz, and Bryn.
Sorry.
It was.
No, Kerry's a great guy.
Kerry's awesome, and it was like, we were playing like, deuce 9 game, and there was blind raises and
Is
straddling.
it just like deuce 7 basically?
Like, yeah, but it would pay $5K to whoever had
Oh,
deuce
so with a
9, I
big
think it
bounty
was.
basically.
With a big bounty,
Okay.
four-handed final table. Like, we're doing, and there's straddling,
in a
there's blind
tournament?
raising. Yeah, at Poker Go.
Huh. I didn't even know you were allowed to do that.
I don't think you are. But we did. Anyways, long
Why
story
did I
short.
check?
It's fine.
Go
I'll
ahead and check.
Go ahead.
For some reason, for a brief second, I was like, I'm out of position. Then I was like, wait, no, I'm not. What am I doing here?
Long story short, though, I ended up playing for all of the chips four-handed with Ace King versus the 9 deuce, and I very quickly paid the 9 deuce bounty.
Oh, that is a brutal one.
It was pretty funny.
Check mark again for Scott here with the snowman.
Eights.
Private eights.
Mizzle sticks, take care. Appreciate everybody
I went back
watching.
there and watched it, though, and I was just like, what the hell are we doing?
2 hours into the stream,
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
4,800 and growing
I've never
watching.
heard of the deuce 9 game though.
I think it's, one of them played some pot with it in something that I have no idea, but it was some crazy, like, 100 big blind shove or something with it.
So it's like local lore.
Yeah,
essentially.
something like that. I don't remember the specifics, but I just know there's. And it might not even been deuce 9. I think it was though.
1,000. Check.
Doug hits a pair here. Got shot for Scott.
Check.
Check mark for Doug.
Call. Ace eights.
Hand number 187
Yeah,
incoming.
an easy call finally. Did one of those $700 bets earlier, and I wanted to call, but I was like, my hand is so bad to call with.
John, in this particular match, they're going to play today and tomorrow. The Bill Perkins match was just set over one day.
Check.
Doug now with a flush draw and a wheel draw. There's the flush for Doug. Be the first time in a while I've seen him win 2 in a row here.
Gets it through. I mean, doesn't get paid, I should say.
Doesn't get paid. Scott up 92,000, 91.9.
Ooh.
majority of the people say it's because casino standards considers it helping, like they're helping the program. And the dealer's supposed to be completely out of it.
I wonder, I don't know, I guess, I feel like people will be pretty cool if the rule instead was just like anyone can ask what's in the middle.
Yeah, for sure.
Because like, especially when there's like a lot of action, just being like, how much is out there just like helps you. I guess it does help you. But if it's equal, like both players can do it. It just seems like,
Yeah, of course.
how would you use the angle? What would the angle be with that?
Davey, tomorrow they can come back with any amount over 100,000.
What would be, yeah, I mean, I don't see an
I feel like it
angle.
would make the game faster a lot of times too, because anytime someone has to spread the pot, it's like, oh god, this is gonna take 5 minutes.
I mean, if we
Like
can't,
no one's ever asked for the pot to be spread and then made a quick decision afterwards. You know what I mean? Like literally
Yeah,
never.
that's a
If
good
they ever
point.
do that, they're like, I'm all in. You know that guy has all of it. Like,
that's a really good point. I never thought of that, but yeah. I wonder what the average decision time after spreading the pot is. It's got to be like a long
3
time.
minutes or something ridiculous, man.
And counting it sort of deep down too.
Doug's starting to hit some boards now.
And
I guess
Scott
it depends on how good the dealers are.
can do something with his hand here, with the 7 of clubs in particular, and the king high.
I feel like,
like
the
to
hardest
see
part
a
about dealing
call
with these
or
viewers
maybe
is
a
kinda
check
actually
raise.
have to be present and pay attention to everything. You
Yeah.
can't like deal and like be thinking about something else in your head when you're doing it. I feel like you have to be present to everything, especially like PLO and
I
stuff.
bet you some dealers can do that.
You
I
think
bet you
so?
it kind of depends on the dealer.
Yeah. I've like
Some people do multitask.
Like, do you guys are you guys in the zone when you deal, or do you ever just think about things and you're still good?
what if it's like PLO?
My mind's always floating around.
Okay.
I'm thinking about food.
Food. Okay, so.
Thinking about food.
So see, basically, Scott, here at the lodge, the dealers are never thinking about the game. Laser focus. What did I eat today?
Anastasia, I'm thinking about food. It's funny.
Just thinking about the snacks and crackers and goodies in the corner. Hopefully no allergies.
Doug with the nut flush draw.
I imagine Scott is gonna be sticky here. Nope, lays it down. All right,
Rabbit hunt. Rabbit hunt.
Get a rabbit this
Let me kill. Let me just one rabbit.
one
Oh, I
rabbit.
bricked. Man, I had a pretty good hand though.
Huge hand.
Doug slowly heating up. Won several
You know, I put it in the
hands
flop was like, okay, you're stuck a lot. This is your chance. Just bet every time. And I'm like, no, reel it in.
in the last
Reel
4 or
it in.
5
Let's play
hands.
good poker around here. Sometimes we. Oh no! Come on! Oh my lord!
Play good poker and you had aces, man.
Oh, you just hate to see it.
Aces does not get paid, Jake.
Unwelcome pocket aces when you get a walk.
Too focused.
Check.
I just assumed you were checking.
That's 700.
Let's make it a pretty safe bet.
Check.
Scott with the ducks. Doug ready to shut it down here. Another ace on the river.
Check.
Deuce.
It's back to the pair show.
The powerful deuce.
Folks, Texans for Texas Hold'em. It's an organization comprised of dedicated poker players and owners of
then you face a
social
third bet,
poker
right?
clubs who are committed
not
to
looking
promoting
powerful
and
anymore.
protecting the thriving poker community in
Now-
Texas.
now I'm a little-
Texans for Texas Hold'em has already announced its first bill, House Bill 2345 by Representative Guillen. It's a social, proactive social poker bill that looks to amend the Texas
clears are
Penal
good,
Code.
though.
Talk to your local
Powerful
state
hands.
representative and tell them to vote yes on House Bill 2345, and yes, that is an open-ended straight draw.
Especially in the 1 versus 1 thing. Super strong.
Yeah.
Scott's still hovering around that
Some people just like never fold them.
88 to 90,000 mark in the winning for today.
1,000. Check.
700.
700. Call 700. Check.
Scott looking for a 3 or a 6 here. Does not come. Check mark for Doug.
Check.
And so
Probably win, but I have a 5.
You win.
5. 7 wins.
Ah. Now I'm back to being pissed off again.
Huge pot, man. Huge pot. $3,800.
3,800 days. Sold.
Scott has kept his eye on the ball today. Shout out to Baked Alaska.
I feel like this temperature is like perfect.
Yeah, but it's not staying here. It's going somewhere. I don't know if we're going up or down or where, but it's not staying right here.
Well, the more we move it, we can just try to find balance.
Flush draw for Scott, pair for Doug. Now
The thing
Scott
is, it's
has
not a big degree change between the two that makes
a higher pair in the flush draw.
Two X pot from Scott.
Cross 4.
There's the 8 for Doug.
Oh. That is a saucy river. Scott with the 40% pot bet. We're looking to get some thin value from a worse 7 or a 4. This is probably going to face a raise for that size.
Raise. 16,000 total.
Just thinking through what hands could make sense here.
Call.
8-4.
2 pair.
Nice hand.
Seems like that was a lucky river.
It was, yeah.
When you bet call, I assume it was.
I had a.
Want to thank the 4,600 watching right now,
You should have a 10.
and
No, worse.
really want to thank if you guys could do us a favor and hit the like button. Doesn't cost you anything. It
I
helps
guess you
us
think I'm
out, get the word out to
Yeah.
a lot of other people. 114,000 subscribers.
Like,
Yeah, I could have a couple straights.
yeah.
Doing a little
It's a weird hand.
reading earlier today, and in January we had 86,000 subscribers.
Oh, Doug flopping the flush.
It was a weird hand. You won that
His
one.
fortunes may be
Yeah,
turning.
What's up with that? You're like, "You know
Straight
what, actually, I
draw
want you
and
to do
flush
this."
draw for Scott here.
Appreciate you guys. Bye-bye.
Scott hits a queen now.
This turn might slow him down. Nope, not quite. Still firing.
And a call.
Doug with the flat call. And I kind of expect we see check here.
See if Scott
Scott's
makes
thinking about it.
a run at this pot here. He's reaching for chips.
This is interesting.
Those are 8,500 chips, never coming back to Scott Ball.
He is about to be in an interesting situation.
Doug carving out a lot of bubble gum. 5,000 each.
Raise. 29,000.
29,000 is the new bet. Back over to Scott. Kings and queens.
Well, having gotten here this way, his hand is a candidate to do something truly crazy and re-raise again, representing a full house.
Biggest pot of the day so far. Hand number 199.
He could also just be a non-believer and call.
Lays it down.
Lays it down correctly.
Doug's going to take down the pot. And Scott, who is up close to 100,000, is now up 49,000. So Doug has cut the lead, cut the amount of win in half
So upset.
from Scott.
I think I would have folded. I would have had to take a walk though.
That was what I was thinking about.
If you jam there, I just have a hand that it was close to just a call raise. I would have had to take a lap. We're taking an early break.
Kai Space, I see out there. Thanks for watching. 5,000 watching right now. Let us know where you're watching from. We did a roll call early on in the show. We always like to know where you're watching from around the world. Type it in, and if we can, we'll give you a shout out. King, Queen, 6 board.
I had it though.
I had a fun hand to do it with.
Did you play Ace King?
No.
King Jack?
No. No. I had a queen and a big club.
I had Jack 6 of clubs.
Really?
Yeah. It's like really close. Like a lower flush, I think I just call.
Yeah.
But then that one is like.
A lot of
It was
people
right
from New
there.
Zealand watching.
I think I got raised. And then you start thinking, and I'm like, if he jams, I swear to fucking God, what are you doing? You know, you like bet at King Valley, you're like, fuck this, you just jam. Oh my fucking God, that would have just been just the worst. And then you're just like, then you have to watch it back and then just hate yourself and like can you? Did everyone make sure you see Doug get owned today? 3,800.
London, Glasgow, jail.
So that's the worst part too. Like you don't even get to just die quietly. It's like on the stream and you just.
Yeah, that's extra torture.
Tim the Gem watching from Uganda.
New favorite
That's our
hands,
first
heads up challenge.
Ugandan.
We got Doug just getting owned. Oh man.
Take the queen 9 and stick it in your face, buddy.
Checking in from someplace close to Entebbe, Uganda.
To be fair, I should have asked for a number and maybe I would have been able to do it.
Yeah. Oh, you can ask her for a number? Or ask the dealer for the pot size? They're both in play now.
Thank you, Bob Casey Ariel. Always good to see you. King 10-4. Doug with the Kings. Thank you all for typing in where you're watching from. I always love seeing that. Scott up 48,000.
So what was the artwork we went with? The artwork we went with today?
Scott bought in for 100,000. Has not yet
War scene?
added on anything.
Jungle Man, yeah, I could see
Doug
Jungle
bought in
Man
for
when he's
100,000. Has rebought another 100. So he's in for 200,000.
Probably does. He's got a wide collection.
You never know what to expect.
Quentin
I feel
checking
like
in
our
from
heads up, whenever
Amsterdam.
we have a heads-up match, the art is always like a little bit like someone's gonna die. Like it was like the first one was like stormy seas and like a boat's like crashing into the waves. It's like all right, round 2. Now we've got like I don't know swords and like the I don't know. There's something Coliseum-ish going on there I think or something. I don't know.
He doesn't look happy. Looks like something dark's about to go down.
Doug flops 2 pair here.
And call. Check. 3,000. Call.
Starsky, thank you for the super chat. Watching from Birmingham,
Check.
UK, not Alabama.
Check. 12,000.
Doug with queens and jacks now. But Scott representing something
Don't have
big.
threes, so that's good. All right, let me think about this.
It's 12,000.
Not a great board. 10-8 got there, King 10 got there, the flush got there, the 9 beats me. Yeah, this is a bad river.
Doug referencing earlier that he would sometimes bluff this.
But I
Some
think
sort of
I still have to pay
randomization.
this off. Oh. This is close, man. This is a close one.
Much suspense, much wow.
Will you get Doge over there?
No, it can't possibly be that suspenseful.
Doug can pay this off.
For you to, like, just be like diamonds.
Scott will just be up 30,000 if Doug can
My hand is
pay
so
this
good, though.
off.
All right, I'm going to play the game. All right. Half the time I'm calling, half I'm folding. This is probably a punty call, but I think it's correct. Okay. Queen I call, Jack I fold. You want to pick? Queen?
You pick.
You want to pick? Pick? Come on. Queen I call, Jack I fold. What do we... Call.
Oh,
Oh, 2-0 in
Makes the
flips today.
All right. There we go. Okay. Thank you very much. That'll be...
Thank you very much.
Wow,
makes
Doug.
up for the other one.
All right.
Staff when they are.
Very generous
yeah.
to Horseshoe Phil there for picking the right card.
Similar pots. Oh, this broke? Oh, shit. Yeah, we got to replace this.
Broken chip.
Banana split
Oh, that's not good.
on table 1.
All right. I'm going south 1K.
No, I'm good.
Oh, Jake, man.
Fair.
Get this guy some ice cream.
Why do you crack me up
Sometimes
so
I can't
much?
get that right.
Banana split.
Switch up.
There we go, folks. That call right there. We got a match going. Scotty was up close to 100,000 early. Is now just
The
up
only hand that you could really bluff in
31,000.
is Miss Simon's. Like, it's...
Yeah.
I had a good hand, obviously. Like,
I agree.
2 pairs is really strong, but everything out there other than diamonds, basically.
Yeah, no.
Tron wants to have the broken chip. This isn't like baseball where a
Very
broken
simple.
bat you get as a souvenir.
Stop.
Broken chips get destroyed.
700.
700.
And Doug's starting to heat up, folks.
Call.
Thanks, Uncle. Very much appreciated. Our first chop of the
Also
night.
Queen. The play? No, chop it up. Chop it up. Chop it up.
Uncle looking forward for more commentary. Yeah, we're on 4 times a week. Right now, we're on Monday, Wednesday,
put it
Friday,
up
and Saturday. But this week, we have a special Thursday broadcast, too. So it'll be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday
There.
this week.
Sorry, walk by.
We have been contemplating changing it up a little bit. We'll let you know as soon as we finalize our new times and days.
1,000.
We've been talking about it.
Thank you.
Not gonna. Let me just put it this way: we're not going to be on any less than 4 times a week. That I can guarantee you.
Check.
700.
700. Fold.
So we're not reducing anything. We just may switch some things up.
Mickey, one of the chips broke. I put it over there next to your pad.
It's not a hard one, it's calm.
It's a calm.
It's not a heart monitor, she says.
Here,
Yeah.
Paul Edwards, $100
my
super
chip.
chat.
Oh, we got
It's
a
like
question.
Rick.
Nice. Thank you.
Buy the production team a drink on me. You all deserve it for the delivery of great streams every time.
You have to pace yourself.
Paul
heads
Edwards,
up, because
can't
if I
thank
go to
you
the
enough.
bathroom, That means the game stops. So like,
I'm not
So
gonna
I'm
lie.
like-
I've been waiting for that dealer break to go.
It was, yeah, it's 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes.
so.
We were getting pushed at 5, but we didn't push at 5:30.
Oh, okay. So today I was like, so I'm gonna be really careful on the water because first Bill, I went way too hard and I paid the price.
That's me right now.
And then Mickey's just like, here's your 5th bottle of water, Doug. And I'm like, no, I'm kidding. No, you're doing. I there's no way I'm gonna drink all this.
It's called being attentive, my love.
No,
Thanks,
you're doing
Levi.
great. No, you're doing a good job. I'm not trying to.
Bear back.
Mike Brady in chat.
Doug
It's just kinda
takes
funny
it
that I
down
made
with
a
the bluff,
conscious effort
6
to
high.
drink less today, and then that was the result.
We so much wanted to have
Sweet.
Mike Brady in the commentating, helping us out remotely. We tried the first hand and just couldn't make it work. We'll get it to work, folks.
Yeah, I've had to pee for like 45 minutes.
And if that doesn't work, he's just going to have to fly down for some of these heads-up matches.
We
Can't pause. No way we break early. We ain't no quitters.
Joe Strazera checks in. Poobah,
I've been
our great
suffering
general
too.
manager of the Lodge Mahal.
Oh, I gotta
hang
stretch.
in there, you know.
You gotta stretch it out, you know. Like,
You definitely gotta stretch it out.
Okay, well, raise is full. Sorry.
I did the blinds thing again. Like I looked and there was no blinds, and just like psychologically, it was like,
sorry. I'm throwing it at you.
psychologically, it was just like,
You're just tuning in for the first hour and a half.
that makes
Doug
no sense.
was just getting no cards, and Scott had worked up a $99,000 lead on Doug. It's now down to $25,000 as Doug's getting his share now of some cards and some good plays. Made a good call a few hands ago to win a big pot.
1,000 call.
Top, as they say for Doug. Scott now is having trouble getting anything.
Raise 1,500.
It sounds like rain when it happens. Yeah.
This 5 minutes is starting to get stressful.
You just want to call it here after this hand?
Yeah,
Let's just call it here.
Let's do it for a minute, if that's okay.
Last hand, and then we're gonna just do a mandatory like survival break here.
Yeah, literally.
They're going to take a quick break. And Jake, thoughts early on this match, about 216 hands in.
We're seeing a possible turnaround here. I mean, I came in I don't know how many hands late, but it's from what you said and from what I saw from that point, Scott was just winning small hand after small hand without almost any bluffing either. Just small pots hitting all the pairs. Finally, we saw a couple big pots turn it around for Doug. So they're getting pretty close to even as they get into the sort of second half of the match here when they come back.
And we're going to have a change in dealers. Bellagio Anthony and Miranda will replace Horseshoe Phil and Anastasia. There you see the tweet on your screen on the 24th of just a few days ago. That's the 29th. Doug says, I'm issuing a $100,000 buy-in heads-up challenge to the world. Anyone can take it. Come on down to the lodge for some 200, 400. And right away, within minutes of that tweet, he got a text from his good buddy Bill Perkins. So we played that match. Scott Ball wanted in on it. We're playing this match today, and he's got a few others. We haven't announced it yet, but a few other people want to come on down.
Yeah, it's gone very quickly. It has been only, 5 days since he made the tweet, or 6 days, something like that. So already on
On the second match.
Second match with a third day of play tomorrow. So.
Exactly. There's some information on Scott Ball, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. He said he won those bracelets within a couple of weeks of each other. He was the 2021 World Series of Poker No Limit Player of the Year, and he's president of Endgame Talent. And, of course, some information on Doug, who's a partner here at the Lodge. Also defeated Ben in a heads-up challenge for $840,000 back in 2013. Obviously, just a little while ago, he defeated Daniel Negreanu in a heads-up challenge for $1.2 million. And he's ready to play at the highest stakes. Anybody who wants to come and play him, and we'll have some fun with it.
Very exciting stuff. The heads up challenges, I think, are great to view. It's a concrete story. To enter the arena, somebody wins the money.
Somebody wins the money.
It's very entertaining stuff.
So let's quickly go through some tournaments upcoming this week, just a few days from now, actually 2 days from now. The Spring Madness $100,000 guarantee here at the Lodge, $300 buy-in, March 31st through April 2nd. Then on April 25th, we have the meetup game. Brad, Andrew, and Doug will just wander around the room, sit down in seat number 5 at different tables throughout the day, maybe spend an hour or so at each table, so everybody gets a chance to play with Brad, Andrew, and Doug. Some other people may be roving. You may see some other folks connected to the Lodge live stream, I'm sure. I'm sure Skull Mike will be there. I'll be there. Jake Lama, are you going to play some at the meetup game on the 25th?
I might. I'm going to try to.
Awesome. So we got the 25th meetup game, and then it all starts April 26th through May the 15th. May the 16th is the Lodge Championship Series. It includes a lot of events. We'll go over some of them here. The $300,000 guarantee. It's a $400 buy-in, April 27th through the 30th. That's one tournament. Another tournament is the $500,000 guarantee. That's an $800 buy-in. Day 1 flights May 4th through the 6th, and day 2 will be May the 7th. And then, of course, culminating at the end in the main event, $2 million guarantee, $3,000 buy-in. And last year, it was Mr. Visine man, Alan Bauer, who took home $375,000. Doug actually finished 4th in that. The main event of the Lodge Championship Series, what I say to people is, come win a bunch of money in the Lodge Championship Series, then run it even more up out in Vegas on your way to the World Series of Poker. It's right before the World Series, doesn't conflict at all. April 26th through May the 16th, get to the Lodge for the Lodge Championship Series. We're taking a short break as players are just going to do what they need to do. Short break, we'll be back. It's Slick Rick and the Llama, Jake Abdallah, here. We'll be on for a few more hours. No, the stream is not over, folks. Think of this as halftime. We got a dealer change. Miranda, Bellagio, Anthony will be dealing.
Maybe we need a halftime show for these matches.
Should we get a Lodge marching band?
Some musical acts.
You ever seen the lady on the unicycle that's about 10 feet in the air and she does the plates? She's
Yeah.
I think she's from China, and she does the plates and puts it on her head. Maybe we get her to come into the studio under the lights. Folks, we appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you for all you do. We always say people in chat are the third member in the bunker with us. You guys are so important to us. Thank you. We're going to try to have a most valuable chatter. How do you become a most valuable chatter? Just got to participate in chat, be positive, and say something that may be funny. And you, too, could be most valuable chatter. Many have used most valuable chatter awards to put on their LinkedIn profile, on their resume.
I'm going to suggest we go ahead and ban Skull Mike from eligibility in this award.
Yes. Skull Mike is not eligible.
He's got enough going on his LinkedIn. Let's be reasonable.
Jeff Boski, my good friend, is in chat. Asks, how did I get the nickname Slick? Well, I'm 56 years old, and for about 54 and a half years, I never had Slick as my nickname. Skull had a nickname. They thought I needed a nickname. Somebody, I believe it was maybe Jake Stein or Skull, or somebody said, how about Slick Rick? And it just stuck. So that's how I got my nickname. How you doing, Jeff Boski? When are you coming back to the lodge? We'll go get some barbecue again.
How do you prefer Slick Rick or Slicky Ricardo?
You know, I do like Slicky Ricardo.
It's got a nice ring to it.
That came by because we had a person in chat saying he wanted to start a stream down in Brazil and mimic everything about our show. And he wanted to have one of the commentators named Slicky Ricardo. So there you go.
I wonder if that ever came to fruition.
I don't know. I hope that would be funny to see an offshoot version of the Lodge live stream in some other country. Appreciate everybody tuning in. They'll be back any minute. Jake the Llama Abdallah, also a partner here at the Lodge and a mixed game specialist.
Former.
Are you going to be playing on Friday night? Are you going to be back?
Probably.
All right, because
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Friday nights has become Friday night with Jake and the boys. You'll be on our stream on Friday, and they're back, folks. Halftime is over. We did not have any wardrobe malfunctions.
All right, so first flop, ace to deuce for the dealers.
Yep.
So you're going to keep dealing until you have an ace or a deuce on the flop, or on the board.
Yep.
So they're determining the tip right now. They're going to keep dealing until there's an ace or a deuce. I believe the ace, Scott will pay the tip for the dealers. Deuce, Doug will pay the tip. The Great Classic Movie Channel, Slick Rick looking good for the age. Thank you very much. I am 56. That's pretty old.
The problem is we're not allowed to have open alcohol,
Like apple juice, it'll look the same.
but I don't want the TABC to think.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
10,000.
Are you guys allowed to sell alcohol here or no?
We can sell beer and wine. We have beer and wine license.
Okay.
So getting back,
But the rest of the rules are like quite annoying.
Scott is up 23,000 as he was up as close to 100,000 as he could get at one point.
They draw the hard line.
That's hilarious. Check.
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 Doug has a club here. He's going to bet and take it down. .603 Gamer said, I've been binging on Doug's channel all day. Great stuff, very insightful. His stuff is on fire lately.
Last time Perkins was here for like the ring game that we
Oh,
had.
did we do the ace or deuce there?
No, I
Oh.
was thinking
No, it doesn't matter. Next one. I don't remember.
1,000.
The flop didn't have an ace or deuce on it. It was like 6,
No,
6,
there was
5
no ace or
something.
deuce.
Yeah.
Okay, so this board,
Yes, yeah.
we keep running cards, okay? Ace, that's you, so you're the 1K.
Here you go.
Check.
Thank you.
700.
Back check. We got 700. And a call.
It is crazy how much we sleep on the tip flop. It's just like constantly, it's all the time. And like this time, don't sleep on it. And then like, wait, what was the flop? Like, no, I did it again. It's like embarrassing at this point, you know?
Check.
King.
King as well.
I had a big king.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
And they never want to remind you because, like, you know.
Yeah, yeah, they don't. I don't know if there's a rule or not, but they really don't.
The Lodge does have a bar called Coolers. Serve
there's
beer
some
and
wine, too. I
wine
hope
and
that's
soft drinks. Soft drinks are free of
Probably not,
charge.
There's
Beer and
also-
wine
you
costs.
know it's coming.
We have great
There have
folks
been
who go
times
through the
where we get
room
on it
and deliver
multiple
beverages to
times in a
people.
row. Like you sleep on it, and you sleep on it again, and you sleep on it again, and then you're like 30 minutes into a session, and you still have not tipped the dealers yet.
Yeah. It probably happens pretty frequently, actually. Especially when like pots get like interesting, and now all of a sudden
Yeah.
people are making decisions, and everyone's focused on that.
Yeah, definitely.
One down.
Fold.
John PT, yes, you definitely can bring your own.
Now I feel like I can actually drink some water. because I know
Alcohol?
we're taking like a third quarter break, end of the third quarter.
I'm not gonna lie, I was like starting to die. Like I was going to explode.
I
It
couldn't
was
drink
getting
water.
rough.
I was just trying to hold on.
You're trying to hold on. I can't hold on anymore.
Like, it's weird. This is a heads-up match, and it's turned into who can hold their water better.
Skill game.
It's funny stuff.
One down.
3,800.
3,800.
There you see it.
How often do you guys have?
Scott up
games in here?
22-5.
Nights a week.
We usually do 4 times a week, but
That's a lot.
yeah, we're probably gonna keep it around there. And then it's like 4x a week, but then we're flexible. So if we want to put something special on, we can always do some extra days or whatever.
Yeah.
Like normally it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, but we wanted to play tomorrow, so I was like, can we do Thursday? And they said we could do it, so it's good.
You know what's also the funniest thing about stuff like this? Like, you put it out there, and you're like, someone reaches out, and it's like we're both pretty flexible.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out, and then it's like actually neither one of us is even remotely flexible. Like,
There is a chance of that. Ace high, ace high.
that's good. Like no one's actually flexible.
Yeah, I mean like, so like I'm flexible further out in advance, but you're
course.
like, let's play. You're like, we can play like next week, and I'm like, oh shit, okay, all right. Let me like actually like, oh yeah, I'm a lot less flexible than I thought I was. I had to like move some shit around, and then like, but we made it work. We got in there. And then I was like, well, can you do the weekend? You're like, no, the weekend's not good for me, and I'm like, but we figured it out.
Found a way.
Thank you for coming out here.
Oh, thanks for having me, man. I love playing heads up, no limit, but like you just don't get to play it live very often. Like
No, you
it's not
don't.
really a thing.
It's not a thing.
Especially with 2 dealers, making it go much faster. It's a
Good environment for it too. It's like nice studio, like good dealers.
Yeah, for sure.
It's on stream.
City's nice.
Yeah, city's nice.
both players with a backdoor flush draw. Doug going to call. Looking for a heart. May see a bluff here from Doug. He's on the lower end of his range, and it's going to work. Seeing a lot of
You got any
aggressive,
barbecue yet?
aggression
No.
from Doug
don't
in
wanna
this
go.
match. A lot
You gotta
of
get some barbecue. Have you ever been to Terry Black's?
No.
a lot
I've
of
never been to
pots where
Austin.
no one has anything
you've
going
never
his
been
way.
to Austin?
No.
Dude, you traveled a lot before.
Yeah.
And you never made.
No.
Oh shit! I didn't realize that.
Yeah, never been here.
Okay, tomorrow we'll order some good stuff here.
Okay,
We
I'm
can
down.
get some, we'll figure out a way. I'll bring some. I'll bring the meats. I'll tell the staff.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I know. I've only had like Texas barbecue once, and it was incredible. And it was in San Antonio. It was
Okay,
just
cool.
insane. But
I haven't been to San Antonio yet, actually. Somehow.
really,
Yeah, I've been to Dallas a lot, and then obviously here. And
there used to be like a PAX there. I think like
A what?
A PAX event. It's like a gaming event. It was really fun.
oh, okay.
Cool city.
Yeah. The barbecue style is so much better. It's like a lot of smoked meats rather than like.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's so good. It's like not like sugary and stuff. It's about like it's about the beef being smoked.
Yeah. No, I can't wait to try it.
Yeah, it's good.
Be awesome. It's kind of weird that I've never been here because there's like stuff here.
Yeah, I didn't even
Pretty
think to
freaking
ask you if you'd been here. I just assumed you had been here.
Yeah, which is fair.
Yeah.
It's the 11th biggest city in the United States. Have I not been here?
11. Yeah. Today we learned.
Have I not been here?
Doug started this match with 100K, added on 50K twice, in for 200K total.
Orders in?
Scott is ahead by about
Locked and loaded?
13,000.
What? Wow, that's fast.
Really?
Yeah, well, I was texting with the dasher to make sure because he was already there, and I was like, all right.
What a beast.
The grind is real today, I guess.
1,000.
I remember when like I first started playing more. Back when I met you, I would like be so excited the night before. I like couldn't sleep to play like a 1K at a small casino somewhere. I would be like, oh my gosh, this first place is gonna be like $200,000. Oh my gosh, right?
When you first find poker, it is one of those things where it's kind of hard to really, like, you're just so excited to do things. You're so excited to play. And then eventually you manage your expectations. But there still are some events like that. Like when you play the WSOP main, it's still like that.
Yeah, for sure. Never been very far in that one.
Same.
Doug
But
with
1
a
year.
king here.
Really?
Well, 1 year, I hope.
Oh, 1 year you hope. Yeah, I thought you said I did 1 year. Yeah.
No. I'm saying 1 year. You know.
Scott mixing it up with a
How
free
many
bet,
lifetimes
9-5
it is
suited.
supposed to be for like someone that like
It's just whenever you have
Could
that
be
many
an
people,
expensive
it's
flop
just
for
completely
someone.
insane.
it's wild.
Doug now with Broadway.
Scott's going to take another shot at it.
This is Doug's chance to get even. And he's got the check mark.
Spade on the river. Seems like probably a give up, but he's thinking about it.
You're going to see a quick fold. And folks, it's a new ball game. Scott is even. Doug is even.
Let's just start over.
Scott was up 99,000 at one point. And there you see it. $200.
I'd like.
A small blind,
For
Jake.
dinner tomorrow.
Whatever you want. Probably easier to do lunch because we can have a shorter dinner break.
The
right?
only thing is, like, it's heavy. So, like,
Yeah, well, let's do dinner then, I guess. Yeah.
how do we do this? How do you do barbecue here without wanting to go to bed afterwards?
You don't.
You don't.
You
yeah.
don't.
Maybe we do it towards the end of the night, I think.
Yeah.
There's a window, like a period of time where like you eat it and you feel super satisfied, and then like 30 minutes
Can you figure out a way to get us just like a sampling of Terry Blacks tomorrow around like, let's say 6. So just like, definitely heavy on like the brisket and stuff. Like,
I'll be here.
Turkey, just, a mixture of everything. I don't know, is it Saphira tomorrow? Who's working tomorrow? Is it Saphira or is it you? Okay.
That's 100% arrangeable, except the time. So, time for you to eat it and not want to fall asleep. I completely understand why you're thinking about that.
Players are talking about tomorrow ordering barbecue. I'm in.
Multiple times, and they will start selling that stuff past
Okay, how about this? You figure out when we should do it and just get us a sampling of stuff and we will eat it. Oh, wait, I'm button, right? Okay.
That works.
I trust in you. Get a bunch of the roasted turkey. It's like a little healthier. I like it too.
Do you have a preference, or do you just want to try everything?
We want a smorgasbord, if you will.
Try
but,
everything. And
yeah.
you want extra turkey.
Yeah, and some extra turkey. Everything with some extra turkey.
To pair here for Scott as they're talking about tomorrow's dining experience.
Doug drawing dead.
Queen Jack.
Doug had a chance to be up. I want to say, I know it's the first time up would be since very, very early, like within the first 3 or 4 hands of the match.
You just take care of it. So when are we going to have it? Like earlier? Okay.
I would say the latest 5.
Okay.
That's the latest one.
Just let us know.
That's exciting.
Good. Good stuff.
I love barbecue too.
I guess like I should have asked. Like I don't even eat sides when I go, but like
Oh, phenomenal.
no, the sides there. Ooh, I don't. What do you like? What sides?
Okay, I get the mac and cheese and then the garlic parm green beans.
All right, I'll trust in you. Actually, no, let's not do garlic at the table. That just seems like a recipe for disaster.
The room smells for a week.
Yeah, let's pass on the garlic. If you want to get a couple sides too, that would be great. They're what?
Is it like off the cob?
It's like more like a cream corn, but not as liquidy.
It is off the cob. It is not attached
Cream
to the
corn's
cob.
bomb.
You trying to get in there?
I've had the sides. Only the sides.
Okay.
You're not a barbecue fan?
No, don't eat meat.
Make sure we have enough so the dealers can get in there.
That would
As
be
long as the
not a
dealing guys will
barbecue
slow
fan.
down. I look over as like
By
dealing the beef
definition.
rib.
I've tried the corn and the potato salad and
Try
the
to
green
shuffle
beans.
with one hand.
Like this is the most Texas thing I've seen in my life.
The Lodge, where we out Texas.
Just tuning in, Scott's in for 100,000. Doug's in for 200,000. Doug hits a jack here. Open ender for Scott. Trips now for Doug.
Trips go for the trap.
1,400. Oh, I played that so tricky. Oh man. Just hoping for a little raising, a little check and raising action.
Oh, wasn't gonna happen that time.
Yeah.
Typical 4 hours of heads up, no limit, where we're dead even.
Yeah.
4 hours.
Yeah. I mean, even like the peak I was down, like it's like one of our starting stacks. It's like really,
No, nothing. Yeah.
yeah, it's just the way it goes.
Big slick for Scott. Take it down.
When is Cyprus? Right in Cyprus.
May.
May? Okay. Like end of May or?
The Invitational is May 20th.
Okay, gotcha. They're trying to wedge that in right before WSOP.
Yeah.
Did you
It's,
see
the venue's really nice, man.
Bill Perkins
staff
and Sean D
great.
made a new weight
Get some
body
really
fat
good
loss
folks working
bet?
at
I heard something about that. What is it? Is it 17%?
17%,
It was funny, though, when I was
14
there, I was,
months,
like, walked up to a bar and asked for
and
order a drink, and I ordered
10 to
an
1
old-fashioned.
odds.
So
And then they looked at me
100,000 to a
like-
million?
Like,
Yep.
Wow.
Like I was a ghost, and then I look over like 10 minutes later, and they're flipping through a book trying to figure out what old fashioned is.
Sean is a big guy.
Rare drink.
I know. That's
Yeah,
what I said.
and also he's spoken a lot in the past
Like,
about being like
for it.
having no interest in diet or exercise and being totally cool and about not doing those things. So, from that perspective, might be a good bet from Bill. On the other hand, this bluff's gonna get
3
knocked
high.
off. 3 high, no
I guess
good.
5 high, really. I guess I'm playing the board. Is really the...
On the other hand, Sean is
away.
one of the most epic grinders when he's trying to win something, the leaderboard or World Series Player of the Year.
I was
He-
really hoping for a chop there.
He goes hard, so I would be
Seems possible.
I would be scared to bet
reasonable.
against him for something like that.
Definitely a call in hand.
Interesting.
1,000.
All right, Mickey, for just the food and everything today and for you and stuff. Yes, Renee, you're good. We're good. We're good. You're welcome.
The two dealer thing's good. Two dealer
Oh,
thing
dude,
is
it's,
good.
it's freaking awesome.
awesome.
You're just blasting through hands.
Yeah,
It's good.
it's really helpful.
Trips.
Trips for Doug.
Ace of clubs for Scott.
How about quads for Doug Polk?
I believe the term is quadrophenia, if
Yeah.
I know correctly from listening to my live streams.
Yeah, people don't like when I say that. I don't know why.
They don't? Oh, have you toned back the
They,
quadrophenia?
they think it's, what do they call it, quote unquote, cringe.
Come back. Come back. Come back.
Doug shows quadrophenia.
Don't have it in me.
Should have set the trap.
That's a bit cringe.
We got something.
You know what, Jake? People who say cringe are cringe.
Fair.
True statement?
Quads are so much fun. The
cringe paradox.
They're not.
The thing is, no one ever like really tries to rep quads. You know, like how many big hands have you seen where like, yeah, he just really tried to say I got the quads. Like you just don't really see that. I can't remember ever seeing that actually. Have you ever seen a big hand where someone just went to town repping quads? I haven't seen it.
Not when they knew they were repping quads.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, all right. You know what I mean though.
Yeah, for sure.
I recall a large
You get
hand with
quads,
Bill
you're like,
Klein.
maybe they'll try and rep, and then you're like, no, that's not really, just
where
doesn't happen.
He bet a Trips River got raised and
They just
shipped it in, repping
It's a hard.
mostly
thing to-
quads or in pocket aces, and he got kings to fold. So that was an exciting hand.
Chad, who do you want to see Doug face in the heads-up challenge he's given to the world? Who would you like to see on this felt under the lights?
How do I have no black chips?
Cringeophenia.
Yeah, let me get a stack. Thank you.
Doug versus Helmuth? Yeah, that would be fun. Doyle would be great,
Back.
and it'd be great to get him back to Texas. Back in the day, he played a lot of games in Austin. In his books, he mentions that in the road games that they used to play somewhere in Austin. Luke Schwartz would be fun.
Yes, that would be fun.
You hate to do it, but
Folding sucks.
You hate to do it, but if you start calling too wide, then you just set yourself up for disaster later. And
Alan Keating, Tom Dwan, all
Deuces.
good.
I had a pretty
Would
good
be
hand
fun
that
to
time.
see.
It was a pretty big laydown.
Phil Ivey, of course.
It was a respectful laydown. It was a respectful.
John Wick,
down.
Bruce Lee, great suggestions.
Not even that you had it, just that you might fire the river. I check.
Check.
Check. 1400.
Good to see you there, David Jason.
Sorry, I'll keep him closer. That seat's super awkward too, trying to reach out. Check.
Deuce.
4.
Doug hits a 4 on the river.
Darn.
The powerful deuce foiled by having 2 cards. That's basically exactly what we talked about earlier.
Literally. See, I'm trying to be optimistic. I could make more pairs.
Yeah, you could. No, that's definitely in play.
Or the river could
I
just
mean, the
be a
deuce
4.
was good. It was good.
Until you have those 2 cards.
And those 2 cards, they just when they hit, you know.
The 3-2 off, making another appearance.
Doug again with pocket 6s. This is like the 3rd or 4th time he's had them today. Check mark for Doug.
Very serious.
I had you. I went for the thin value.
Yoda wants to see Marnie versus Doug on a free roll. Got to see that video after the stream. Do yourself a favor. Check out our latest clip on the player that I went up on Saturday, got on the mic in the main room and said, who wants to come in the big game?
For sure.
You can buy in for a minimum of $1,000 and try to spin it up.
It is a long.
Marnie came running up to me and
It's a
says,
long ass
I want to
I think
see.
it's like 27.
Bought in for 1,000,
yeah,
spun it up to
that's like-
13,000.
I could be wrong.
Before
I think
Doug
it was a little
stacked her.
long for me.
Fun
I'm
time.
always down to fly to LA or fly to Florida or fly stuff
Yeah.
like that. But the super long ones are just not too fun.
2,000.
Doug with ace of diamonds, nut no pair. We're
I
going to
will
see
say that, like,
a turn and
if you,
maybe a river.
the airline was like super nice in first, and the way back I couldn't get it. Like, it was just booked out when I did it, and it was not super nice. It was horrible.
Check. Check.
8s.
It's good.
It was like real rough on the way back, and the way there it was great.
What do you have to fly through to get to Cyprus?
Turkey.
Yeah, I'm not going to Cyprus. No offense to Turkey, it just that's pretty far. It's a lot of moving around.
Yeah.
Doug likes extra turkey with the barbecue order and a little less turkey on the airplane.
Yeah.
Check. Check.
Something funny happened in production. You want to lesson on that or no?
Doug's going to take a shot at it, and he'll get it
Pretty quick.
to work. Yeah, Eric Person would be a
Whenever you
good
guys
one.
Start laughing and we're just like, is there something you should tell us?
What I do.
Some jokesters on the comms, huh?
1,000. Check.
700.
Doug with the ducks. He mentioned those earlier. Hard to play ducks when you don't flop anything. Because as long any card could beat him there if it pairs.
I have the power of the deuces.
The deuces are powerful. Very powerful.
Brendan Estalis says Antonio Esfandiari. That would be a
Sneaky
good one.
though, when it's not on the board. It's a sneaky, powerful deuces.
Love to get Antonio to the lodge.
feel like he plays a lot less poker
So
these
is this
days,
room
but
new then?
maybe I'm wrong.
Was this streamed somewhere else in here before?
So we had it in the main room.
Would be
and
nice to get
it was
him.
just like a temp setup, basically. While we leased out this unit, fully renovated it, built out the set, and then we launched this in February.
Cool.
So this is new.
Yeah, this is really freaking nice.
Thanks, man. The designer did a really good job, and we're really happy with it. Except for those goddamn blurry chip pictures. When are we gonna get rid of those?
They're like, meh.
That day will come. Well, we might get a heads-up table, too.
Should.
Heads-up table with 2 dealer chairs, so there's not the awkward side. By the way, do we always put the men on that side? I noticed that the women get the good chair. Is that a thing we're doing on purpose, or is that just how it goes down? Yeah, I'm on to you guys. I see what's happening.
I feel like you have to have a heads-up table. It's just like should be a default.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
You're you. I don't know how you can.
Scott, who has got all the way back down to even, is now up 10,000 again.
I didn't know if I was winning any matches. I was like, wow, I was really wrong.
You're like, who wants
The
to play
DMs
me?
start lighting up, and I'm like, whoa, guys, everyone, hold on, all right, hold on. Some guys are like, how many days in a row can we do? I'm like, okay, all right, all right, buddy. It's really good content, though.
Oh, dude, it's so much fun.
Skull Mike suggesting we.
My favorite was right after I messaged you, or I tweeted or whatever.
I'll wait till they're done.
You threw out something. I was like, man, I must be really dusty with the people that I'm getting up on right
Dude,
now.
it was like that. It was like that.
Skull Mike suggesting they play the knit game with 5 knit buttons each.
I got to think about how many people actually
That'd be
really
funny.
want to do it, but I mean, it's in the low teens. There's a. I looked at my calendar and I was like, I'm gonna start opening up some days.
I have to interview less people.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to interview less people. We're in the mix.
Both players with the same hand here, 5-4 offsuit. Jump ball, who wants it? Doug reaching for chips, quick fold from Scott.
Some people want to do half and half PLO and hold 'em, which is definitely worse for the stream. Like viewers don't like PLO that much. I'm sure you realize that.
Yeah. No one understands it.
Yeah. But I'd be willing to do it for like mixing it up / like to get someone, if like Galfon wanted to come down and play, I'd
Yeah,
put
that'd
it
be
in there
super
for him.
sick.
Yeah. Even though I'm sure I'm getting chopped up. Chopped up. Versus the guy who's known for heads-up PLO challenges. Yeah, heads-up PLO versus Galfon. That sounds like a great spot. Come on down. I'd love to play a game I'm not very good at versus probably the best guy. But you know what? Just come on down. We'll make it happen. For the fans, though, that'd be good.
Chop this one up as long as they
Might as well
both
be
stay
holding
in.
there, so it can't be that bad.
Jump ball.
10.
Yeah,
Is that the right sports analogy?
Chop? Is that
yeah.
chop? 10s and 9s, yeah. Chop it up.
It's a chop.
Can I figure out how chops work? I don't know.
Nope, that's really hard, man.
And I'm like 7 and an 8. Okay. Is it a chop? Let me count the cards. That's 3 cards.
Wait, that's how those work?
Yes. High stakes poker, guys. Only the best. The best and the brightest. Online, it's easy. Just they ship the pot, you know? Here I have to be like, this is 10.
It's the best when you're looking at your hand and like, wait, do I actually have this or no? Like, I think I have that, but do I have that? Like,
Bill accidentally called with 9 high, and I was bluffing with jack high on Sunday, yeah.
that actually happened?
That happened, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Scott with the straight here, rivered straight.
Let's get through. Almost the nut low, really. It's pretty close. Thank you.
Food has arrived for these guys. They'll continue playing.
I'm good for now. Thank you, though.
No, I'm gonna try to slow down on the beverages. I learned.
You want? I'll take a diet Dr. Pepper. Thank you.
Soda.
Definitely.
It's not even close. Okay.
No. I'm okay. So good. No,
I can't say it's the best of the no. I will take one.
2 guys after that.
Yeah.
Check.
Check.
Scott's starting to heat up again. Drills trips on the river.
Got another big one.
I would have liked a check raise with the king 3 specifically.
I like how we talked about the twice thing, and we've never had an opportunity to run it.
Since when he has the
Yeah, we
king,
have it.
Run it twice.
less king high
We've
hero
never- not
calls
yet
from
to run
Doug, and less bluffs, and more bluffs rather if he checks from hands worse
Did
than
they do that to
king
you too?
high.
Put on the side.
Oh, I fold.
Is there 2 guacs?
Is there another guac, Mickey? All right, it's going
Oh
over.
wait, you know what? It's not. Here, we'll chop it up.
No, not chopping it up. You're good. You're good. This is fine. It's healthier to have the lowest colors anyway.
You wanted the draw.
Holy guacamole.
Doug doesn't want to chop up the guacamole. Tomorrow will be another heads-up stream, same players.
700.
And then Friday will be the cash game, and Saturday another cash game
You're supposed to flip the bowl.
with multiple players, a full ring.
No one's ever told me this before.
You're supposed to flip it.
Flip the bowl.
It mixes it all up.
Kind of just blew my mind.
It mixes it all up?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then that's like dangerous. I'm in like territory where it could fall off the side. I'm at a poker table.
Okay.
But I'm interested in your theory.
I've never seen anyone do that before. And I thought I was pretty extreme. But like,
4,300 watching right now. Appreciate every one of you.
1,000.
Doxes love these streams. Seems so casual, yet these guys are playing for hundreds of thousands. That is true.
Now that I think about it, we only kind of all in were like the cards to come.
I think once on Sunday.
do we?
No, I mean when I played Bill, I think I only had one single time where cards were coming.
Okay.
So I guess yeah, you're gonna have way less running it once or twice or whatever. It's just a lot less likely to happen.
King, Queen, 5.
Check.
Pair for both players.
Check it.
Got
Check it.
the really aggressive poker started when the food came.
It's 2,000.
You're bluffing well.
And always, poker always picks up when people are eating while they're playing. So good for the action. That and drinking protein shakes. Let's go.
Yeah. I was needling Jungle the other day. He was here.
And he started getting a massage, and I played with him before, and maybe it's just variance, I don't know. Probably variance. But he started getting a massage, and he just didn't play a hand for like 2 hours when he was getting a massage. And the next day I was playing with Jungle, and I was like, Jungle, are you gonna like fold all your hands and you're getting a massage again? And he's like, I'll bet you I play the exact same VVIP when I'm getting a massage. And I was like, all right, chill out, man. And then he opens, and I'm like, here come the aces. And then someone 3-bets, and he goes back, and he goes in the tank, and I'm like, oh shit, maybe I'm influencing the action. Then he 4-bets, and the guy folds, and he had the aces. And I'm like, yeah, man, you totally play just as loose when you're getting a massage. No, definitely, no, I believe you. No, for sure. I'm not trolling you at all.
That's someone I don't think I've ever played poker with. I don't think I've ever played poker with him somehow. Really? Yeah, never, not once. And we've been in the same stuff. Yeah.
Bain asked, does the lodge serve food or just strictly a card house? We do have a new caterer that serves on the nightly. As you see, the cumulative winnings dug up, got up about 11,000. And of course, you can have anything delivered via the
He calls one Dirty Dan, right? Dirty Dan?
delivery services.
I'm Dirty Dan.
But who knows what will happen in the future? You never know what you'll see at the lodge. One thing for sure, we keep changing and trying to get better each and every day.
Can you believe the guy that calls himself Jungle
Is that a character?
Thought.
I went out there, and I didn't know she was out there, so I was.
A lady came with Jungle?
It was like he was like a friend of his, like another poker player. I think she played on the stream actually.
What? Oh, so you mean like a friend?
Yeah, like a friend of Jungle's.
Okay. Okay. The lady was
I
just
didn't
kind
know.
of
I didn't know she was out. I didn't know she was out there, and I went out there, and I was like, Matt, like this dude is weird. Like no one warned me about him at all. I just got put in a room with him.
Oh yeah, we should have actually put a staff memo out. That was my bad.
I was like, I don't know who this guy is, and
She said.
he tells me a story about how they were drunk. It was like 9 of them in a van, like on the way to Vegas or whatever, and then they're driving through the desert, and Jungwoo makes them stop the van. He gets out without saying anything, and comes back 2 hours later with an ice cream cone and says, "We can go now." And like that just sets the pace for.
How did 8 people listen to that?
Like that just kind of now I expect.
Good overhead view of the taco bowls
And you go get an ice
or
cream.
whatever they're eating.
We're gonna have to have a podcast about what's the bar for stopping a van of 8 people to go do something. You know?
Yeah, literally.
That's just over the line. Check.
Oh, the 3-2. Seen some success.
We'd ask you kindly subscribe to our channel, hit the thumbs up today.
Jungle like sweets.
Does he?
Yeah.
We're on 4 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. This week, we're adding a Thursday stream. Tomorrow,
Somebody gets you big pre-op.
Philip says there needs to be a lodge in South Carolina. Gotten a lot of that from around the states saying, open up a lodge here, open a lodge there. There's a lot that goes into it, believe me.
Yeah, he is a very entertaining.
They're looking at things.
For sure.
It's got to be the right situation, though, of course. Narco says 2 gentlemen destroying their bowls. True story. Philip, you can go to Texans for Texas Hold'em, find out ways that you can help.
Poker like a show, you know?
Like the costume thing, I know. Like
You guys have the best banter. It's like fun.
yeah. But like he treats it like a show, and he gets it, and he's.
Yeah, for sure.
He's a good guy. He can be a little weird, misguided.
Anyone that's been around that long and like done what he does and like people enjoy having him around still in any way, it's kind of a big deal. Usually when someone wins a bunch of money, everyone's like, just don't play with him, you know?
Yeah.
All right, this hand could get interesting. Ace Jack versus Big Slick. Doug 3-betting the 3,800. Scott for sure is coming along.
It's always like 3-bet when you sit.
Ace on this board,
Oh, super light.
and the taco salads could get spicier.
Sick live read.
2 clubs.
Each player with a backdoor flush draw. See a C-bet and a call, I predict.
The audio is not broken. We're just muting it when they're eating. Taking bites so you don't hear the chews of the food. Scott looking for a 10-6 or jack. $10-6.
We'll bet again. 2/3 pot.
Are we gonna play a whole hand of just like eating while we play? Little Chipotle ace-way, the Chipotle 3-bet, the Chipotle flop bet, the Chipotle turn raise, the Chipotle call.
New sponsorship sign.
Yeah, where's Chipotle? We got him on the felt.
I'll call him tomorrow. There you see the cumulative winnings. We played about 275 hands. And Scott up 3,300. He got it up to about $99,800. It's, if I can remember, that was his highest total that he was winning. Skull Mike back from his NyQuil nap. Both players with clubs here. Queen for Doug.
Oh, come on. Come on.
About as bad as it could have possibly been.
King, queen suited.
Doug, for the first time since maybe hand number 2, is up in this match. Now winning $1,100.
Lock it up. Lock the winner.
All of a sudden he yawns and says, let's come back tomorrow.
So much better now.
Yeah, no kidding.
I need to
Lock it up. No show tomorrow.
We need to put like a list of food options, because I feel like whenever we want to order food, it's always like this, like, what are our options? And it's like,
I can make a list and laminate it.
That'd be good.
I mean, I just know them off the top of my head, so I can.
Maybe we should just ask people for recs and stuff too. Maybe some like local businesses and stuff. I don't know. Something to think about. Or we could not.
I've lived here for like 13 years, so I just like to know it.
That's a very long time.
We're going to chop this one up unless somebody makes a bet at this. Doug's going to
think
try.
We are going to see a bet.
I wanted to have fun so much, but I just don't get to.
I had you. Believe it or not.
I believe you because that'd be the weirdest lie ever, but.
I was bluffing, but I still had you.
You lived in Round Rock for 13 years? How do? Okay. Yeah, I know.
Jonah, the missing money
the way
is
to, like,
due to
Rockport,
tips.
Or Rockdale?
So that's why it doesn't add up to a
It's
complete
east, right?
300,000.
East.
Know where 79, I don't know directions.
You don't know directions? You don't know east? I don't know 79. I know east. Like on a compass?
Skull Mike wants to play the knit game. 5 knit buttons per player, 5K tax for each button remaining. Oh
Right
my
there, baby.
God.
Right there. Discipline later.
Skull Mike. The only person who could sell that to these players is Skull Mike because of
I got my
his
driver's license there.
annoying way
I know how
he
to
gets
I know.
people
But
to
what
do
is-
things.
There's like a, Riot,
That would be
blockchain
fun.
has their
good
headquarters,
idea,
or, like,
actually.
their main mining
It might
facility out
be,
in Rockport or Rockdale or some kind of rock.
Might be too good for
So I had to
Doug.
drive out there.
It's a more aggressive player so far in the
When my buddy
match.
was in town, he works at the company. He was like, "You can come
But
to
hey,
this like investor
They
day we're
agree.
doing."
They can do whatever they want.
And I was like, "Yeah, I'll swing by." And I was like, "Oh my god," because I live like the other side of town, and it's like, it was like an hour and 45-minute drive. I'm like, this is really not what I was signing up for. When I said I'd come out there, I was like, oh shit, this is like another city basically.
Doug looking for a 6. Does not come.
5. Oh, yeah, good.
So
Another big pot. Let's
I would vote, Jake,
Huge
that
one.
you go out into the studio and make that skull mic. Because if I go out there, it just won't turn out well.
Oh, that's pretty brutal.
You are just the guy to do it. Skull Mike is definitely just the guy.
Pflugerville is such a weird word. Pflugerville.
Pflugerville.
Yeah, and and you look at it on a piece of paper, you're like, that's a real word you're saying?
Check.
Like, yeah.
Is it like a city out here or something?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's basically a city, yeah. It's part of the Austin Metro. Right? Am I right or am I right?
You're right.
Yeah, it's,
Check it. 3,000.
9. Nitty turn check. You can never be too careful.
Gotta be
All right,
safe.
Skull Mike. Jake is going to go
Never be
out and
too
make the
careful.
request to the
Tight
players.
folds in your safe play.
Poker is a lot more fun when you have hands and get to choose how you want to value bet them.
Poobah.
Way more fun.
That's way more fun.
I'm
how it was
always
to start
up
the
for
day.
these paintings. I think they're awesome. But, yeah, I heard that you said you didn't like it.
I'm doing less of that.
I've noticed.
We're trying to
how to
get
pair every single
battle
painting.
I know,
scenes
it's
for
Jeez,
these.
the game's so much harder.
Really is.
And the artwork just isn't cooperating. But I get it. I get what you're saying. So Jake is just the guy to do it. He's going to go out to the studio. He's going to try to convince these players to play the knit game. 6, 7, 9. I don't think Scott Ball may know what the knit game is. Doug is going to bet with his king high. Ginger Knott says Doug has played really well today, managed not to tilt when ball was sun running. You know, Doug made reference to that earlier. He said, no, even when I was down close to 100,000, it was just a buy-in, so can't tilt on a heads-up match like that. Pair for Doug. Doug with the check mark.
700.
Thin value bet. Just looking for a hero.
Hard one to hero with.
If you missed Sunday's stream with Bill Perkins, he won about 29, 30,000 after they played
Yeah, serious girl.
6 hours.
Yeah. Few
How
times.
old are you, by the way?
36.
So Lama is
Probably
back
older, maybe, yeah.
after his venture to the studio.
Results TBD.
Results to be determined. I love it.
Really need those yellows.
Hoarding. I'm hoarding. You want some? You want a stack?
We're all right for now. I'm gonna earn them. I'm gonna earn
Okay, okay, you can earn them. That's what I tried to do, but then I had to get a stack. So,
them. You feel the pain.
I mean, it sounds nice to earn them. That is actually kind of weird when you think about it. All the
He
yellows
win
are worth
Kong says, will
4,400
Bill
US.
Perkins come back? Yes.
All the yellows
Bill
are
Perkins will be
earning.
back at some point.
All
He
the
loves
yellows
the
end up over
lodge.
there, and then all the yellows end up back over here.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Says he felt really comfortable here and enjoyed playing. Has a house in the area, so he's here a lot of the times out of the year anyways. So we'll see Bill back. He played on our launch week,
It is a crazy game.
and then he came on Sunday. So
When it's
Yeah.
fun and it's so not when it's not.
Yep, definitely.
Pair of
How long
ducks
is
for
your
Doug.
hiatus?
So I mean, I still really haven't played like almost any tournaments in like 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
But when I bought in here, I started playing it more or less. I have the power of the mighty deuce.
The 10.
No, no.
Don't have to buy a stack yet.
The 10 is mightier than the deuce. Yeah, so when I bought in here, I started kind of playing it really more or less. It's about a year.
There you see it. Cumulative winnings. Doug up 2,800.
I've been playing it here basically for a year, yeah. But it's a lot different now. It's not like before where I was, really trying
So
to.
you already lived in Austin then, and we're like, this is a really good idea.
I moved here separately and then saw there was poker here,
4,400.
so I like stumbled my way in.
I feel like you've always had like 3 or 4 different projects going on.
Usually have a few different things going on, yeah.
That's good. I played so much, and then I went
3,800.
Jack 9 suited for Doug. Makes it 3,800 to go. Here comes Scott with ace 9.
4-bet.
Oh, I didn't see that. I thought he just threw out 1. He threw out 2 pink chips, the bubble gums. 4 bets to 10 grand.
First 4-bet pot of the day.
Is it?
I think so, yeah. Right?
Winner of this pot will be up.
Too rich for my blood. You ran out of customer, though. Quick rabbit hunt? Can I get a quick rabbit? Can I get a quick rabbit? Turn river. Oof.
Oh, that would have been an exciting turn.
Doug would have won the pot.
Uh-oh.
A smaller flop C-bet could have ended up costing Scott a lot of money.
Fair.
That turn would have sucked.
Nice pre-flop value.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
So Scott fighting back. He's up now 9,000.
Like this, roughly.
That's a good question. I'm not the finance guy. I'm the big picture guy. So
I'm dead.
I hope
Love
not,
the guy that calls himself the big picture guy.
I hope not too much.
What do you think? What would you say?
The guy, the finance guy gets really tilted every time we buy more stuff. So we're trying not to continue to needle him at this point. Like, hey, we need some more cameras. Like, fucking more cameras. We need more fucking cameras. More fucking cameras. You haven't.
It's an exaggeration.
That was directly out of a meeting that you had.
It's a slight exaggeration.
Oh, my goodness. That's funny. Just say this, the investment was substantial, but I think folks really love what we did with the new Stream Studio.
Yeah, came out great.
The same hand again.
Good hand.
Right back in there. Well, it was better that time, but.
Yeah, when we were, the last stream we had, we took a little 56-day break. And previously we increased the number of cameras actually twofold. So we have twice as many cameras seeing the action. a gorgeous new studio that's with so much to offer. So, yes, we hope y'all enjoy what we put together for you. Both players hit a 10. Doug, 2 pair.
What happened? Oh, you're talking to production. Okay. Thought you were keeping secrets.
Check mark for Doug. 10s and 5s.
See a little value bet. Call.
10-5.
That's gonna win.
You know what, Mickey?
What? No.
I will take a White Claw.
Oh.
Lime White Claw.
A White Claw.
Yeah.
We're getting wild.
Lime, yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'll join. I'll join.
We're near
Lime, or do you want to do
Cherry. Yeah. Is there a cherry? White
black
Claw?
cherry, right? Black cherry.
Who gets a lime White Claw? A
All
barbarian.
right, I'll take black cherry. I'll take a black cherry. I didn't realize what a horrible mistake I was making.
I don't think that was
I'm
that
not
bad of a
judging you for how
mistake.
you live your life, but I'm judging you for how you live your life. No, it's
I'm
fine,
partial
you
to
do
the
whatever
lime
you-
myself.
That's like me when someone puts ice in their scotch.
Do they make a
The other day,
watermelon
like, I
White
was
Claw?
getting
That
some
sounds
someone,
good.
They do.
And I
There's
stood
a
up and they were like,
flush.
The nut
Hey, can I
flush
get ice?
versus
For Doug.
the nut
Have a
low.
queen. Oh my!
Oh.
Wait, hold on. I have the nuts.
You like
Is
the
that
nuts,
a-
nuts?
I
Is
have
that
the
a
nuts,
penalty?
And it wouldn't have mattered, but that was a really badly. But that's probably my worst hand played ever, I would say. What do you think? Checking back the nuts on the limit? Is that I was so excited about my Scotch story that I like checked back the nuts. Wow.
Do you think this hand will make
I'm gonna have to run the sim
poker
on that one
hands?
later and see what the computers say. Anyway,
Maybe.
so I was pouring some Scotch, and someone was like, "Yeah, can I get ice in mine?" And I was like, "Sure, sure. How many of you guys want your Scotch wrong?" Just like someone else like, "I'll also take ice." Like, okay, 2. What do we got? It wasn't even that good of a joke. It wasn't worth checking the nuts back.
That's true.
Oh, I'm sorry. What am I doing?
Black
I'm-
cherry is the
I'm
most
just, like, I'm all over
polarizing
the place.
flavor. It's a lot of people's
a guy that
favorites
gave
and a
us
lot
some
of
peer
people's
pressure, now they're
least
dead.
favorite. It
Really?
stands out from the rest. Personally, it's my least favorite, but I see a lot of people who rank it number 1.
We didn't
So
roast
these
it.
are different.
Request it. Let me-
All right, cheers. Well, now we have a plan for restroom breaks. Before, we were just hanging on for dear life.
I haven't had a White Claw in a minute. I'm not gonna lie.
So we have beers and stuff too, but I get really bloated from beer. I try
Yeah,
to
same. I
try to
don't,
kind
I
of
don't like
avoid
beer
it.
actually at all.
Somewhere out there, the White Claw Warrior, a.k.a.
I
Felix,
did
the
want to do a
Chi-Town Cat, is
sensitivity test.
smiling.
My only thing I was kind of sensitive to was gluten.
Yeah.
I mean, I really do enjoy beer, so sometimes I just suck it up and I just deal with it anyway.
I
But
just don't like beer. I don't know why. I've never really liked it.
that's a good place to be.
I like tequila and whiskey and scotch.
Well, we don't have a liquor license here at the lodge, so White Claws it is. $3,800.
Pocket queens.
All right, 10s for Scott here. Doug keeps firing. Scott looking for a 10 or an
Saving
8.
the yellows, I see you.
I think Scott's going to end up calling this. What do you think, Jake?
Yeah, I think it's tough to fold a 10 here on the turn. It's not going to be fun for him to face the third bet, which he very well might.
Check mark for Doug.
I win.
Goes check, check. $27,200 goes to Doug.
10.
I did.
Doug now up 11,400. Back and forth.
Wasn't sure if I was going to go for value on numbers or not. Yeah, black cherry is better than lime.
Way better.
I'm sorry for my atrocities here.
As long as you're sorry.
That's really what's important.
While I disagree, way better is the correct answer because it's the polarizing flavor. There's no middle ground. It's either the best or the worst.
But they do have watermelon. I have to try that. I'm a watermelon fan.
They do have it.
Watermelon is underrated.
Mix pack free.
People think watermelon only in the summertime.
On Friday morning.
Why is
Friday
that?
morning.
I don't know.
Yeah, early.
It's good all the time.
I think at like 8 a.m. or something.
Oh, okay,
7
gotcha.
a.m.
Gotcha.
Airport was nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quick.
It's pretty small for the 11th largest city in the U.S.
Right.
Isn't that right, Mickey? Our airport's pretty small
4,400.
for being the 11th largest city in the U.S.
But for the metro,
Doug.
Kidding. I'm just
Majority of the time, if you'll notice, you'll have a connecting flight because you fly from Austin to Dallas Airport, and Dallas Airport is bigger, and
Yeah.
you can go anywhere from there.
That happens a lot.
Really? How far is Dallas?
It's like a 2.5, 3 hour drive.
Like 2 to 3 hours, depends if you're going like Central City or on the outskirts.
Yeah.
What she means is it depends on how fast you're driving.
100%. Never follow the
So I had a flight to Dallas from here to go see the Lakers play the Mavs like a couple weeks ago or a few weeks ago. And I got to the airport and they announced that my flight had been canceled because of a hydraulics issue on the plane. And I had like 3 hours-ish, and I got to the game and I sat down at tip-off, so I exactly hit it. So
You flew.
what's up?
So you flew.
No, I drove.
No, but you like, flew there. You
Oh,
drove.
yeah, but I mean,
you
like-
really didn't drive. You
I see what you're saying. Yes, it was basically a flight.
yeah.
But it's that kind of distance, and like the airport is kind of the other way from where you would go if you're going to Dallas.
Check mark for Scott here with the straight. Quick fold from Doug before he even gets the chips in play.
I lose. $3,800.
38.
4,000 watching at 7:11 p.m. Central Time. We've been on since about 3 p.m., so a little over 4 hours we've been streaming.
700. I might go to Vegas this summer. I'll definitely do the main, but I might play a couple other things.
I'm like planning on skipping all of it as of right now, but I might be out in Minnesota and like change my mind and really have an itch and show up.
Yeah, I think like I'm at a place in poker now where I can go and have fun, but I'd probably just play like the higher stakes stuff and not really
Of course.
grind out the.
Queens for Scott.
Last year I started my series off with 100K and then like a 1K the next day.
Yeah, that's some sick stuff.
Yeah, it was wild. Did you play anything last year?
I won a 1K bracelet while I was playing 100K once.
On your phone?
So I was playing in the one drop and I won the tag team.
Oh, okay.
But I was
So
in-
you
I
won
was-
2 in one day.
So I was at the final table of the tag team, but I wanted to play the one drop. So on my one drop break, I went in and played some heads up, and I went back to the one drop. And then a photographer comes over and was like, "How do you want your winner's photo?" I'm like, "Winner's photo? Oh, I want a bracelet." I don't know how many people have won bracelets not at the table, but it's, I don't know, a pretty short list, I imagine.
Nice story. You remember who his partner was in the heads up?
Ryan Fee.
Nice.
Fees was messing up too. He had really lost some chips for us. I had to step in there. I got the double. We like jumped around a bit. It was cute. That was good times. I remember day one of that tournament, we went to dinner or something, and we had just lost half our stack. And he's like, "I've got a really good feeling about this tournament." And I'm like, "Dude,
it's a 1K tag team, bro.
It's a 1K tag team. It's day one." He's like, "Dude, I'm just saying, I got a really, really good feeling about this tournament." I'm like, "Okay."
What a legend. You knew.
So day one, we ended up chipping up a bit. Day two, we cut into shifts. I'm like, "Okay, you work the morning shift, quote unquote morning shift, the first 4 hours, and I'll play the last 5 or 6 or whatever." So I get there. And he's like, "Run up a stack now." Okay, so now we have chips. And I sit down, he tags me in. And the first hand I play, I just run every single chip at the other big stack at the table. And the guy just tanks the river and folds. And then I show Fees the bluff. I'm like, he's like, "What the fuck, man? I worked for 4 or 5 hours. I run up this stack, you sit down, you immediately if the guy had called the river, we would have just left together, you know?" Oh my God,
That's
so
amazing.
good. But there's actually, in the tag team, there's a weird pressure where people are way more okay to lose their own money than other people's money.
100%.
Other people's money
5,400.
feels
5,400.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I said it. Yeah, that's fine.
It doesn't matter.
I meant to say 4,400. I'm just clicking with.
We don't play binding here. So if your intent is 44, it's
Yeah.
It's not
Sarah
it's not
Mick
a
is in
hard
chat. How you doing, Sarah? Looking forward to seeing you on Friday.
No, that's so true. People try really, 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 really hard to not donk it off in that tournament.
Yeah, because they don't want to tell their friends the bad news.
I've only played it once.
The tag team?
Yep.
It's a fun event.
I don't remember who I played it with. I don't remember.
I've played the tag team a bunch with some friends of mine. English guy who loves
But you can
poker but isn't
definitely
a pro.
prey on
Play
the
with him
fact that
most
people don't wanna
years.
lose their friends' money.
Nice.
He plays for
Run into people
hours.
and
He
they're
goes
I don't wanna have
deep.
to go back and say I lost all
Tags
the
me
money.
in with 10
Kinda
blinds.
messed up, but it's
I
kinda
stick him in, I lose, and he goes on and on year after year how I
That's true.
lose the tournament for him every time. So not the greatest arrangement.
The power of the deuce. Not powerful enough. My last deuce lost to a 10 as well. You know, I think the pair of deuces might actually be less strong than I was originally thinking. Just kind of
Upswing Poker is in chat. How you doing, Upswing Poker? No, we definitely. Skull Mike is out there right now. Skull Mike, look on your calendar. Got to come up with a tag team event on a live stream upcoming. 2 pair for Doug here. Sarah Mick with the $49 super chat. Make sure to close the chat for a second and like the stream. Thank you, Sarah. Such a great friend of the stream. There's the flush for Doug.
This is annoying.
Mixin Poker, also in chat.
Did not forget to bet my. Wasn't a royal, but it was pretty close.
Pretty damn good.
Scott gets away from it.
That's back in today. It's going to be a one-time mistake.
So Skull Mike says the tag team is booked as long as Sarah plays with Mixin as a partner.
A session-defining river check bet.
So Sarah and Mixin, you're in chat. Do you accept the
It's
challenge?
gonna go crazy.
Crazy.
8, 9, 10 board. Open to enter for Doug. Hits it. Also picks up a flush draw.
Oh, I had the jack and the clubs.
Oof.
Shit trapped.
Sarah Mick says she's ready. So book it, Skull Mike. I'm going to be a partner of somebody out there who will accept somewhat
I looked down at those
bad
cards
poker player as their partner.
and, like the 4-8 off.
The kid.
The
I want a big pot with the 4-8 off today.
Did actually.
Mixon
The old
agrees.
4-8 off.
That's a great example of the ole.
It is, yeah.
Because man, when it gets there, you're probably getting paid.
Oh, it's a hard one to see. It's a hard one to see coming. Nikki, those are some pretty tall heels.
You like
You got some inches going on that. Yeah.
I've been walking heels since I like freshman day of high school. I told my mom, I was like, oh God, I'm illiterate. First day, freshman year of high school, I was like, you said I'm a big girl, I want heels. Like,
You said, oh, you're a big, okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
so I literally, she took me to the store and I got the tallest heels I could find, and I wore them to school every single day until my feet never hurt again.
Darth Hideous says Slick Rick and Mike Brady. Well, I don't know if he'd take me as a
Imagine-
partner. He's too good.
Nice. They look cool.
I'd just be afraid to come back off the felt.
Now, if you see a girl with really tall heels freshman year of high school, though, on average, I don't know what kind of line of work she's getting into, but. It's funny growing up in Vegas. I remember in 7th grade, there's some girl in my class. She's like, I'm gonna be a stripper when I grow up. I'm like, yep. When I have kids, I am not living here. And I didn't. 700. I remember that. I remember that's honestly one of the reasons I moved. Was like that girl in 7th grade saying that, and just imagining that.
I mean, Vegas strippers are known to make boo-boo dollars. Lots of money.
Yeah, I don't think if you have a daughter, I had a son, but when you're looking at potentially having a daughter, I don't know if you're going down the. I'm sure it would be fine, but. You can't shake hearing that, as a parent. Can't shake it.
Sarah Mick says all shouts to Marnie's playing the other day. Yes, a star was made here at the Lodge on Saturday evening.
Power of the deuce.
I was thinking the same thing.
6.
6 as well.
Queen.
You got me out kicked.
God, that deuce scared me.
Deuce is scary.
$4,400.
Pocket aces.
Haven't seen those. Doug had them once earlier. $331 hands already played. Doug comes along looking for spades.
Get the gutter. We're going to a turn. Unless he raises. And then we're still probably going to go to it.
There's the raise.
Very nice card for Scott. With the ace of clubs.
Doug picks up a few outs. A 3 or an 8 now. Will make him a straight.
That is going to end the hand in short order. I think I would prefer to see a very, very tiny bet or a check.
Live, it doesn't sound like.
Easy to say when you can see the cards, of course.
It's just not that fast, right?
Right, yeah.
But when you play every hand for 6 hours, it's like way more like exhausting than.
Yeah. Yeah.
you would realize.
Well, it's not like when you play Ring where you get to just chill. It's
Yeah.
like the next hand you're in again. Like you
Literally
pick-
every
Scott now up 6,200.
I had a gutter and a backdoor flush draw there.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should have put it in more than.
You have a good hand?
I had aces with ace of clubs.
Yeah, I had queen six of spades. Flop raise, pretty unlikely to work. I was going to run it on some boards, but
That wasn't the one.
that was not the one.
Doug gonna go for the 4-bet. Bad timing with the ace-9 off. Scott can just wager all the chips here if he sees fit. Other sizings are a little awkward, so
Fold.
that's going to be the play. All in and a fold. The lead is regained.
I had the same hand you 4-bet earlier.
Which one?
Ace 9.
Oh, ace 9. Like shit, which one was it? What's going on?
1,000.
You do his bidding now? Is that how this works?
I don't know who that is.
He's the other commentator. There's Rick and there's Mike.
Oh, dope.
What is about to happen in here? Oh, that's right. Skull has COVID. I forgot about that.
Jack.
It's good. It's a 10.
And we're at the part where I go in to deliver Skull's news,
Let's listen up.
Skull's request. There's a lot of microphone problems.
What the hell was that?
Leave again.
What was that? He comes in, he makes an off comment about metro areas and gets escorted out.
I'm not gonna lie. That's the strangest thing I've ever seen happen in like some random thing like this.
What was that? What just happened?
Strange days out here.
Okay.
He really wants this message passed. He said you should play the knit game with 5 buttons each and pay X per button left when they're gone.
Oh, it's so complicated.
It's yep.
I've never even heard of this.
So we have a game here that we play. It's called the knit game, and usually you play it in Ring. The way it works is when someone wins a pot, they get rid of their knit button. If you're the last person with a knit button, you pay a penalty to everybody.
Okay.
But you can't do that in heads up, obviously, because there's 2 people. So they're saying get a bunch of knit buttons, and I don't know.
You can each have 3. It's like,
Sounds very
Don't
complicated.
shoot the messenger. He asked like
I-
10 times.
I think you need to tell Skull that this idea has been showered.
Skull, this idea has been showered.
There you go. The great llama.
How are those metro areas, though?
That comment was so relevant to the message too. It made it even better.
The great llama. Jacob Dalla comes in, delivers the message, and leaves. He did his work.
What do you think of the stand-up game?
And I had to leave and deliver the bad
So
news to
basically
Skull.
the same game, yeah. I mean,
heartbroken.
I think it's good. I think it's a
He
fun
did point
game.
out my mistake was not to
Increase the
mention that
action.
it was
Get past
his
6
request from his deathbed. Maybe next time we'll try that.
It gets insane, yeah.
Scott looking for a 10 or a 4.
I assume you've played some of that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. It's fun. I like it with like when it's capped and it's. The other thing I learned is like you actually don't need to make it like that big of a punishment because everyone still just goes so insane with it regardless.
Skull Mike with the super chat says, "You're a terrible salesman, llama. Threw me under the bus at the first opportunity."
To be fair, Skull, I didn't think it was going to get accepted or it was a particularly
Playing 100, 200
well
with
structured. But
20K.
Rick over here encouraged me to do your dirty work. So now I'm throwing you both under the bus.
To to avoid like the short stacks just getting insane good spots, basically.
Oh, I knew that wasn't going to get through.
Getting stacked is like a nice part of it.
Yeah, it's insane.
That was like an ace-10
played it
bluff
for
against
about
pocket
14
queens. It wasn't going to get through.
Lost.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I played probably like 100, 150 at least. How many of these have I played, do you think? It's got to be a big number.
There's also, we do it so if you have to show your cards, you have to stay up. Then
Yeah.
we do it if someone tells you to show your cards, they have to stand back up. So if like you muck and someone's like, oh no, you got to show.
Oh, I like that.
Whoever says that you gotta show part has to
that's
stand
a,
up, stand
That's a
back
really good rule.
Yeah.
We're going to add that.
It's a good one.
Self-production, we're adding that. We'll talk about it afterwards.
That is a good rule.
If someone reminds that they have to stand up? Oh, that's good. We definitely need to have that.
I really like that as
Sometimes people
well.
remind them, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing over here?
You get another
Come
knit
on,
button
man.
if you remind them.
That's a perfect rule. The tattletale tax.
And that is literally the most tilting thing ever when you're sitting down or gonna win and then you're just.
I like that. We're going to add that.
I want to punish
I have too
people
much on
for
the
being
line.
helpful.
To allow that to happen after this long of a
And
stretch,
for
so I'm
being
definitely
tight.
sweating it every time. But I've done some pretty punty shit to not lose it. Like, I'm probably down heaps, but I'm undefeated. We're like, guys, don't let Doug win again.
Skull said we played that the other night.
Oh, we're already doing it. This is
We
great
must be
news.
already doing it. I must have forgot.
Now I'm going to have to play on Friday.
The guy who reminds them that they have to show is the same kid in elementary school who's on Friday afternoon said, teacher, teacher, you forgot to give us homework.
Top pair versus top pair is a good situation for Doug here.
Big pot here.
Nitty check.
Nitty check.
I also have a queen.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Oh, I could have gone for some value.
Well, you got it.
Doug wins a $39,000 pot.
The town that's turn, there's too much shit that just, I don't know. Get queen 10, you get tens. Skull loves the
Look at
Knit game.
this.
I think part of it is he decided, he's the one that came up with the name Knit, right? The Knit game, because we couldn't do stand-up because of the cameras. It blocks the angles.
Okay.
So we made the Knit game, and he's always pushing some new angle of the Knit game. Like then there was that day, he was like, Doug gets 2 buttons. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, Doug has to win twice. I'm like,
Doug has to win
I'm like, are you just trying to make me lose? And he's like, basically yes. And so I took 2 buttons. Still didn't lose. But I'm not doing that again. I'm not making that the standard.
Open netter for Scott, pair for Doug.
Yeah, it's so
They're basically dead even right now. Back to 0 after playing 341 hands. Straight for Scott.
I don't think there's anything I can do about this. My hand's so shit. It's like one of the worst hands I could have.
Mine was not. It was acceptable.
Fair.
Chris asks why the different stack sizes. Doug bought in for 100,000 and then added on 100,000, and Scott bought in for 100,000 and hasn't brought any more chips into play. That's why Doug has 200,000.
We might be.
Are we like exactly even?
You are very close to exactly
You know who won
even.
today? The dealers. Yeah, we're on to you guys. How funny would it be if we both lose? All those people are happy. We talked about that earlier. Like, this is optimal result. It's all I could ever dream for. The staff won. That's it. It's got to be close.
Dude, we might.
I think we're both down right now. I think we're both stuck. Which is crazy considering the stakes.
If we don't count the tips, I am down $500.
Yeah.
How is that even possible?
It was a tight game. A tight game.
I got to pull it out for Nagy then. I got to pull out a win for Nagy.
For Phil Nagy?
Yeah.
Why is that?
He right when the match got announced, like before I could even say anything, he the story's actually way better than this, but he tweeted, it was like, I want 20K even money on Scott to win.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did he get any takers?
Oh no, no one wanted it. No one wanted it.
Oh man.
Yeah, he got some action. So I ain't losing this weekend by $500, buddy. There's no way. Dude, one of the funniest part about it is like, there's two people that I've sold action to forever in tournaments and anything streamed. And one of them was like C-level at Twitch, and the other one is Nagy. So he's had a piece of like.
He gets in there on the pieces.
Yeah, he's had a piece of like my bracelets and all that stuff.
Gotcha.
He so for this he was like, what am I getting? And I told him, I was like, you know, I'm actually gonna have all of myself in this one, but I'll give you a 5% free roll.
Doug hits trips.
Free roll.
Yeah, I gave him a 5% free roll.
Wow,
I was
that's
like,
kind.
there's other things that are better to.
Oh, come on,
buy.
come on.
Better to
Why?
So then I'm like, no, I'm gonna give you 5% free roll, but like I'm not gonna like sell it to this one. I'm just gonna have it all myself. And then as soon as it's announced, he's like, 20K even money. I'm getting a piece of this no matter what.
He wanted it, man.
I'm like, you're the
That's
best,
crazy.
dude.
I did a Super Bowl squares once, and like I forget how he heard about it. He's like, yo, let me in the squares. I was like, all right, man, welcome to the squares. And so this was a few years ago now, but 2 years ago, something like that. I used to run a big squares pool every year, but then I just got to this point.
A big what?
A big Super Bowl squares pool.
What is that? I don't even know.
Super Bowl squares?
No, I've never done it.
You don't know what that is?
No.
Okay, hold on. Everyone else realizes that's crazy, right? Do you know what squares are? Every person here? Okay, all right. Hey, ask the chat. What percentage of the chat doesn't know what Super Bowl squares? I think it might just be you. Maybe if you're European.
There you go, chat. There's your
You are
question.
American, right?
Do you know what Super Bowl squares
Wow, I've
are?
never met
One
somebody.
yes, two no.
One yes,
Basically, you
two
make a
no.
grid, and it's the numbers of the scores, and the final score at the end of the game is like home team 7, away team 4. That square wins the pool or a bunch of the pool or whatever. So it's just like basically you're just gambling. It's like random neutral EV gambling in the Super Bowl basically.
Okay, so it's just fun.
Yeah, it's just for fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you got in there one
And
year.
it's based off of like this.
It's just the score. It's
end of
just
the
like
game?
so some pools will do like first quarter win some amount, second quarter win some amount, third quarter win some amount. Sometimes there's like little props and stuff, but the main amount of the money in the pool goes to the person that has the final score.
There are a lot of twos in
Home
the
and away.
chat.
Well, we got a lot of people from around the world, so it's kind of a. I imagine they could
I
do
had a
it
pretty
for
good hand there, Pre. I had the king queen.
other
Much better
sports,
than what I
but
had, Bree.
it's kind of famous for Super Bowl.
Was not a good
I'm
flop for
seeing
me.
more than half twos by a little here. Call this a 55 no, 45 yes situation.
Those two cars could have worked out though.
You know, it's probably also, not just the football thing, but, gamblers, poker players, high-stakes poker players have all been exposed to these Super Bowl pools, myself included. I've played in the one he mentioned a few times. Got buried. Another friend of ours won it 2 different years and just collected all the money.
Nice.
Didn't watch either game either. And then he won the Super Bowl pool, and I just said, no more of these pools. The same guy wins all of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's 700K on the table and someone won $30,000.
That's what happened, yeah.
Or our World
And
Cup
I won a
bonus,
lot of the
World
like
Cup
pretty
and
big
Super Bowl
pots, but he
pool.
just won the monster one.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
He actually, yeah, something like that.
I did one thing with him one time where it was like all the LCS, the League of Legends Championship Series, like team owners played a charity poker match, and they streamed it. It was like, and Bill and I commentated it,
Oh, interesting, okay.
and it was so much fun.
Yeah. Bill's a good dude, man.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's my only interactions with him, and it was super fun. This was a lot of years ago.
He's always like coming up with ideas all the time. Like all the time, he just constantly has ideas. Sometimes they're really good, sometimes they're really bad, but he's just firing off ideas nonstop all the time.
Which side of the bet do you like with him and Sean?
I mean, Sean gets 10-1, right?
Yeah.
So it's like
And he has
kind of
14 months. And I feel like a million's enough to like, we're going to try pretty hard, right?
Both players hit
probably
a
a
pair.
pretty fair line, frankly.
Yeah.
But if I had to take a side, I would take Sean. But when someone has never been in good shape, just their whole life they've been that overweight, and they have to make that big of a change, it's kind of a lot.
No, it's super hard.
It's a good situation for Ace King.
48.
Nine River. Scott might be able to get away. Maybe.
$11,700. 11,800. I missed one.
A little harder to fold against that sizing.
Could Doug be doing this with a missed flush draw?
Gets away.
Gets away. Doug wins 28,400. He's back up 5,400.
Neck and neck for a while here.
If you want to take a restroom break here in a sec or something, we can do that, and then
We should, it's almost 7, right? Or is it 7? Yeah, it is 7.
not even. Yeah, you want to.
Yeah,
We're going to take a 2-minute restroom
good.
break right here. We've been told that it was like 2 minutes in duration. So let's talk a little bit about what started this all. Doug sent on the 24th a tweet issuing a $100,000 buy-in heads-up challenge to the world. Bill Perkins said, I want to play. He played Sunday. Then we had another challenger today and tomorrow. He wanted in, Scott Ball. And there'll be more coming down. As Doug has alluded to, many people have been in contact with him. He's just doing a little bit of vetting to make sure that they're serious. Once they are, he'll set a time and date, and we'll play it. We are looking into getting a heads-up table that will just be more conducive to 2 players instead of using this table the way it is. So we'll look for that, depending on how many more challengers will come to town. Rumor has it that a young Jacob Dalla is in the mix to play Doug Heads Up. Is that true?
Is that true? Where'd you hear that rumor?
I'm just causing more friction.
I will consider it if it's a unheard of format, namely cards on the head with some kind of bonus for Candyland going on concurrently to the poker.
You love Candyland. You're a Candyland specialist.
I just gotta get my edges where I can.
So Jake's a definite maybe in being part of this barrage of players that's coming to town to play Doug. We'll mix these challenges in between our regular cash games Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. We'll be doing some tournament games during the Lodge Championship Series, which is just around the corner. Players taking a short bathroom break. They will be back any second. Doug is currently winning today's match. He's up about $5,400, 354 hands in. Skull Mike looks to get some backers. He wants to take on Doug. Who would like to see a Skull Mike versus Doug heads-up challenge? I know I would.
I'd like to see that too.
Mixin Poker says Sarah Mick versus Doug heads up for rolls. That would be great. Players are back. We were told it was short break, and we weren't lied to.
Sorry.
I'm gonna have to take off pretty soon here.
Oh, Jake, thanks
Missed
so
the
much.
finale of this. Unfortunately, I didn't plan to be here today.
No, you didn't, and we appreciate the teamwork of hopping in.
Yeah, happy to stop by, and we had some nice action, and hopefully there's a bit more.
Lime's probably good.
Awesome.
Oh, you just
We'll wave goodbye to the llama.
I see how it is.
If there's a cherry flavor of something, it's always the best. So like,
Cherry's
Jake,
okay. I just don't-
the llama
it's not
Abdallah.
really
Thank
that
you
strong.
so much.
3,800.
Such a funny guy. Super Guppy says Skull Mike has 0 chance. No offense. Skull Mike fires back. Thank you, Guppy.
So what I get for opening the old 8-4.
Oh my God.
yep.
Punished.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want an actual lime with it, or is it just flavored?
No, I prefer the artificial.
Healthier that way.
Synthetic lime is more my jam.
Doug's going to fire with an open-ender. Scott comes along with the queens. Doug hits. Broadway for Doug Polk. Doug will take it down.
Hard to find a lot of bluffs there.
Did you find one?
No, I didn't. I was thinking about that, and I was like, oh yeah, this is a spot where I have a lot of good hands. It's like, shit, I have a good hand. It's nice when you get to those spots and you're bluffing, because you're like, oh, a little crafty bluff working. But then when you have it, you're like, maybe I might be the only person who thinks like that, I don't know.
No, definitely not.
So when you have the obvious value bet, it's just so much worse.
It is. You just don't get paid.
Yeah.
I had a queen.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do really? Check.
Ace high will win it for Scott. William McKay, the official pilot of Chatsville, flying the friendly skies. I should say the official
looking at some
commercial
comments
pilot
online
for
after the first
Chatsville. We
match.
already have
It's kind
Jasbo.
of funny reading comments, people on the internet that have basically never seen Heads Up, and they're like, hey, they're playing a lot of hands. Like, there's some pretty shitty hands in these big pots. It's like, yes, you have deduced the way Heads Up works. There's a lot of shitty hands and a lot of big pots. And someone's like, yeah, that's how it works. There's only 2 of them. It's like, wow. Wow, guys. Breaking news.
The best part is you can go read those comments and you'll still hear people talk about how dead poker is.
I know, really.
You're like,
Poker's been surging the last few years.
oh, 100%.
COVID was a big break for poker because people just they were just at home, they had time, and, you know, those stimmies had to go somewhere.
100%. Stimmies.
The stimmies, bro, the stimmies.
Yes, Jasbo. We have a commercial official pilot, and we have the official pilot of Chatsville coming in on runway 9er. 2 pair, 3 pair for Scott. He's got the check mark. Jackson 5s. Motown, but Doug's going to fire at it.
You win.
There's the call.
The deuce had a
stuff.
friend. The deuce had a friend.
It did. They're so much better with friends, man.
Agreed. $3,800. I reviewed a hand for my YouTube channel for, I think, tomorrow. And I reviewed that $2 million pop between Person and Antonius. Did you see that hand?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, man, it is a treat.
Doesn't he get the money in drawing dead or something?
He gets the money in drawing dead, and then starts yelling for cards that actually he still loses on. Queen, 9! It's like, those aren't going to help you.
That would be a treat to see, yeah.
Yeah, it's a treat.
I bet you have a
2
very...
pair for Scott here.
I try to be
Your review's going to be
somewhat nice
interesting,
about
Boat
the situation, but
For the
it's
computer
not
hand
great.
from Scott, Queen 7.
It's not great. Yeah, it's a pretty reasonable hand to call. I call.
Boat.
Boats are good.
Boats are good, says
Boats are good.
Boats are good.
Doug.
Yeah. Boats are good.
I'm sure your critique was very just...
He just kind of blasted off in that hand, actually. The way Patrick played it was weird. It was a weird hand. It was a weird hand.
What was the hand?
It went like, Person opened the cutoff, Rob Young called on the button, and Antonius squeezed the blinds. Antonius has ace king of hearts, and Person has queen 9 of hearts, and Young has ace deuce of clubs, doesn't matter. The flop goes 8-3-3 with 2 hearts, and Antonius c-bets. Person monster raises. They both have flush draws. And then Young folds, and Antonius clicks it back. You don't see the live clicker back much, but it was a live clicker back. Person snapped. Turn ace, now Person is just drawing dead. Antonius bets small and Person just jams. And then Antonius is like, wow. And just thinks about her betting and calls, and Person's just dead. I mean, they both have flush draws, but he's just dead. That's a crazy hand. It's $2 million in that pot. Seems reasonable. Person just really went for it there. Really went for it.
I've never played with him either.
Yeah, but that makes more sense, right? Because he's more recent. He's not like he's been around for
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
jungle thing is much
I've
harder.
also
to do.
never played with Patrick.
I played Patrick once or twice, yeah. Or maybe a few times actually.
I've
now
played
that I
with him a
think
bunch,
about it.
right?
What's up?
You haven't played with him a bunch?
I played with him a few times, not a bunch.
It's like extra funny when you go to something like Triton and like you don't play with random people. And you play 10 tournaments there and you don't play with
Yeah,
them. There's still people you haven't played with.
yeah. It's gonna get cold in here. I'm gonna prep. It's gonna get
William
cold.
McKay
AC's on. I'm
wants
gonna
Skull
ice out.
Mike to get in touch with him.
Gotta prepare the preemptive hoodie. You're sweating?
He was so serious when he said that.
What the hell? How are you sweating?
Even the way you said no.
I just would not want to have the conversation. Nina, the good news is I got to play Doug Polk, one of the best heads-up players in the world, on live stream. The bad news is we can't have a wedding. Sarah Mick with the super chat. Where in the world is DQ? Can we find him in a striped sweater somewhere? That's funny. I like that, Skull. Check mark for Scott. Hey, I'd love to see it, Skull. Doug bets 2,500. Scott says I call. And he'll take it down. Drew, I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good too. 3,500 still watching us today. We appreciate it. Coming up on the 8 o'clock hour in beautiful Austin, Texas. We've been on since
Tough place to be.
3. Coming up
Cool
on
world out there.
finishing our
Tough place to be.
5th hour. Doug keeps firing. Trips here for Scott.
I was excited.
For a fold or for action?
Action.
Had to call then. Call, you might get some action, depending on the river. It's hard to call check raises with nothing, you know?
It really is.
It's pretty tough. I mean, you can, but it's nice to have a little something going on.
You got to have a real plan.
Yeah, a serious plan.
Open ender here for Doug. Pair of Cowboys for Scott. Doug raises to 2,400. Reaching for chips is Doug. 10,500 is the bet. Hand number 372, shaping up for a good one. Doug looks for a 7 or a deuce. It doesn't come. Check mark for Scott. Does bring a spade. Doug firing. 18,500. What's Scott going to do here? He calls it could be the biggest part of the day. Looks like he's carving out calling chips.
Pair of fives.
Makes the call. And Doug fired at it. Scott made the call and wins $64,800 pot.
Tough spot.
Scott back up 40,000, all courtesy of that last hand. Doug fired the whole way.
Thank you. I didn't know what the hell to do.
Scott picking up hands again. Ace 10 suited. He'll make the call. Doug king, deuce of hearts. Pair and a gutter for Scott. Open ender for Doug. These last two hands. Doug has kicked it up a notch here with his betting. And it got pretty silent. Doug looking for an ace or a 9. Or now hearts come into play for Doug.
Of like 100 or.
Let's see. Actually, not sure.
Okay, I got you. You're good. Thanks.
A little more.
Doug with a ton of outs. Gonna fire again. 32,000. And takes it down.
The power
Of the deuce?
of the mighty deuce.
Oh.
I had it pretty good though. It was the.
So the last two hands have seen an increase
Sneaky deuce spot. Sneaky deuce.
Very sneaky.
in the bet sizes. We've seen two big pots the last two hands.
I was just praying you didn't check jam on me. If you jammed, it would have been the worst ever. That was another. I'd have to take a lap spot.
You know what's funny is that was my other thing I was thinking about.
Did you check jamming?
Yeah, there's a lot of turns in which it was happening.
Oh God.
I had ace 10 of clubs. There's a lot of turns where I'm like, let's just gamble, buddy.
Wait, hold on. Did I raise that or I called? Called. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I check. just always good to know what happened. Sorry, I was still thinking about the last hand. Check. Check.
7?
Straight.
Can't beat that.
Pots are heating up here down the stretch.
They are.
That's what I
More fun.
just referenced. Heating up down the stretch of day one. They'll play this again tomorrow. Same players.
Find my balls there, buddy.
What's
I
up?
need to find my balls.
I mean,
the ace 10.
the thing is, like, when the stakes get big, it's hard to make like total like airball moves, you know.
Can't
Just,
wait,
like,
Nixon.
stick it in
Can't
or
wait.
Whatever. It's like,
Oh,
oh, none of that. All good.
but man, if you do it and it works, you look so cool.
It really does.
But when you do it and it doesn't work, you look so
I mean, if you
dumb.
just ripped it there on the turn, it would have been a pretty sick fucking hand, honestly. But then, like, you're just stone dead versus, yeah, obviously you just have to.
Almost everything that calls.
Yeah.
It's one of the spots, though, where you're going to know in, like, 1.5 seconds.
Yep. Immediately. Yep. You're either getting snapped or it's.
That
Yeah.
board is not one there's hesitation on.
When I 4-bet King Deuce, I got that flop. I'm like, this is kind of nice. Like, I can triple off here and just feel pretty good about it no matter what. Like, this is the best flop to triple
Literally.
King Deuce.
Literally.
Like, this is a dream flop.
The Christie asks, who's dealing tomorrow? Don't have that information. It's funny that the dealers are becoming stars in their own right.
Those are the spots.
I love
that are actually
it.
my favorite spots to get stacked in.
I think we should have
Because if
dealer
you get
playing
stacked,
cards.
You know, it was like at least pretty reasonable. You know?
They earned it.
Yeah. They earned
I'd
it,
like
and,
a
your
final
hand made
table
sense,
Kev
and, like,
rookie
you hedged
card.
it, and, like, whatever. The spots I hate to get stacked are like weird check raise somewhere, and then like over bet, and like there's a jam you're thinking about, and like these are like, you know, the spots where you could like go home and think about it, you're like, oh, that was a stone punt, you know?
Yeah.
Those are the ones that suck.
Oh, trust me, I understand.
I believe you.
Done a little bit of this in my day, buddy.
I believe you.
I played a 2,000 big blind hand with Nagy one time where I bluffed in his quads and I just like check raised a flop and just tripled it off right in.
You repped
right
the
in
quads? You repped the quads after the quads
It was me,
conversation?
bro.
I was like, whoever reps the quads, and you're like, I gotta keep this on the down low.
Standard like 2,000 big blind pot. It was like $80,000 at 10, 20, 40 blinds. I was the only one that wasn't on Zoom for it too.
Okay.
So as it was happening,
It's kind of a disadvantage. You're not getting the reads.
Everyone was going bananas because he's like, I got quads and he's blasting. I jump on after the hand. I'm like, yep, that's me, guys.
Like, yeah, I didn't have quads, everybody. Like, we know.
Quads. I don't think I had a
Checked.
pair. I think I had
Doug
nothing.
flops
The quads,
Broadway.
It's usually good to not have a pair.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're gonna rep the quads. you
Scott
gotta
with the
make sure
queen.
you're-
Go for it.
Scott betting into the nuts. With the check mark, Doug. We'll just call.
Queen.
Straight.
That's a good flop.
Yeah. I mean, I was hoping for some barreling.
It was a dang good flop.
It's like one of those flops where it's just like a, wait, is that flop? I look at my hand like, oh, that's the flop. That's my hand. That's, oh, nice.
This is my hand.
Okay.
It's my favorite hand in poker.
Oh, you mean it's the hand you like? I thought you meant like you're going to win.
I definitely could. It's
Okay.
very live.
Both players hit a pair.
Oh, this is getting scary.
Scary call. Check. Scary check.
Super scary.
Gonna check again.
I think what you have. I'm not going to bet. I have a hand that probably wins, but I don't know. Like, what is it, like king, deuce suit? No, I don't know. I have a 6.
That's gonna win.
7. Oh, 7 deuce. That's a classic. A staple.
It is. It's a staple. It
I'm
sticks
trying to think,
around.
like, what hand would be someone's favorite hand? Like, it's never going to be like ace 7 off, I think. You know?
No. No, if that's your favorite hand, you're wrong.
Yeah, you're like, no.
Your opinion doesn't count.
You're like, no, sorry, you got it wrong. I fold.
Well, you said he's 7 off. Yeah, sorry, buddy.
Yeah, we rejected your claim.
Yeah, you can't play here anymore.
Want to thank the Llama for stepping in. We had it all scheduled out for Iron Mike Brady to be commentating today and tomorrow via our remote access, but we're getting some echoing as Doug flops trips here. Had to shut it down with Mike Brady. Hope we can fix that eventually. I know we can. I have all the faith in our production crew.
Dude, this is the second time today this has happened. Second time, I'm like, all right, time to get paid with trips. Oh, I've had trips on the flop a bunch. I had the quads hand, I had the trips hand.
Casual game at 200, 400, 250 blinds deep. I mean, $1,200, I think.
Nice. Honestly, it's a lot better for day 1 to be pretty even, because then day 2 morale is high. Like, if someone gets stomped out day 1, it's just not good for day 2.
Yeah, they show up somber.
Yeah, like a lot less jokes at the start of the session on day 2, you know.
Is he coming back?
Scott looking for a spade on the river.
Discipline fold. Discipline fold announced.
I had a jack.
It's good.
Sweet.
No, it's not good. Sorry, what am I talking about? I had a jack. I thought you meant queen, but then I realized there was a queen on the board. Yeah. Okay.
Well, if you had a jack, I was in trouble. I had outs.
Ugh. I had jack 6.
I was dominated.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough spot for me to really win it.
Pair of threes for Scott. Doug will fire. Scott will call. Now Doug with an open-ended straight draw.
Same hand twice in a row, suited, different suits though.
Sarah Mick with the super chat would love to see a knit game here. Would be so fun. I agree. We tried. We make, but this is a different kind of game. But I get it. I'd like to see it too. See Scott up 2,600 after maybe 300.
Wow, what kind of stuff we got going on the
75 hands.
Like, I got to get in there.
For real.
1,000. Call.
Pair of tens for Scott.
Matt telling good jokes in there? No. No? Okay. It's weird with the staff when it's a full table and you guys are like it's like doesn't feel weird, but when there's just two of us and we're quiet and then you guys have a thing going on, I feel like I'm like the outsider, you know? Like, what's going on in there?
It's because you literally are. You're literally the outsider.
Yeah.
It's not about you, just so you know.
Well, I didn't think it was until you said that. It's definitely not about you, Doug. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. I feel good about that.
Big slick for Scott here. Pair of fours for Doug. Club on the turn here would get interesting. Both players with a high club in their hands. Does not come. Check mark for Doug with the fours.
I was getting ready for the bet 3-bet. I'm setting it up. It's like, come on, let's get a little raise. Let's get a little re-raise.
Let's have the old ace king, man.
Yeah, it's not a good spot for the ace king.
No, it wasn't a fun one.
The small bet into a 3-bet is like one of my favorite moves in poker. It just feels so disrespectful. I don't know. It's hard to really describe. It's like, no, I'm cool. I just got a little hand. I'm gonna go for it.
Like a little hand. Let's talk about it.
Pair of kings for Scott here. Nick, the next challenger has not been announced, although Scott will be here tomorrow for another crack at the challenge.
Why would that? Wow, I appreciate the commitment to service, but I'm
commitment to service.
I'm good, thank you though. Thank God you didn't force me to have to bluff. I didn't want to have to do it. You let me off the hook. At 6 high, I'm like, just don't check. Like, thank God he's reaching for chips. When you have those super low high card hands and you're just like, I know I have to bluff if they check. It's just like,
You like don't really want to. Just
I don't want to do it,
Just
man.
extend this one, please. Come on.
I don't want to do it anymore. What happened to getting the yellows?
We're working on it. We got one left.
You got
I had
some-
some,
you
and then I
got
gave them all back, and like,
Got some work to do, man.
no, man.
No, Helja Strand, it hasn't come down to just the lodge owners versus players. In this case, Doug issued a challenge for Heads Up to the world. Bring $100,000 and play me Heads Up. And this is one of those challenges. All the other cash games, you know, Doug may play once a week. And then when Brad and Andrew are in town, they certainly will play on the stream.
$1,000 right now.
But we have many other players who play on the stream
It's just
without any of the ownership group.
Now I'm pissed because now I have 99,800.
Oh.
How am I going to afford my Uber back?
Yeah, comments like that are how you get stacked, man.
I know.
I'm down 200. How can I afford? Boom. Aces, risk kings. Get wrecked. I'll see you later.
No, he folded. I had kings. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
There's several people involved in the ownership of the lodge. Among them
So yeah, so far.
are Doug, Andrew, and Brad. But there's others involved.
Staff's winning, yeah. I've noticed whenever I play people, they win.
What was that?
Pretty consistent.
Really
The
doesn't
staffs
matter,
always
but
win.
that's who the most visible
What you're saying is they have a higher win rate than you here.
of the ownership group are Doug, Brad, and Andrew.
No, I've done well this year. I've done well this year. So it could always swing, you know?
You're right.
Had like one really big session.
Well, a bunch of 200, 400 heads-up challenges.
Both players hit a pair here.
One
Swing
way
it.
or the
You
other.
could definitely swing it. But I had a day where I won like 460K or
Doug
something.
with two pair.
So it's I got a few buy-ins in the
And the
tank that I could
backdoor
lose
flush
before we're
draw.
really looking at anything too dire. Had it by a lot. Had a really good hand.
Yeah. Very good hand.
What are you saying? I said right to bear arms. I don't want to get into anything. Thank you, Chris, for that comment.
3,800.
Trying to be as quiet as possible, letting these guys talk all day. Doug with big slick here. Makes it 3,800.
All in.
Scott 4-bets to 10,000. Doug pushes it all in.
I had you. That's probably pretty surprising when
Should have negotiated.
you're like, what? Like, what kind of price can you get? You're like, ooh. I don't know if there's a price. In fact, if I open the negotiation there, you're probably in a bad place. Like, how about this? If I'm like, all right, I'll tell you what, fresh card off the top, you're like, nope, I'm out of this deal. I don't want to be in there.
4,400.
Take it down.
Doug up 9,700.
You want water or anything, or are you good?
I'm fine for now. Thank you.
Miranda's sporting the brand new dealer chairs for the live stream.
2 drinks is my, like, especially now I've
pretty
lost
darn
my weight, 2
comfortable.
drinks is I can get a nice buzz, and I can wind down and
It's not too much.
yeah.
I respect that.
The 3rd drink is where it starts to get kind of fucked up. And
3
Got
White
it.
Claws will get you?
3 White Claws, and I'm going to have an impact on my sleep for sure. Do you have one of those sleep tracker things?
No, I actually have sleep apnea though.
Do you have a CPAP or whatever?
Yeah, I do now.
Okay,
I
I've
just
heard
got one.
that makes a huge difference.
I haven't had it long enough to
Okay.
know. but I do think it's going to make a huge difference. Yeah.
So one of my best friends, who's actually the best man at my wedding, he has that really bad, and he got one of those machines, and he said it basically changed his life.
Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people that it's like, but it's also supposed to take like 2 to 4 months before you like start to notice the difference.
Really? I didn't know that. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
I have it like really bad. I think they said I wake up like 86 times an hour or something.
Whoa.
So like every 30 or 40 seconds, I'm like waking up to, and it's been like that for years.
Damn. That's horrible, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm glad I got it figured out, honestly.
Yeah. I'm surprised you don't have a sleep tracker, because then you can figure out exactly what's going on with it and stuff.
Yeah, I never. Which one do you use?
I use the Whoop, and I actually use the Aura too. I use both. I just love the data. Kind of a nerd.
No, it's fair.
Kind of a nerd. Sort of. What are you laughing at?
Check.
I have it. It's all right. Being a nerd's all right.
Works out for
Thank you.
some.
You seem like the type of person that started off with a strategy video game and then went into poker if you like got fascinated with strategy.
Did you like? Okay. All right.
I'm dead right now.
Hold on. Is that really off the cuff? Like, or did you? That's like a little unbelievable. Didn't I talk about it earlier today?
I talked about it
in this. I talked about it in this room earlier today. Were you here for that? About that? Because you're obviously 100% right. But I think I talked. Was that off the cuff?
We talked about playing Warcraft earlier today.
It's just that's so hard to believe that. But yes, that is correct.
Well, that was a strong read.
It's like it's the most.
If that's a read, that was one of the best reads I've ever seen. But that makes it like a little too weird to me. Like, you look like one of those guys that would have played Warcraft 3 and probably played Orc. I'm like, yes, I have a Wikipedia page. You've nailed it.
You look like the kind of guy like the Blade Master.
Yeah, I was a Blade Master. I was actually a Farseer guy, though. That's a bad read.
Doug trips again.
That joke probably hits like 1.3% of the audience, yeah. But those people really probably appreciate it, you know?
Doug expanding his lead here, up 12,600 now.
So nerdy.
There's always a basement.
Hand number 405.
Here, huh?
We might fight for this one.
Not too shabby
Shit.
for 5.5 hours.
Now I'm pissed.
Do you want a stack of yellow?
Nope.
Okay, so you're in denial. I got you. Still gonna earn it. I talked about it today. Yes,
Yeah,
we did. We did. Yeah, we did.
100%.
We did. Now you might not have been here. We're gonna have to go to the camp. Someone in the chat.
Sarah
Somebody in
Mick.
the chat room for that clip. Then I give you full credit for an incredible read.
How long did you play Warcraft 3 for?
A few years. Years. From ages like 13 to 16, probably.
Folks, if
Flying
it
around the country to
is
go to video game
buffering,
tournaments
refresh.
on stage, you're like, I'm the coolest person ever. I'm going to New York to play video games. I get off the plane. I'm like, oh, the Big Apple. And someone's like, yo, kid, you want some crack? I'm like, no, I'm good. I love New York.
The kid going to play the Warcraft 3 tournament in New York is
That's
not the
funny.
one that wants the crack.
Didn't want the crack.
He's never the one that wants the crack.
I remember going to
Your
the game.
parents knew you were safe for that.
Totally, like this kid in the Ralph Lauren polo. Yeah, he wants the crack. I remember going to the gamer lounge and like going in there, and it's like you had to have like the certain gamer badge to get backstage.
4400.
Fold. And I remember walking in, and they had like a wall of Red Bull, and I was like, this might be the best day of my entire life. So I drank I just chugged a few, put some in my pocket. I'm like just grabbing Red Bulls, and then I was just like, oh, I don't even know how much caffeine was consumed over that weekend. Anyway, I choked in my match. Probably from having 3,000 milligrams of caffeine or whatever was consumed over the course of those 2 days.
What team were you on?
I wasn't on a team.
No?
People were more just kind of their own player back then. It was
Who'd you
2005.
practice with?
So I had my own clan. This is going to get so nerdy. I don't know.
WCG?
Can I do this? Mickey's going to never let me live this down if we go down this road. But I have my own clan, and we mainly practiced in-house. So it wasn't any like the big names.
Yeah. I know. I did a lot of stuff with Axlav and Strifecrow, and then Sonky.
Dude, I played a bunch versus them.
Yeah, and then Sonky, I know really well too.
Oh my, Sonky sent me some gay porn once.
He's
like, yo, check this out. I click it. It's 4 dudes banging.
He's done that to everyone, dude.
I was like, what the fuck, man? Why did you do this?
By the way, he did that to me while he was graduating dental school.
So this is like a man in his early 20s.
He's finishing dental school, still sending like gay porn.
I was like, I am never clicking a link that you send me again. If there was anything wrong with that, I would have appreciated like a heads up of like what I was in for before I clicked.
All close on this flop. Kings for Scott.
Yeah. I beat him once with this. He might actually remember what I'm about to tell you. I beat him once with this really cheesy like mass hunt strategy, an elf versus human. God, the nerdiness is just incredible. I fold, and he's like, "Let's go again. You're never meet with that shit ever again." And I don't think I ever got him again, but I got him once, so it was good.
He was like really good, right?
He played again kind of recently, a few years ago.
Did he? I don't know.
He did. He did.
WC replays, bro.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Yeah, I worked for them. I worked for WC Replays when I was 14.
Really?
Yeah, you can if you search on YouTube, you can find videos of 14-year-old Doug. Here we have an orc versus human matchup, and you want to scout counterclockwise, and I'm like, oh Jesus, I don't know if I can sit through this. I check. That's good.
Why am I going to search that
Those are
when I
such
get
fun
home
times,
tonight?
man.
I'm glad Sonky does that to everyone though, because I thought he just like had it out for me, but no. It's good.
No, he's definitely done that to lots of people.
Okay.
Strifecrow got like really good at like video game card
Yeah.
games, like
He was
Hearthstone
in Seattle,
and
right?
Artifact.
Or no? Am I crazy? No, he
No,
wasn't.
that
sorry.
was
No, that was Dog.
yeah, Dog. That was such a dude. That was such a weird thing.
Yeah.
Remember we all three lost poker. We got swept at Hearthstone, and then we won Pac-Man.
Yeah. It was a poker versus Hearthstone event, and the poker players got swept in the poker. Not good.
Well, what happened?
Hearthstone wasn't looking very good.
What happened was the first. I was playing the first match, and they didn't have the blinds going up, so it was never going to end. And I ran like a huge bluff. And right after I ran the bluff, I lost like 3/4 my stack. There were like 5 more hands left. Whoever has more chips at the end wins.
Is that, wait, really?
That's what happened.
I don't remember that.
I do. And then it was like 5 more hands left, and I was just trying to be all in every hand because then we would have a chance to win.
Yeah.
Doug
kinda
up
fun, though.
15,500.
It was just weird.
Yeah.
That was Amazon like App Store was trying to promote these.
They were
random
trying to
games.
bridge a gap that I don't really know if they can bridge.
It's not bridgeable.
It's an unbridgeable gap.
Yeah.
Folks, get to the launch this week. Spring Madness, $100,000 guarantee, $300 buy-in, March 31st through April 2nd. That's this Friday, folks. It's going to go way over 100,000. I'm predicting. That's the guarantee. $300 buy-in is so attractive to players.
One of the Amazon guys put that like occasionally, not a lot, but occasionally.
I think Twitch needed to try and pivot into being a more general video platform than trying to be exclusively streamers, because then you don't really get the upside of both types of content.
I mean, it was originally no gaming at all.
Oh, we're talking about Justin TV, right?
Yeah, but that was Twitch. Like,
Yeah,
it's
no.
the same exact product.
Yeah. I streamed on Justin TV, but
Did you?
yeah. There's some really embarrassing videos out there of me. I'm sure someone will post it today. I'm like dancing around.
What were
Not
you doing?
good. Anthony realizes it's not good.
Yeah, but no,
Well, but my point is like the YouTube video format is
Live.
they both have value, but I think it's just more valuable to have just the videos that are not live. And so being live specific.
So
yeah,
like
big blind.
Twitch just never tried to. It's hard to compete. Just like YouTube Live has a hard time competing with Twitch.
Not anymore.
Like YouTube Gaming, the viewership, it can't even be close, dude.
But live viewership on YouTube has gotten way better lately.
Not in gaming, really. Like in comparison to Twitch, Twitch is still gonna have way better numbers for gaming.
For gaming, but I just mean in general.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it's gotten way better. They have so much money to buy like all sorts of cool music content and all sorts of stuff.
Doug 3-bets to 3,800 with King 8. 2 dealers is because we got in 420 hands in 5.5 hours. 1 dealer
Get 'em, buddy.
have a whole lot less than 420 hands, so more hands, pretty easy. Pair of 8s for Doug.
Feels like very you. Maybe
I had it.
I'm wrong.
I had it. Oh shit, we played 420 hands? Wow, we played a lot quicker today. I assume it's the lack of negotiations. It's like, yeah, when you're not negotiating, the hands just come a lot quicker. That's a lot of hands. 420 hands? I didn't realize we played that much.
4,400.
4,400.
Got a yellow back. Let's go. $4,400.
4,400.
Doug with the boat here. Scott looking for some help. He bets 12,000. There's the call. Scott looking for a king, queen, 10, or 9. The 3 of diamonds. Doug with the check mark. Let's see if Scott continues to fire. Reaching for a lot of bubble gum.
How much is that?
35,000. Doug calls this will be the biggest pot of the day.
This is a tough one. Should have maybe just like go on the turn. Oh.
Hand of the day right here. 421 hands in.
I feel like my heart says one thing, but my head says the other. My head says I should lay this down, but my heart says, you got this, Doug. Should just fold the turn, I think. I'm going to go with my head, but I feel like this is the wrong play. I fold.
He folds the boat. Scott shows the bluff.
God fucking damn it. This is why you always go with your heart.
I got so many more yellows back that hand.
You did. Should have gone with the heart. The thing is, if I call that, I'm just calling everything. Basically.
Yep.
Doug makes that call. He's up 75,000 for the day.
$3,800. What, has anything got the tilt in there?
It's the fastest raise I've ever seen. I've ever seen in my life.
Raise. I raise. I had a premium.
We don't have cards yet, and you're like, I raised.
Like 3-bet. And then I gotta look at your hand. Oh, okay. Still raise.
Like the best spot to look down at aces ever.
I actually did have a really full of shit light 3-bet, which is like, I don't know if it was tilt or not. I guess it's hard to say for sure, but. I should just folded the turn. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Poker, the close spots are so hard.
They really are.
What do you do? Nice hand.
Thank you.
3,800.
3,800. 10,000.
Uh-oh. Big hand brewing.
Probably have like 100-ish, right? Something like that to start total.
Yeah.
Pocket queens versus pocket nines.
Check.
All diamond flop. Goes check, check. There is the 9 of spades that is available for Doug.
Check.
Does not come. And what could have been an ultimate disaster turns in just into a $20,000 pot. Doug correctly makes the lay down. Avoided disaster
I
right
would
there.
play for all of it.
I had 9s.
It's like so much discipline to like.
Yeah, 9s, no diamond, just let it go. That 8 spot is hard, man. It's a hard spot. I don't know what to do. I'm not sure what's right there. The board trip spots are just so strange.
1,000.
Call.
Yeah, they're hard.
Yeah. Probably just fold a turn. I don't know.
It's like one of those spots where
Raise 1,000 call, and then Doug check, and he, 700.
how do you just know?
I didn't know much. I had it's pretty good. The set, right?
Yeah.
When you've got the king high, it's easy to know. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna fold.
Oh man, I get the king high, and I just had to go with it.
Doug with the check mark here.
4,500.
Scott bets out.
Nothing.
Makes the call. Take down the pot.
Gonna bluff the tilty guy, huh? That's how we're gonna just come right after me. Bluffing the tilted guy, lost a big pot guy is usually a dangerous game you're playing, son. I think you're.
Sometimes you just can't help yourself.
No, that's a nice play.
Just sometimes we just love danger.
Sometimes you gotta live on the edge. Those yellows went to your head. You got yellows for days.
Now I'm back on fumes.
Scott hits his straight.
4,500.
This is a hand I should definitely just press call, but
Good lay down by Doug.
if you show me love and be tilted, you're gonna tilt me pretty hard.
I can't. I have all of it actually. Like literally, it's everything.
I made a huge fold. Ace of hearts.
Really? Now I'm pissed.
Oh, well, I really, you know what happened? I realized earlier I didn't go with my gut, I went with my head. I'm like, I'm never doing that again. Gut from now on. Pure gut.
Until the gut's wrong next time, you're like, back to my head.
Back to the head at that point, yeah.
Set for Doug here. Gut shot for Scott. That was a monster fold for Doug.
Rabbit hunt it.
Oh, God fucking damn it.
Rabbit hunt
God
it.
fucking damn it.
Yeah, that's rabbit hunt, yeah.
Oh.
No!
Do you have a gutter?
Yes.
Scott hit his gutter, but he had already folded.
Oh my God!
That would have been huge.
Oh my Lord!
They did a little rabbit hunting.
Huge one. Oh my God! Wow, that was a stacking right there. You would have gotten stacked.
Scott folded.
Stacked on that run.
The turn would have given him the nut straight. The river would have boated Doug in that hand.
Every once in a while.
Oh man. Did I really just flop a set heads up? That's not, that doesn't really happen.
Yeah, on that hand that Doug folded, he had the wheel. But there was a flush out there. There was a board pair out there. There was a higher straight out there. After close to 450 hands, actually 435 hands.
There is 12 more minutes.
Crazier things have happened.
Pretty unlikely, though.
Scott up
I feel like now that you said that,
a resounding $3,500.
Give the viewers what they want.
Hand of the day was hand number
If it's an equal chance of
373
torching, I'm in.
when Scott bluffed with his
signing up to get
ace-10.
torched.
So what you're saying is flip? No, I'm just
I'm
kidding.
I'm sorry, hand number 421. That's the hand where Scott bluffed with his king-queen versus Doug's pocket snowman. Doug had a boat. Scott had king high. To go along with the trip nines on the board.
You ready for a White Claw? Are you a White Claw warrior?
No,
All right.
I drink cognac.
You drink what? Oh, okay. Classy. A lot classier than the White Claw. Yeah, with lime. You gotta have the lime.
I'm just going to give up and lose.
I have a Jack.
Jack will play.
Yeah, like
Something feels like you just would have liked to flick that in with the jack high. Tell me yes,
Possible.
so I feel better now.
Yes, I think my kicker wasn't under the board. I probably would. Honestly. Like ace deuce or king deuce is more of a fold than my hand. Am I doing a good job?
Thank you. Feel way better now.
Least I can do.
Nailed it, buddy. In fact, you did such a good job, I think I'll come back tomorrow.
Perfect.
Are y'all heads up tomorrow, or is it everybody usually tomorrow?
Nope, heads up. I might only come down from here from heads up, Mickey. You might only see me and one person from now on. Unless it's like a high stakes ring or
We're
something.
known as best friends, so we wanted some alone time, you know? Just the two of us.
3,800.
Kind of friend.
Doug, again with the pocket sixes today.
Ah,
It's like the fourth time he's had pocket sixes.
If you had that beat, then I'm sorry.
no.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Didn't think so.
I just want to know whose like idea it was to be like, you know what, let's play heads up, but wait, let's play heads up 2 days in a row.
Well, if somebody comes to town, then you want to give them some action more than just like one session, you know? Because they have to travel here, so.
Oh, okay.
Should I run it by you next time?
No. Not questioning. Just
The ladies for Doug.
so you both are playing tomorrow?
Yeah.
We're gonna play heads up with different people, actually. I'm just teasing. Yeah, we're gonna play again tomorrow. I'm on tilt about that 8's hand, okay? Just let me cool down. Let me cool down.
One of us was going to be on tilt after that hand. We didn't know who until he folded, but one of us was going to be tilted after that hand.
My heart said I should call here, but my head was like, if you call this, you're folding nothing. You're just folding nothing.
God, I can't even think that far into it. I just think, well, I have a full house and fold.
Scott will take this one down. And we'll go to hand number 439.
Oh. Damn, I'd sign up for that training course. Fold.
When they get down to the end, do they pick a number of hands, or do we just stop at a time, or what do they typically do?
They usually just tell us. I assume they randomized it or something. I don't know.
It was a time. It wasn't on the mountain.
Okay.
Okay.
Pocket tens for Doug. Ace jack for Scott. Set versus aces. This could get spicy. Check mark for Doug here. Ten five, and I don't see Scott going anywhere. Let's see what he does here. He's just going to call. Drawn dead.
All in.
All in.
Doug puts it all in.
Really gross. Oh man, this is gross. I think I have to pay you money here.
Oh, my goodness.
There was going to be violence at the end of the night, huh, buddy? Oh, yeah.
Makes the call. Doug gets paid.
Nice hand.
And Scott gets stacked at the end of the night.
He's going to be covered.
$200,000 pot.
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah, he has me covered.
Okay.
Are we playing for 5 more minutes, or do you want to call it a night? What do you want to do?
It's up to you, man. Whatever you want to do.
I don't really care.
It's really. I mean, the show's still going, so
All right.
if you want to, we can. Or if you just want to call it, that's fine too. It's up to
We're
you.
literally ending in 5 minutes, so I don't care.
Okay, we can play.
But do you want to play for 5 or end right now?
We can play for 5, unless you just want to call it. It's up to you.
We have 2 more.
Cumulative winnings. Doug
End it if we're going to play 2 more hands.
All right, we'll end it.
up 100,000. They decide to end it right there. They'll be back tomorrow.
Oof.
The last hand was a doozy. Doug, 200,000 on a flop set. That's why you stick around to the end of the show. Wow, folks, we'll be back tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central. Same 2 players, folks. And Scott doesn't know what hit him. He was up at one point in the show. He was up 100,000. Doug ended up on the last hand stacking him with a set of 10s versus ace-jack. Folks, I'm a little out of breath on that one. I want to thank production. The crew was amazing today. I want to thank all the people at the lodge, from Joe Strazzera, the general manager, Poobah, on down to all the dealers, all the people at the front cage and the front desk, and for the ownership group who has put so much trust into this stream. Folks, we will see you in less than 24 hours right back here for another heads-up $100,000 buy-in between Scott Ball and Doug Polk. Take care, everybody.